stores. This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. The best playoff coverage in the CLE. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This is 2020 Sports, brought to you by Good Nature Organic Lawn Care. Ken Carmen is teaming with Good Nature for a yard rescue. Get the pro-grade chemical-free results Ken trusts at getgoodnature.com. One of the issues the Pistons had after last night's Game 4 loss to the Cavaliers was Donovan Mitchell with 13 of 15 from the charity stripe, while Detroit as a team just 9 of 12. Mitchell, who scored 39 of his 43 points in the second half, and now sometimes you get the calls and sometimes you don't.
Every game is different, but the biggest thing you can do is control what you can control, and I can control getting downhill. Like I told y'all, I can't say something about not getting calls and then shoot jump shots, right? Like, you got to go down there and make a call, and sometimes you may not get it. Like, this is the playoffs, right? You understand that, and we may go into Game 5 and it may be flipped, but it's just how do you find a way to keep being aggressive and still win.
Cavs continue their series with the Pistons tomorrow night up in Detroit. Cavs have gotten even with Detroit following last night's victory in Game 4. The Cavs will try again for their first road victory in these playoffs. Cavs are 0-5. NBA playoffs continuing tonight. Western Conference semifinals. Game 5 in San Antonio. Spurs playing host to Minnesota. The series tied at 2 games apiece. San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama is expected to play. Reports say he will not receive any additional discipline after being ejected in Game 4 for throwing an elbow. Guardians continue their series against the Angels tonight at Progressive Field. Guardians snapped a 2-game losing streak with their 7-2 victory last night. The Guardians breaking the game open with 5 runs in the bottom of the third. Slade Ciccone gets the start. He is 2-4, a 6.15 ERA. Guardian skipper Steve Vogt expected back in the dugout tonight after missing the last 2 games because of a viral infection. Bench coach Tony Arnerich filled in as acting skipper, and he split the 2 games he managed. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. The best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan. Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Pistons 2, Cavaliers 2. Bring on Game 5. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner's Andy Baskin. Cavaliers getting the job done last night with a stretch that historic. Historic, probably the best way to describe what was a 24-0 run. 22 of it to start the second half. Cavs scored the last 2 points of the first half and then started the second half by scoring 22 straight points. Forget Donovan Mitchell for a minute. Mm-hmm. Forget James Harden carrying the team early for a minute.
Okay.
Forget a great all-around game by Evan Mobley. We'll get to all that. But, Andy.
Jeff.
A 24-0 run in a playoff game. That's stunningly fun.
It was a combination of all the frustration you've watched from this team for the past, past couple of weeks at least, and then seeing Detroit not be able to hit a bucket. And I think the defense was great, but, man, they picked a bad time to go ice cold because if you think about it, if the game would have ended at halftime, you'd be like, I can't believe that LeVert just did that to us, right? You're like sitting there going, I can't believe that Karis LeVert just destroyed it. And this is how this thing's going to turn. But luckily, the sun started shining in the second half, and you outscore a team 38-21. And it felt like it could have been better than that, too. That's the crazy thing. But by the end of the third quarter, you're like, they're going to let them slip a little bit back into this thing. But they didn't. It was good. I was glad I was optimistic yesterday. It's a best of 3 now. Let's see what happens. I don't know that momentum from the end of the game matters. I don't know that, even just the fact that it's a best of 3. That's all that matters. They got to win one game in Detroit. Got to win a game in Detroit. Period.
And the Pistons don't have to win a game in Cleveland.
True.
Yeah. 24-0 run. Unbelievable. The one thing that surprised me last night, and as I'm watching the game, I'm thinking, what? And then in the post game, Tracy McGrady said the same thing, and I was thinking, and he's like, could you not adjust your defense on Donovan Mitchell a little bit? That's the only thing I thought that JB screwed up. It's like, you gotta run 2-3 guys at this guy constantly and get him off this heater.
Yeah, just to get him off the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you couldn't do that all game, but, man, get the ball out of his hands.
What a half.
If you're in Detroit, get the ball out of his hands. 39 points in the second half for Donovan Mitchell.
Unbelievable. You wish you would have hit that free throw so you would have the record.
Yeah, I think that would have been cool.
But he gets a tie, so we'll take that.
That's never a bad thing. The one thing I was left watching that game, Andy, thinking this. Okay. You needed 39 points in the second half from your star player to win that game at home. Is that likely to happen again? No. Just the scenario that went into that game to me was a little strange, and we talked about it on our conference call a little bit. You got a big-time game out of James Harden.
Yep.
You got a big-time game out of Evan Mobley. And after 1 of 8 shooting in the first half from Donovan Mitchell, you get 39 points in the second half. And I thought, and yet the Pistons kind of still fought back. There were some moments. They don't
quit. I think that's a reflection of JB. Don't you? That's a reflection of their head coach.
Yeah, I agree. They did not quit. They kept coming back. And once the Cavs had the 24-0 run, I thought, all right, they're not coming back from this. But then they cut it to like 10. Even in the third quarter, they cut it to 10.
I know. And late in the game?
And late in the game, I wasn't concerned for the Cavs. In the third quarter.
Not when they put our guy, Mobley had that big slam at the end.
Yeah.
When they were kind of struggling. And, they had to go back, put some of the starters back in the game at the end. You never want to see that happen. Man, if you're a head coach, that's got to drive you insane.
It's got to be nuts.
You're trying to get your guys a little bit of rest because they did a great job by building out this gigantic lead and then maintaining, and then you try to put the second teamers in, and all of a sudden you're like, not good.
Yesterday in our show, we talked about who's the most important Cavalier for the night.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, it turned out to be Donovan Mitchell. However,
yeah, I hope you bring up one stat here. Keep going.
James Harden had 11 first-quarter points.
No, I thought you were
and only
saying
2 turnovers.
I thought you were going to say he had 11 assists last night too.
Well, that was big.
Yeah.
And those kept going to Donovan Mitchell because he kept hitting.
What did I say? Less than 3 turnovers. That's all good.
Well,
news.
he had I think 2 turnovers for the game, which was really good.
They didn't get to 114 though, Jeff. I mean that's
but they were close. They're 112. So there's that number.
No, I know.
I all that matters is they won the game. It's tied at 2, and now you go. So we'll see where they go now. But we're gonna dissect this thing like crazy. 216-474-0092. Want your input as well. Bottom line is the series is tied at 2, and the Cavs have to go win 1 game in Detroit. Can they do that? Will they not do that? Who knows? But they did exactly what they had to do, which is hold serve at home.
Yeah, I'm optimistic again. I'll come back again, and maybe this is the game they get in Detroit. Boy, wouldn't that be nice if they had a chance to win this thing in Detroit and come home and close it out? Oh,
well, sure.
That would turn a lot of heads. I not to do this, but I was on a station in Kansas City yesterday afternoon, and they were talking about
Kansas City.
And he goes,
talking Kareem Hunt, talking Heights High?
Of course I talked Heights High in the middle of that. You know what I said?
Heights High?
I was like, we'll take Travis back. Even now, we'd like him. Thanks. You guys did a great job raising him. We could use him now. No, it was just the whole fact that I don't think you'd let it simmer in that we're the 4 seed. And the guy I was talking to was just like, you are the 4 seed in this, and the Pistons were the top seed, and you probably can't expect a whole lot. And I was like,
that stuff's pretty meaningless.
I know. I was like, not really. No one in Cleveland is looking at us or looking at the Cavaliers like a 4 seed. Like anyone cares. True. The only difference is Game 7's in Detroit.
Been a long time since Kansas City's had a basketball team.
Maybe he just forgot.
No, I say it for this reason. As we know, seeding doesn't matter a whole lot. Really doesn't. If you can, you can get home court in the first round, great.
You can get a feel for it in the first round. I don't think at this point it doesn't matter.
If you just looked at a couple of key stats from Donovan Mitchell, you would think, oh boy. I mean, he made 50% of his shots, which is good, but he took 26 shots, and he was 4 of 12 on threes. That stat to me, Andy, screams, quit shooting threes. but he
was plus 28 yesterday.
Well, I know he was terrific, but it was because his second half was so phenomenal because his first half wasn't. I
love what he said.
And that's okay. Yeah,
I mean, you heard him after the game. He goes, "I went in the locker room and I told everybody this is on me.
Yeah,
it's on me." And he came out and he put his money where his mouth is, and
without question.
That's what you asked for.
Without question.
That's a leader. That's a star.
He had 4 points in the first half. 4, and I thought it was really good for the Cavaliers that with Donovan Mitchell struggling like that in the first half, that they were down by only 4 points at halftime. But credit to Evan Mobley, credit to James Harden, because they carried the team in the first half.
They went on a 4-minute stretch there where they didn't score a single point.
Well, I thought Evan was really good. I mean, he had the good all-around game, and I thought James Harden was really, really efficient. He was terrific last night. And then when you had to have your star player come in and take over, he did. And that was good. I just think, and Dan and I talked about this morning, it's like, wow, you had the big Donovan Mitchell game. You had a really good James Harden game. And you had a really good Evan Mobley game. And it came in Game 4 at home. And you might have needed all 3 of those things to win Game 4 at home. I don't think it bodes poorly for the rest of the series. It might bode really well because Donovan was just insanely good in the second half. And I thought James was insanely good in the first half, and I thought Evan was good all game long.
What did you think at the end of the game when J.B. Bickerstaff was complaining about the referees?
I thought, I've heard that before.
It's funny.
I heard it for years when he was the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Right, I get that part.
JB may bitch about coaches or about the referees more than any coach in the NBA.
Dan, Jeff said a naughty word. Okay, go ahead, keep going, sir.
He may. I used to sit there and listen to his post-game press conferences and think, all right, JB, we get it. You're not happy with the refs.
Right.
And it stuns me that he doesn't get thrown out every other game. That guy just seems
what he says to the refs on the floor?
Referees during the game. But it works for him. It works for him.
Refs just must not care at that point.
After game...
sometimes if you do it too much, the referees are just immune to it. They're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and maybe because of that, your team ends up going to the free throw line just 12 times in a playoff game while the other team goes to the free throw line 34 times.
Yeah, so that's my question. I didn't, as I watched the game...
Andy, you think that might have had anything to do with it?
Well, it depends.
JB, sit down. We're tired of hearing from you. You're not getting any whistles.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's the reason why it played out that way. I think that... Mitchell took the ball to the hole last night. You're going to get fouled.
Aggressive. He was very aggressive.
But to sit here and say, well...
So was James.
Yeah, yep. No, I'll give you that. But, these guys, they were aggressive going to the hole. That's what we've been asking,
and
especially the first 2 games.
Throws. They were 30 or 34.
That's right. So they made them. But my point was, I didn't, when JB started talking about it, because I was watching the press conference, and I was like... and then I had to go back and look at the box score, because it didn't even affect me during the game.
Yeah, you know why? Because you were giddy about a 24-0 run, and you should have been.
Well, I was excited.
You were giddy about Donovan Mitchell going ballistic in the second half, and you should have been.
How about just being aggressive and taking the basketball? And they had no answer. He did the same move, and cut left into the paint, sing it. It was like a cartoon.
That guy bounces back and forth with the basketball and creates space for himself like nobody else. It's phenomenal to watch.
It's all that space.
That windmill dribble drives me nuts. I keep thinking there's got to be a way to defend that if you're another player.
It's such a wide base, though, right? That's what makes him Spida, right, is the wide base. And for him to go back and forth.
He sounded so cool.
Well, that's why they call him Spida. What am I supposed to say?
Spida.
My days of being cool, I think, are long behind me. Just ask my kids. That it's that wide base that changes everything, too. And it's amazing to me how when he does keep control of the ball, which I think is key, the moves that he can make and how he just leaves guys' shoes sitting there on the floor. That's not exactly what I would say normally.
Guys' shoes sitting there on the floor.
That's not what I normally would say.
216-474-0092. Cavs get it done. It took some phenomenal performances to get it done. Is that good? Is that bad? What do you think? Doesn't really matter to me. They got it done. And Game 5 could just be an absolute war tomorrow night. Join us here on Baskin and Phelps. Cavaliers, Pistons, all tied up at 2.
Hey, don't be proud.
We thought we were playing good basketball. We were, had a deficit, but we thought we were in a good place. The switch was we had to play with more pace. We were getting the ball up so slow. And they were getting their defense set, and that was the big thing. We hit them with at halftime. We got to get the ball up quicker. If their defense is set, they're a great half-court defense team. And I think Donovan started to get in the open court. That's when he's at his best. I thought that was key.
Kenny Atkinson on what changed after the first half. And yes, Donovan was key and tempo was key. We talked about that last week, Andy.
It's funny. You said exactly what Kenny said in that soundbite. Like almost word for word, like pressing the ball down the floor and making them not have the chance to set up their half-court defense. I was like, was this Phelps or is this Kenny?
Well, we've watched the game for a while, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Somehow has something to do with it.
Yeah, the number to join us is 216-474-0092. Donovan Mitchell, phenomenal last night in the second half. Not good in the first half. He knew it. And so he had to do a couple of things at halftime. Here's Donovan.
I wasn't getting downhill like I had in Game 3. Yeah, I scored a lot of points, but just trying to find ways to get early offense. And the shots started to fall, but just kind of maintaining my stuff. And the biggest thing was just trying to create advantages wherever I saw them for the group and, not force things.
And it sounds odd, Andy. I think it sounds odd. He didn't force things. He did create advantages. I get all that. And yet in the third quarter, he took 9 shots. It's like, wow, that's a lot of shots, but he made 8 of them.
Hey,
and you know what? So
you got to stay with the hot.
Yeah, he wasn't forcing. He really wasn't.
Yeah,
he was just playing the game, and the game was coming to him, and he was really good about it, and really good. He cranked up the aggressiveness, is what he said after the game. It's Donovan Mitchell.
We airballed the first layup, missing shots short. Sometimes it's natural, right? But to James's point, not really trying to force it. I didn't really. You got in the paint, tried to find guys, right? Like, wasn't really trying to get in there and force it. And then just doubling down on the defensive end, trying to take whoever I'm guarding, take them out of the equation. I understand that I'm going to get looks and it's going to fall at some point, even if they didn't, right? Just being aggressive.
I'll readily admit, I hate games where one guy scores 40 points. To me, it's oftentimes not a recipe for winning basketball. Last night it was. They don't win that game if Donovan doesn't have the second half that he had. At least I don't think they do, Andy.
I mean, that could have been him or Harden, right? Like either
could have
Harden
been.
is capable of the same game
without question. Yeah.
So they needed somebody to do that. It goes away from
didn't they?
It goes away from my 5 guys in double figures, but when one guy's in double figures 4 times over, I guess that's better. I'll take that.
Well, and see, they had 3 guys score 17 or more last night. One guy went nutso with 43. So that can be a winning formula, no question about it. And though I don't like that, again, I don't like that kind of a game on a regular basis for a team. But last night, I don't think there's any question. They needed Donovan to step up, especially after that first half. Credit to the other guys for keeping them in the game in the first half without Donovan really being there.
Right.
And it worked. It worked beautifully.
I'm okay with not liking the distribution of points. It's really I don't know if that's what you're saying. It's not about. I love the aggressiveness last night.
Without question.
They played with passion, especially early on. They played with meaning. They played with hunger because they knew they had to win. And I think we say to ourselves, especially in game 1 of a series, like game 1 of this series, where was that? And then you still had the opportunity to win that game. Where was that? It's okay now. You're back to square, but you got to win one game in Detroit. So
it's the rare player, though, Andy, who can say, "Man, I was awful in the first half, and I told the guys it's on me, and I got to step it up, and I got to take over," and then does it.
That was a big boy statement. I thought he said afterwards.
It's the rare player who can pull that off. Yeah. Jeff's in North Homestead. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Hey, Jeff.
Good morning, Judd. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, Jeff, I agree with your point. Yesterday when we talked, I had brought up I thought the Cavs were at their best when they've got, 4 or 5 guys scoring 10 to 15 points, and then maybe Donovan or James, whoever, having 20, 25, right?
I agree with that. Usually a recipe for success.
100%. But yesterday, I had told my daughter at halftime, and as you guys know, she plays basketball, and I said, when you struggle at halftime, I always tell you, go get a layup, go to the bucket, get an and one, get yourself going so you get a free look at the basket. Donovan started the second half just like that. First 2 plays, drives right to the basket. Second one gets the and one and gets going. You could have thrown 3 guys at him yesterday in that third quarter, and it would not have mattered. I actually was looking at everybody when we were watching the game, and I'm like, dang it, I wish these guys Kenny would have kept him in and just let him ride the whole third quarter because he was on a heater. But what you saw was aggressiveness in that second half. And you're right, the pace completely changed. But that's where the success lies in these past 2 games, guys, is the pace is picked up. They're active defensively. They're getting stops, which makes it so that way Detroit can't get set in their defensive rotations on defense and all of those things. So everything you're highlighting, you guys are 100% correct. Shout out to the Cavs fans in that building last night. I turned up the surround sound on that TV, and when we were watching the game, I could feel that, like the energy.
Congratulations! I hate to steal it from the morning show, but that's success. That's
very, very impressive.
Well done.
It was great just to see that environment because we needed it. But there's a thing called momentum. So after game 1 and 2, Detroit clearly had the momentum, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's swinging back into our court a little bit. And I'm curious, Jeff, if you're still 100% on board with that Detroit in 6 take, because
yeah, Jeff,
I'm not saying it should sway, and I'm not telling you to sway your decision, but these past 2 games have shown us something completely different than what we've seen in the playoffs thus far. And I'm interested to see if you guys think that is a recipe for success for the rest of this.
Jeff, thanks for the phone call. I don't see any reason to change my prediction. Hope I'm wrong, but I assumed that the Pistons would win games 1 and 2, and I thought the Cavs would win games 3 and 4. So we'll see what happens in game 5. It's pivotal. Obviously pivotal. Rich is in Ashtabula. Hello, Rich.
Rich.
Great game last night. I feel as though they're taking the next 2 games. We spotted them the first 2 games. We found out who we are. You got to win that game with passion. You got to speed the game up, and you can't let them set their defense. That's the key to success.
Rich, hope you're right.
Or turning right.
How can
or
they
left?
Yeah. Rich does a lot of car sounds.
I do
when he calls.
I hear that.
Clearly, the Cavs. You know where I think the momentum is right now, Andy?
I
don't
know
think
what you think. I know you too well.
I don't think there is momentum right now.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was coming from Detroit at the end of the game.
Not really. And I say that only because though the Pistons didn't quit and kind of they made Kenny put the starters back in just to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
To me, momentum stopped because the Pistons had tons of momentum because they won at home. Cavs have tons of momentum because they won at home. To me, it's like, okay, 3-game series now. And let's see where it starts tomorrow night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How does this game start tomorrow night?
It's so weird because now you're in this world where, man, if you just pull off the win, then you can come home and wrap it up. And then the other world is you lose there, you come back home and win again. Now you're playing Game 7, and now you're still trying to win your first road game, if that's what happens. But you got to get a win in one of those 2 games.
So Cavs have not won a road game so far in the postseason. Ken's in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. First of all, this team has to play like this every single night. Not off nights, every single night. And I hope they finally found it, but I didn't like how the bench finished the game off. That was ridiculous.
No, that wasn't good.
No. But secondly, it was brought up in an earlier show today. I want to repeat. I'm going to repeat something twice. I don't want James back. Does everybody hear me? We don't need LeBron James to screw up the apple cart. Period.
Wait, James Harden or hang on? You got too many Jameses in this conversation.
Yeah.
James Harden or LeBron James?
LeBron James.
Ken, we're not worried about LeBron yet.
Yeah, not yet. We might in an hour.
We might talk about him later, but right now we're just.
I want LeBron James to retire. Okay, I'm done with LeBron
Ken,
James.
thank you very much, bud. We're not talking LeBron right now. Cavs just won Game 4.
Yeah.
Without him.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Wait, he
James
didn't
Harden
play last night?
James Harden was really good in the first half. He was really good in the first half. And then in the second half, I give him a lot of credit because in the second half, Andy, he's like, oh, wait a minute, look, Donovan's going nuts. And I thought James was really good in the second half. He had 9 points. He had 5 assists in the second half. And he took only 6 shots. Why? Didn't have to.
That's why it's a team game. And he's been doing a lot of really good things, especially offensively this entire postseason, and to where he isn't going to be perfect. You know what I mean? Quarters, halves, games. And that's why we have a team to pick him up. We're down 4. He hadn't played well offensively at all. I think he did some good things. And then second half, he became, more the aggressor.
One thing I think it's really cool about having Harden on this team, his experience allows him to say, Donovan, yeah, he didn't play well at all.
Well, Donovan said so himself.
I know, but nobody's going to blink. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In some situations, you might think, oh, wait a minute. You just called out one of the star players. But it's like, yeah, well, James, yeah,
if anyone on the team's
right.
going to call him out, it's him.
Exactly. You're right.
And it wasn't even calling him out.
He didn't play well at all, and then look what happened. 18 shots in the second half for Mitchell. And forcing the issue, I think, was really key. He was 12 of 13 at the free throw line. So, I mean, that's being aggressive. Getting to the free throw line 13 times in one half of basketball, that's real serious. And
well, they challenged him. I mean, he challenged himself, and the team has been challenging him for 2 or 3 games now, to take the ball to the rim. Take it to the rim, take it to the rim, take it to the rim. Finally, it worked yesterday.
Yeah.
And even when he got double teamed, he was able to create space and pop a bucket here and pop a bucket there. I just, if they can just play with that passion and energy that they had in the next game, then man, I can't wait till they get back home.
Kenny Atkinson, more on Donovan.
When we're in the half court with them, they're physical, they're grabbing, they're holding, they don't let you move. Incredible performance. What a shift. Really struggled in the first half, and then big time second half performance by Don.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And that was the game. The Cavaliers figured some things out for that second half. The Pistons had it figured out in games 1 and 2. And Andy, now we see where it goes. Number to join us, 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with the series all tied up at 2.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. And FanDuel, you know what? They are giving you better payouts. That's right, better payouts on same-game parlays on all of your NBA playoff games. That's right, all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and so much more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for the bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Gambling problem?
because of a viral infection. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. Donovan Mitchell was great. Okay. How about Evan Mobley?
Aggressive?
Evan did a nice job last night.
Tough? Big buckets when you needed them?
Yeah.
Loved the way he played.
I do too. And, I think people need to look at the game maybe sometimes differently than oftentimes people do, Andy. Mm-hmm. Evan's an all-around skilled player. And he filled up the stat sheet last night without taking a whole lot of shots. He only took 11 shots in the game. But he had 17 points. He had 8 rebounds. Those are both solid numbers. Okay? Would you like more of each? Sure, of course you would.
Yeah.
But he had 17 points and 8 rebounds. He also was second on the team with 5 assists. He tied for the team lead with 3 steals. And he had 5 block shots.
Yeah, the 5 block shots were huge.
Yeah.
They were just as good as buckets because you got momentum. You stop. I mean, that's 5 block shots is probably what you're taking away 10 points. Is that fair to say that?
Yeah.
For the most part, you have the potential to be taking away 10 points.
Yeah.
If not more, but most of those shots are inside the arc.
Another thing was pretty cool. He played 39 minutes last night. And Kenny knew he had, 3 guys who seemed to have...
He didn't want to, though. He didn't want to put him at the end.
Well, no. But he seemed to have 3 guys. He knew he had 3 guys who had it going. So Evan played 39 minutes, Donovan played 36 and a half, and James played 37 and a half minutes last night. Now, that said, and James doing a really nice job with only 2 turnovers and 24 points and 11 assists, a nice double-double. Can the Cavs repeat that? Can they repeat it?
Yeah, I think they can. Not to the point where Donovan has to score 43 points, though. Like, some of the wealth needs to be distributed when it comes to that. But look, if somebody's hot, you got to go with him. Like, if Max Strus gets hot, keep giving him the ball. Just keep giving it to him until he's not hot. I don't know why you would ever change your plan. That's why I don't have a problem with Mitchell having 43 points at all. Not at all. And, I'll take those all the time if you're going to win the game. I need other guys to get in on the action, though. That's all. I expected a little bit. I don't know why there was a point where I was like looking for Jalen Tyson, especially in the first half. And I'm like, okay, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more.
Yeah, but you know what, though, Andy? Last night is that's what you want.
In the first half.
You have 3 big-time players on this Cavs team, and this no disrespect to Jared Allen, because you know what I think of Jared. I think he's terrific. But Jared is not in the same upper echelon of NBA players as Donovan and James Harden and what we hope Evan Mobley becomes. And those 3 guys last night did what you'd need those 3 guys to do, which is lead the way. Mm-hmm. And they have to do that again. And I personally think, Andy, they have to do it again at least once for the Cavs to win this series. You might get away with, Evan having an off night, or Donovan having an off night, or James having an off night in the next 3 games. But, boy, I don't think you can have that happen twice. You know what I mean? If it happens twice where just 2 of those guys are like what you want them to be in a game, I don't think the Cavs can win this series. They need all 3 of those guys to be what they were last night at least twice the rest of the way.
What did they get off the bench last night? They had 7, 14, 19 points off the bench last night. I don't, and they got some guys in the game. Well, at least it looks like. Yeah, they got some guys in the game that, even if it was just for less than a minute, at least they got off the bench for a second. Larry Nance was the only guy that didn't play last night. Huh?
Well, but why? take a look at why. 19 seconds for a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's almost not even getting off the bench.
No, I know.
And you don't even need to take a shower after that.
Look at you, Mr. Hygiene.
Well, sure, Andy.
Well, I mean,
It's all
look.
about,
I mean,
we're
if you
protecting the natural resources. You don't need the water. You walked around the court for 19 seconds. Come sit down.
Dan, if you don't get in the game, should you shower after the game?
Thank you, Dan. You know, in the NBA
Dan?
today, yes, you should. You know why?
Because you got to warm up.
Because guys warm up at such a fanatical pace, it's ridiculous.
If you don't play, should you shower after the game? Yes or no?
I mean, to each their own.
If you don't play, should you shower after the game? It's yes or no, not to each their own.
No, it's to each their own.
This is not a topic, by the way.
If you didn't
Cavs
play,
just even the playoff series, and you're worried about showers.
Well, I mean, guys that got in for 19 seconds, should they take a shower or not?
I mean, we are all in this
216-474-0092.
together, Jeff. We should look out for each other's hygiene.
Yeah, come on, man.
I'm looking out for the natural resources.
I'm counting on all
I'm
of you.
saving
We're
the
all in this
water. I
together.
don't want the lake to go dry.
Do you shower before the game? I think that's a question, too.
Cade Cunningham was 7 of 16 last
He never
night.
wants to play along. Like, these are real topics. These are things
Wrestlers
that
always shower beforehand.
Wrestlers do?
Yeah.
That's because they want to go out and look wet.
As I got older, I used to take showers like before softball games, hot showers, so I could get loose before I even walked out the door.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's great, Andy.
Well, Jeff, I'm just
Andy
giving you a little
Baskin's
insight.
personal hygiene, 216-474-0092.
I'm just saying,
What
if you
type
don't play, do you need to take a shower after
Does
the game?
Andy
Why
use
is
the
that
right
so wrong?
product in his hair? 216-474-0092.
I must say,
Not that I would know anything about
show are
product in the hair.
What'd you say? Yeah.
Bathing habits of this show are impeccable.
Yeah, I feel good about mine. I mean, I try to shower every day before I come in here. Jeff, I don't know. I question whether sometimes you shower every day because you throw a hat on. I wish I could do that.
Andy.
I think in 15 years I've worn a hat once. Once.
No, that's not true.
Twice?
I don't count the days you wear hats.
But how often does that happen? It doesn't happen very often.
Probably 10 times since we've done the show.
Well, I don't know. I think that's over. I think you're over. I gotta let it breathe, man. Gotta let the
Kevin in Cuyahoga Falls. Kevin, help me.
Follicles move.
I'm sorry. Listen, when you have as much hair as Andy and I have, this is a legitimate concern. When you're
as Andy and I have.
Kevin, listen.
Good care of that hair, man. That's a top priority.
Kev, it's okay. You're gonna have to be a little bit slower. Jeff is follically challenged. It's okay.
Well, you know as well as I do, Andy, our peers get follically jealous of us, and it just happens. I mean,
Some guys, God blesses some of us with charm and charisma and intelligence, and apparently you guys got hair. Nice job.
To be young and dumb.
You keep telling yourself that, Jeff. You keep telling yourself that. Kev, did you actually watch the game last night, or anything going on with that?
I was at the game with my boy.
Even better,
baby.
How was the crowd?
We were there, baby.
How was the crowd?
It was really good. We were there. We were there for both the home games so far, and it was really good. And I got my collection of ShamWow towels to go with it, so that's a plus.
You're
We
good
got
to
that
go.
going.
You know, sometimes
Yeah. Hey,
if you don't have any hair on your head, you can use those to ShamWow on the top of your head too.
Ooh, I guess you could. But
Just
since
saying.
I have as much hair as I have, I do need a real towel to towel it off.
There
So,
you go.
you know.
Okay, be
Hey,
proud.
listen,
Move
something I've
along.
not heard- Okay, something I haven't heard yet. I want to give kudos. I know your buddy Chris Theodore has illustrated some of the coaching questions maybe that have been out there about Kenny. But I tell you what, last night, that was a different team that came out in the second half. I mean, everything, I'm assuming it was some coaching changes. I know Coach talked about after the game, upping the pace and doing some different things. And if that was a plan change that they did, kudos to the coach, because I mean, that pace they went and how they did switches and how they did ISO. And by the way, can I just say, can we do ISO ball and make sure Robinson's on our guy with the ball? I mean, those are points all day. That guy can't defend anything. Talk about a turnstile. Talk about showing a huge defensive gap for the Pistons. I say, let's keep doing it. Let's do it in Detroit, and let's win this, baby. Go Cavs.
Quite possible. There's no question about that. And
Let
Kevin,
him know, man. Let him know.
Congratulations. By the way, I hate that thing.
You got to hear this. I've got a nephew who's
Canadian Football League team uses the same expression.
I know. I had a great nephew is what he is, actually. I think he's like, listen, he's 4. And when the Cavs were scoring the other day, the whole room, like he had a towel and he was spinning it the whole time. And the whole room was like, hey, let him know. And he was like, he's going around the room spinning it. And so we were saying, let him know. And he kept spinning it. It was awesome. He had to be there. I know. I'm sorry. I just bored you with the story.
You have great hair, too?
Yeah, he does.
Nice.
Great.
Roman is in Canton. Hello, Roman.
He's already playing hockey.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Great.
We're good. How are you?
Good. Just want to let you know, Jeff, I'm also follically challenged, okay? But we are graced, like you said, with charisma and just all around.
More room for your brain, man. More
There it
room
is,
for your
Roman.
brain.
Exactly.
Thank
and you
you.
know what? We tend to hear better, okay? You guys got a bunch of hair and stuff blocking your ears. We hear better and we listen better.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Just chiming in on last night, I think that's exactly what this team needs to do to obviously further into the next round and to hopefully go, further than that. But I disagree slightly. I think 2 out of the 3 options that you mentioned need to do it, with the third being a third, not the third. So Donovan and Evan have a great night, and then if it's not James, then Strus or Schroeder or Jared. Yes,
Yeah,
I think
okay.
that's how we have to do it, because everything was clicking last night. That's exactly what this whole experiment was supposed to look like. So I think that's how we can close out and hopefully take game 5.
All right, Roman. Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done. What, now that everyone's in on the hair, no hair?
No, we're done with that.
As far as you know.
We're done with that. At least I know I am.
Yes. You are. You can always.
Pistons.
You can always wear something if you
Well, you
want
can
to.
buy stuff.
Yeah.
It's readily available.
I don't know. What would you look like with a tube on? I don't know. Do you ever contemplate that?
Look like, no. I'd look like I did when I was about 25.
If you got the similar hair.
Problem is, though, you've come too far. If you all of a sudden, it's like Brian Urlacher. Remember, Urlacher was bald his entire career, and all of a sudden showed up on TV with a full head of hair, and everybody was like, "Wait."
Do you remember how LeBron's hair would grow in the middle of the season too? That was always interesting.
LeBron's kind of going clean shaven now.
Yeah, he's
I
gone
think
clean-shaven.
he looks good.
He's given up.
He looks great.
That's all right. Yeah, I think once you put it, I always say that to you. You got those guys hanging out on the back.
Once you're a little older, once you're married.
Oh, you say you're giving up on the way you look. You're giving up on your looks after you got married.
No, but I didn't have a choice, Andy. The hair fell out. I didn't say I'm married now. Go away. It left.
It is one of the more honorable
Maybe
things
your hair
you've ever
did not
done,
want to get married.
It was going before I ever met her.
It is one of the more honorable things you've ever done, that you didn't go out and try to find something to cover it up with.
And nothing wrong if a guy wants to.
To each their own.
Go ahead.
To each their own.
We're going to talk more Cavs and less hair later on in the show. Daryl Ryder was at the game covering it for us. He's going to join us at noon. Mary Kay Cabot, plain dealer, Cleveland.com. Watch the Browns rookie mini camp and has some thoughts, and she's going to share them with us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Old
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
More Cavs coming up a little bit later on. Daryl Ryder covered the game for us. He'll join us at noon. Looking forward to talking to Daryl. Chris Ossenheimer talking a little Guardians later on in the show. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin. We go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Fresh off an all-expense-paid trip to Berea for rookie minicamp.
Wow.
She's Mary Kay Cabot. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're well. How was rookie minicamp? Did you have fun?
I did have fun. I really did have fun because it's all new and different. And it really is your first look at these guys that are going to form part of the basis of the new era in Cleveland Browns history. I've been saying this for a long time. They laid the foundation last year with that great draft. This is the second layer of that. And when you put these two drafts together, this should really be kind of the future of the Cleveland Browns. So it was fun to go out there and watch these guys and see some of what's going to be happening on the field in 2026.
All right, what was the vibe? Is there a new Todd Monken vibe too to this whole thing?
Well, I think it's hard to say that there is a new Todd Monken vibe at rookie minicamp, but they do, even in rookie minicamp, do a lot of 11-on-11s, and that's what we're seeing more of, and I think that's really going to come in handy this season. They're doing a lot of situational football, a lot of 11-on-11s, and they're going to rep it over and over and over again, and I think that that's really going to help them this year.
So, is Taylon Green a storyline, or is he a storyline because it was rookie minicamp and the Browns drafted him in the 6th round? Because I think he's fascinating, Mary Kay.
Yeah, I think he's a storyline in large part because he actually does have a chance to contribute early on. When you think about 4th and 1 and goal line situations and 4-minute, if he demonstrates that he's ready to go out there and play and isn't going to turn the ball over, which has been a problem for him, if he can tighten that up and make a few other improvements, then I think it is a storyline because we could see him on opening day. So absolutely it is a storyline, and boy, does he have some incredible physical traits. That height just stands out as the first thing. He's just got a very solid frame. And then the speed, a couple times he took off running with that 4.36 speed. And then he had good spin on the ball. Now he needs to harness his throwing motion and his power. But if he can do that with some really, really good coaching and maybe some work with a private tutor or more work with a private QB coach in his 6-week break, he can really come back and hit the ground running for training camp.
Mary Kay, do you think, and I would assume no, just because of the situation, do you think he actually will be part of the competition to be the starting quarterback? You know, his 6th round pick, you never think that guy's going to be your starter. But who is going to be the starter here? Do you think he has a chance to actually compete for the gig?
You know, I don't see that as really part of the protocol for these OTAs and for training camp. I really think that the battle is going to continue to be between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. And if something changes, if someone gets injured, or if something else happens, then that could change. But as of right now, I still see Deshaun and Shedeur competing for the starting job, and then Dylan and Taylon Green, who will sometimes be working off on a separate field. They're still going to be doing some of that two-spotting. Those guys are more so vying for the developmental quarterback job. They're going to keep 3, and then they'll probably put one more on the practice squad. So they're going to keep 3, but the third one is more of a developmental guy, and it'll be interesting to see how this works out, because if you really do think that you can use Taylon in those critical situations that we're talking about, then he's going to have to probably be one of the 3.
How do you envision the room looking then, depth chart-wise, if these 4 guys stay, or do you envision one of these four guys not being here, or do you think they try to take Taylor Green, push him through to the practice squad? Give me your vision for these four quarterbacks moving into the season and maybe perhaps, even in the training camp.
I don't know exactly how it's going to work out because, as I mentioned, Taylor is probably going to have to make the 53-man roster. I don't think you can take the chance of trying to squeeze him through waivers and get him onto the practice squad because I think by then teams will have seen what he might be capable of in some of those situations that we're talking about, and they might be willing to grab him. And also if he has a nice camp, word gets out very quickly about that. And then if he goes out and shows out well in the preseason games, the secret is out a little bit. So I feel like he's probably going to have to make the 53. And then Deshaun and Shedeur, I believe, will as well. And then I think it might end up having to be Dylan that you'd want to try to find something else that you could possibly do with him. Maybe you try to find a trade partner for him. I think that he's better than a lot of people think he is. He did not get a fair chance last season at all. Even Joe Flacco couldn't fare well in this offense last year. So let's see what kind of jump Dylan Gabriel makes in his second season. Let's see what he's able to do, and then maybe you can parlay that into a draft pick. The Browns have done a nice job of trading away quarterbacks for fifth-round picks, and maybe you could possibly do something like that. But I don't know. I don't know how it's going to shake out. Let's see what happens through these OTA practices and the mini camp, and then after that, Todd is going to reshuffle the deck, and we'll have a better idea of who stands where.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us from the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com wrote a story yesterday. David Njoku will finally have the quarterback stability with the Chargers that he didn't have with the Browns. And Mary Kay, I look at David. I always liked David. I always thought he had ability just coming out of his pores. And I don't think it was ever really reached in his 9 seasons here in Cleveland. Is the quarterback situation the reason why? Because if you think of guys who were here who had real ability, I think he had it, and I don't think he ever reached his full potential here.
No, I don't think so either. And I think the quarterback situation had a lot to do with it. I counted it up. In the time that Justin Herbert, his new quarterback, has been starting the past 6 seasons for the Chargers, David Njoku, just in that span, has had 14 quarterbacks that he has caught passes from. So 1 for the Chargers, 14 for the Cleveland Browns. Now, there was an overlap there in 2 of those seasons. Deshaun was on the roster. But 14 quarterbacks, I think 13 different quarterbacks. And then in his tenure here overall, of course, he started out with Baker Mayfield and had a little bit of continuity there for a few years. So overall, he's had 16 quarterbacks since he was drafted by the Cleveland Browns in 2017. Obviously, that tells a big part of the story, but he also had some injury problems. He had some personality clashes with some coaches. He had trade requests. He had, a serious facial and hand burning incident. He's had a very tumultuous up and down career here. But I do think that he was capable of 8 touchdowns a season. I've always felt that about him. And in the year that he was with Joe Flacco, those 2 guys together connected for 4 touchdown passes in 5 games. So you project that out over a 17-game season, it comes out to about 14 touchdown catches. So if he had something like that when he was still in his prime, I do think he was capable of so much more.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Jeff and I were talking about this yesterday, the 1-year deal for him. Is that more for him or is that more for the team?
Well, I think it's both. It's a fact-finding mission. He's at that point in his career now where he's someone that you kind of add a little bit later once you see how everything goes and how the market falls. So 1 year, $8 million, really not where he wanted to go in his career at this point. But still, I think it's an opportunity for him to play with a good quarterback, go to the playoffs, and just show people that he's not done yet.
Mary Kay, do the Browns need to do what the Chargers did at tight end at running back with all the young guys and Quinshon Judkins injuries that he's coming back from? In other words, go find a veteran running back.
Well, we'll have to see. You can usually find another running back that shakes out in the final cuts or on the street or something like that. You can usually find someone in the event that you need that extra running back. So let's see how Quinshon comes along over the next couple of months and what he's capable of doing in training camp. He's going to be limited in training camp, I would think, and they'll ramp him up and kind of take it a little bit easy with him. But the way that he looks so far, it seems to me that he's going to be ready to go by the beginning of the season, and they might not have to try too hard to add too many bodies there.
Mary Kay, what do you think of Concepcion in Boston?
Very good. Very, very good. And once again, they were being thrown passes by a quarterback that had never thrown to them before. And for that, I thought it looked really, really good. There were very few balls on the ground, and they caught mostly everything that came their way. Again, they're in shorts, no pads, no contact, all that kind of thing. But for the most part, they looked the part. We saw Casey's shiftiness, his agility, his good hands. We saw Denzel Boston's great size. You can see the vision for the contested catch ability, and he's very, very sure-handed. So I think the future is bright there.
How'd Spencer Fano look to you?
Well, it's really hard to tell how good a left tackle looks in rookie minicamp. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he looks when he gets an opportunity to go against the veterans in the OTAs. So that will be the litmus test for him. Right now, he physically looks the part, and he obviously held his own in these practices, but we need to see what's going to happen when you've got Myles Garrett sort of screaming off the edge and Alex Wright and some of these guys and having to figure all of that out. So that will happen. The next time that we see the veterans practice will be on May 20th. That will be OTA number 2 next week, and very much looking forward to that.
Well, let me go back to Njoku and tight end for 1 second, Mary Kay. The Browns appear to be really comfortable with Harold Fannin and a bunch of other really young guys at tight end. You think that's accurate?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. They obviously drafted Joe Royer out of Cincinnati being one of them, and he caught a lot of passes in rookie minicamp. So looking forward to seeing what he can do once the veterans get on the field. But that is an area where if they feel that they need to supplement or add, then they'll be on the lookout for other maybe more blocking-oriented tight ends. And they also signed Jack Stoll as a free agent. He's more of a blocker. So they have some pieces there that they can work with, and they'll just have to figure out if it's enough.
Thanks for joining us. As always, glad you enjoyed rookie minicamp. It's fun. They added a lot of interesting young guys, and we see them all on the field again May 20th. Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, plaindealercleveland.com, and her story on Njoku is a good one. You go take a read, because and I want to talk about David here for a second. We'll talk about it next.
Okay.
David Njoku now with the Chargers.
Choice Cabinet for their factory direct pricing, but have you seen the new setup?
7 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at noon, Daryl Ryder is going to join us. Daryl's our Browns beat reporter, but he is our Cleveland beat reporter. Last night he was on Cavs duty. We'll get his thoughts on Game 4, Cavaliers against the Detroit Pistons, and what's ahead for Game 5. So Daryl coming up at noon. And then at 1 o'clock, Chris Ossenheimer is going to join us, and Ossie covers the Guardians for the Chronicle-Telegram.
The never-ending hair story doesn't stop. I know. Wait, just let me. It was something that was
For
said.
the love of Mike, please.
So Keith just walked in there and he just said, "Hey, it's
That's
funny."
Fearless Leader.
Fearless Leader just walked in and said, "Hey, remember the big thing the Cavaliers are doing there? They were taking leaf blowers and shooting them at people's heads, and then somebody's toupee
that
fell
looks
off
real
there."
safe.
And he said, "Oh, you think that was planted? Can't be any more planted than the video they did the other day too, where they find the two Pistons fans and walk them to their seat upgrade." And it's a closet, and they leave them in there for the rest of the game. Sorry to break your heart. Planted as well. And the dancing guy, too, was planted, too. Wasn't he that guy that was a pretty good dancer that would jump out? I've seen him at all kinds of places. So the first couple times we saw
the
him.
usher?
No, it was just like a fan who was sitting in the stands. And
There was an usher who,
Yeah, this guy wasn't.
That was real.
No, this wasn't an usher. It was a guy that was planted. He was an oversized dancer. If that's the best way you want to put it.
Large dude.
Yeah, and then he would end up dancing, and he'd be like, "What?" And then he would start ripping off shirts, and he'd be like, "Oh, okay, I get it, planted."
You mean like every other thing on the Kiss Cam that's really funny?
Kiss Cam, I think, is real for the most part.
Not all of them.
Well, yeah, some are planted, but I think they're funny. Kiss Cam's funny. I think it's funny.
I think it is too.
Until you get in trouble. Until you're the CEO of a major
Until
corporation.
You're going to watch Coldplay?
Yes.
Then it's not good. Not good at all.
Coldplay, new meaning, doesn't it?
We get more Cavs talk coming up in just a little bit. Mary Kay Cabot was just with us from the PlainDealerCleveland.com, and I asked her about David Njoku, and Mary Kay's story is a good one, and really, go read it. Andy, that's one guy who I'm always going to look at his career in Cleveland and think, wow, that didn't work. And David wasn't bad here by any stretch. And he was here for 9 years. But I just...
Don't forget he was 19 when he got here, too.
I think he was 20 when he got here.
He was 19 when he got here, and then he turned 20, I think, before he played his first game. Let me see what his birthday
No, according to Pro Football Reference, he played his rookie year at the age of 21. Just saying.
I might be wrong. I'll look. If I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong.
He's still only 29 years old.
Yeah, so
and he'll be 30 on July 10th. So the one thing about David, I mean, just a physical freak. I loved him running with the football. He was so athletic. And I just will forever think, that didn't quite work. Because I thought David had Hall of Fame physical traits.
He was 20.
He had Hall of Fame physical traits. And I just always thought, I wonder if they can harness him, if he can figure it out. And I don't blame him, and I don't blame them. The quarterback situation that Mary Kay mentioned and wrote about, certainly a big part of that. But I just thought there was so much more to David Njoku than what we actually saw here in Cleveland.
Yeah, I think that Mary Kay made the right point, though, when you look at the number of quarterbacks that he did. And then, you also found him, he was here when we had a couple of good running backs, too. So, I mean, that's going to take away some of the offense from him.
For instance, he made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
David, to me, seemed like a guy who is going to be a perennial Pro Bowl tight end. I mean, just an athletic freak. And I don't think the Browns will ever regret letting him go right now. But I think he could go to Los Angeles and be a very productive tight end for the Chargers this year. And the way if he's able to stay healthy with his physical gifts, I mean, he could last another 4 or 5 years in the league if he wanted to play that long. I mean, he could do what Travis is doing.
Yeah,
and I don't mean ability-wise, but I mean playing into his mid-30s.
I totally can see it, especially with the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers are a traditional tight end. I mean, you can go back a long way with those guys, thinking about how they've used the tight end. And
Jim Harbaugh's kind of an old-school coach.
Yeah.
Really accentuates the running game and using the tight ends.
Had good tight ends in Michigan, too, as well. So, when you look back at Njoku's career, though, there are a couple seasons where he led the team in receptions. Targets, plenty of targets year after year after year.
David had one really good year, Andy. Other than that, he had a
18?
lot of years where he just looked like he was a great athlete who was being underutilized or underperforming. And I don't blame underperforming.
I don't blame
underperforming
I'm not going to throw
an
underperforming tag on him, not knowing if he was supposed to be blocking.
That's not on him.
It's on the offense.
It's just on. It's like, look at this guy, and he's not jumping off the page like he could. And when he did, it was stunning. I mean, he was really good, but that just didn't happen often enough, I don't think, Andy.
Well, again, you don't know the ratio of blocking calls he had to, running out calls.
But that's kind of the point,
I'm
Andy,
not going to look back at him and think
I think he could have been a big-time receiving tight end.
Yeah.
Big time. 80 catches a year. And instead he had 80 catches one time in his career.
Underwhelming, is that what you said? Or
underperforming.
Underperforming? Maybe.
But that's not on him. It's just on the body of work.
I think, though, when you say a player, and this is no offense, but when you say a player is underperforming, I think the initial thought
it's
is
on the player?
To blame the player.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe part of it was. I think part of it was on the organization. It's probably on everything. All I know is this guy I thought was incredibly athletically gifted.
I agree.
I know there was a time when he had trouble, with catches a little bit.
But
I just thought he was a great talent and never ended up being what he could have been here in Cleveland.
When's the last time you heard me say something bad about a tight end? That would be never. I look at tight ends too with a different eye than I do other players because of their versatility, because they can block, because they can catch. And I always look at tight ends that are able to be one of your top three receivers and think, wow, this guy is giving you more than I think what you expect. I think it's the ultimate, blue-collar job in the game of football where you make a lot more money than the average blue-collar person. But it's a blue-collar job, man. You can get gritty and dirty and be with the offensive lineman, and then 2 seconds later you can be hanging with the divas and you can be doing dances in the end zone. I love that job. I just think it's the most unique position in football.
It is. If you're lining up and blocking defensive ends and linebackers, and then you're being asked to go score a touchdown from 30 yards out.
And think about how that's changed too, where we look at the ends and how much more I think is expected out of defensive ends than maybe a few years ago. Now you're really putting pressure on those tight ends.
I am anxious to see what happens with that tight end position now. Harold Fannin, I thought, had a very nice rookie season.
He did have a good rookie.
But I don't think you can actually say yet, Harold's going to be an absolute beast. I think he had a really nice year, and I'm glad he's here, and I think he can be a real weapon. But it's like Njoku when David came in. It's like, okay, well, we think this is really going to work. I think the Browns are banking on Harold being top-notch at tight end. And then I think and this is okay, I think they're okay with the idea that, all right, we picked Joe Royer in the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State, Cincinnati guy. Got it. We picked another tight end in the 7th, Carson Ryan. You never bank on anybody picked in the 7th round being a contributor. You could say the same thing about the 6th and the 5th. But I think the Browns are comfortable with the numerous young guys they have at the tight end position. Now it's just sorting through it, Andy, and finding which 2 or 3 guys are really going to step up and complement Harold Fannin.
Royer checks in at what, 6'5", 247, somewhere 250 and then you've got Ryan that checks in at 6'3", 253. I just think that
which doesn't matter if they can't play.
Well, that's right, but Blake Whiteheart has done a nice job here. You just wonder if he was, a part of the other regime. where they utilized him and they really liked him. And so I don't know what happens with White Hart
He had some
either.
moments.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he had some moments.
But I tend to think
think about the number of tight ends we've had in this organization over the last 10 years. They've been all over the place.
It's true. I think that Royer and Ryan are definitely going to get a shot because they were drafted. And I still, even if you're a 7th round pick,
you're going to get.
I don't think Andrew likes giving up any of his draft picks ever. I don't think he ever likes giving up a draft pick. So again,
that,
you could be looking at
and history with Andrew's draft picks tell us just because you were drafted doesn't mean you can play. I mean,
but it probably means you're going to make the team the first year.
You're going to get a real look. If last year, real good draft. This last draft looks really good. We'll find out. But in fairness, the previous 5 really weren't so hot. And
again,
I know.
I don't know it's fair. I've said this left and right, but go ahead.
If you're going to give Andrew Berry a lot of credit for hitting on draft choices last year that weren't first-round picks, then you have to say, well, he didn't hit on those later-round picks in the first 5 drafts.
No, I'm just saying that we think his bad drafts were bad primarily because, look at the roster. But the other part is he didn't have first-round picks, didn't have second-round picks.
He traded those.
Yeah. But there's a reason he's still here. And if he's still here, that means he probably didn't take the blame for trading away those picks. That makes me think that the organization thinks, not so much on the general manager.
Maybe.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have a job. It's the NFL. They toss these guys out the window left and right.
You would think.
So
you would think.
And when you don't have a first-round pick,
Yeah, but again,
your odds of having a really good draft get slimmer.
Yeah, but you're not he's getting credit for having a good draft last year because he hit picks outside of the first round.
Yeah, I give him credit because
that's the thing.
Well, I give him credit.
So you got to take blame for not hitting picks outside of the first round in the first 5.
Yeah, I got you, but I also give him credit for the fact that every one of the guys he picked last year in the draft made a start, at least 1 start or 2 starts. It might even be more than that. But I don't give him credit for drafting 2 quarterbacks. I think that might be. You want to rip him for being bad at selecting players. It was the stupidest thing ever. Why would you pick Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders in the same draft at a 3rd round and 5th round? To me, you just ask for problems. And we're living it. And then your guy who's probably going to be your starting quarterback has been nothing but problems. And whether it's healthy or if it's court or it's this or that, I'll never, ever, ever, ever understand why they thought it was a great idea to draft 2 quarterbacks. Then, again, I don't think Gabriel is the end-all, be-all, and nor do I think he's going to be a franchise quarterback. But you put the guy out there, he gets a concussion, and then never gets a shot again.
I hope we're not.
And I'm not talking, I guess I'm just saying this. It's not so much that I like Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders. I just don't understand why they did what they did last year. And drafting 2 quarterbacks last year was one of the dumbest things I've seen in a long time.
I hope we're not saying the same thing about running back. I don't think we will be. Chuck's in Warrensville Heights.
Hey, Chuck.
Home of the Tigers. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How y'all doing, man?
Well.
As usual, y'all cooking with fish grease, and I like it, man. Just something I want to say about the tight end room.
Sure.
So, Harold Fanning, number 1 guy, right?
Yeah.
You can't stop him.
No question.
Can't put him down.
Mr. Yak.
Great man. Athleticism is crazy.
Yep.
He only caught 150 balls in college, you know what I mean?
Yep. He was real good at BG.
I think that what Barry's doing is bringing in guys that complement each other. Also, he's bringing in guys that are award winners, okay? And these 2 guys in the tight end room, Harold Fanning is more like a vertical threat. The other 2 guys, one of them is very good at blocking, and the other one is like a possession receiver. So I think they're going to roll with those guys. If you look at the wide receiver room, Concepcion, Boston, those guys complement each other. And then Judy's going to be your 2. So it looked like he's not
Wait, is Concepcion the 1 then? I'm just asking real quick. You said Judy's going to be the 2.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Is that what you think Concepcion's the number 1?
I think it's just going to play itself out. I think the 1 is going to be who's ever catching the most balls.
There you go.
That's fair.
Prove themselves to be most dependable and responsible. That's going to be the 1. That's the 1 on everything, regardless of height, size, anything. And, what you're saying about the 2 quarterbacks, that's something we'll never know. That's like the biggest thing in the room, man. I don't think nobody, Miss Cleo can't predict why he did that.
Chuck, that's one of the best lines of the week. It's an early week, but that might be the best line by the time we get to Friday. That was really good. We'll obviously talk more Browns coming up in the days and weeks ahead as the players get ready for minicamp coming up on May 20th. Daryl's going to join us at noon, and Daryl was covering the Cavs game last night. Other things going on in the NBA right now in the playoffs that might have you thinking a little bit, scratching your head, and if you're the New York Knicks, just sitting there and drooling. We'll explain all that next on Baskin and Phelps.
Guardians back in action tonight. They'll be hosting the Angels for Game 2 of a 3-game set. The team snapped their 2-game skid last night with a 7-2 victory. Slate's Coney set for the start tonight. First pitch from Progressive Field is at 6:10. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Mary Kay Cabot was with us at 11 o'clock. If you missed that interview or you missed anything in our show, or any show here on The Fan, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Phelps here, basking over there. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. And Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Daryl Ryder covered the Cavs game for us last night. He'll join us at noon. But I want to look at some of the other things going on right now in the NBA, Andy. First of all, the Knicks are just sitting around waiting.
They are. That bothers me.
That's dangerous, isn't it?
Yes, it's very dangerous. Don't you think? They're sitting around and they're like, oh, man, I hope the Cavs and Pistons just keep beating each other up and keep getting fined or maybe potentially fined for yelling about referees and let these guys just kind of go at it. And so, man, the Knicks are just sitting pretty right now. They really are.
And
much like the Thunder are going to be, too.
Whether it's the Cavs or whether it's the Pistons, don't you get the idea that whoever plays the Knicks in Game 1 is just going to get whacked in
Game one for sure, yeah.
It just screams that.
Although Mike Brown's there, so maybe it won't happen.
I was just going to go there. Does this mean anything to you? There are 3 teams still alive in the Eastern Conference. One is coached by the Cleveland Cavaliers' current coach.
Yes.
And the other 2 are coached by former Cleveland Cavalier head coaches.
I think it drives Dan Gilbert crazy. That's what I think.
You think so?
Although I think we're way past the Mike Brown stuff, so I don't think that does that matter? I don't think so.
Mike was the first guy Dan hired.
Yeah, he was.
First coach. He actually hired Mike Brown before he hired Danny Ferry as the GM.
I do remember that. I thought Mike had a pretty
Danny
good...
was in on the recommendation and everything else. There was the San Antonio background for both of those guys.
Yeah.
But Mike was actually on board before Danny was.
Yeah, I don't. Where does Mike Brown kind of land in Cavs history? I think as far as great coaches, I just got to think about that for a second. And, they showed Mike Fratello last night on the screen, and I always think of him as one of the best coaches to coach this team. He may not have liked the way they played with him, but man, he knew how to get the most out of his players.
Yeah, Mike got a lot out of not a lot.
Yeah.
And Lenny Wilkins was terrific. Bill Fitch, Ty Lue. Right there.
It's kind of hard not to look past Ty Lue. I mean, you might say, well, he had LeBron, but he had LeBron, which I think in some ways may have made it even tougher to coach.
Yeah, Ty did a great job.
He needed to step up.
I think the Knicks are going to be really tough for anybody to beat. And whether that be the Pistons or whether that be the Cavs or whether it be a team out of the Western Conference if the Knicks happen to get to the NBA Finals. And I do think Mike Brown is a better coach than he was when he was here.
Okay.
Which is good. You have to keep evolving, keep growing. And he went to graduate school at Golden State with Steve Kerr, and I think it benefited him.
The Kerr School of Basketball Management, isn't that what it is?
Well, Mike was – I think Mike needed work on his offensive coaching, and I think he got it. From the same place Kenny Atkinson got his.
I wonder, did this the sweep of the Sixers, did that seal the deal for him to come back next year? Everything I was reading,
he's back.
Everything I was reading before the playoffs was like Mike Brown's on thin ice. Mike Brown, it's New York, they care about what happened 30 seconds ago, and then they don't care about it.
He's back.
There were there were a ton of stories about him getting fired if they didn't make it very far.
Yeah.
So
he's back. Don't you think?
Yeah, I at this point, the way they manhandled the Sixers, I think it made a difference. And so, as coming out of that series against Boston, I was like, look out, man. I think Philly found themselves, and then maybe they're healthy. Well, they weren't as healthy as we thought.
In the other conference, the Oklahoma City Thunder, defending champs, finish off a 4-game sweep of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yep.
I think Luca Doncic would have made a difference in that series. I don't think the Lakers would have got past Oklahoma City even with Luca.
It would have been a much better series. I mean,
you would think
I think
so.
this is all just common sense, though.
You would think it would have been a better series, yes. But Oklahoma City now gets time to sit back and wait while the Spurs and Timberwolves beat each other up. And the Timberwolves, a dangerous 6 seed. That's when you. The one thing about playoff teams, when you have some star talent, and they do with Anthony Edwards, and Rudy Gobert is a really good defensive player, and that helps you tons in the postseason as well. They're dangerous. Had Wemby not been tossed in the other game, the series might not be tied at 2, but it is.
Yeah,
so they're in the same situation as the Cavs and the Pistons.
Gobert is averaging almost 12 rebounds a game. It's amazing.
It's his career, Andy.
Yeah, I know.
But
to do it in the playoffs too, I just it amplifies everything. When you see it, when you see the numbers, and you're like, man, he's so good. He just cleans up the boards left and right.
And a terrific defensive player as well. I would still think that it's Oklahoma City, and I don't have a dog in this fight, but I sure would like to see a Spurs Thunder Western Conference Final. I would like to see that young Spurs team go up against Oklahoma City, more so than I'd like to see Minnesota go after them. And Minnesota does a really nice job. It's nothing against Minnesota. I would just love to see Wemby and Castle on that stage and see what happens there. That could be really good.
I think we're all pulling for that, aren't we? I am. I want to see the 1-2.
Do you?
Yeah, I want to see the 1-2. The Lakers.
Dano?
The Lakers did what we thought.
You in on Spurs Thunder?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't be?
That's what I said. Who wouldn't be?
I would. You know what? I'm even good with Minnesota Thunder because I got a feeling that series could be a serious slugfest on top of it.
I would think that's true.
What do you think the league wants? Wemby?
Spurs.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Ant is a pretty big name.
Not like Wemby.
Ant's a pretty big name, too.
Not like Wemby.
I want to watch McDaniels go up against Shea. I would love that matchup.
That would be fun.
Oh, my word.
That would be fun.
That would be so much fun. Shea would be so annoyed the entire time at not getting foul calls against McDaniels.
The one thing about the Eastern Conference, bouncing back to our conference here for a second, we thought it was going to be wide open. I think that's been proven to be the case, don't you?
Yeah, I think the Celtics just kind of threw a loop for the whole Eastern Conference because I if you would have asked me, 2 days before the playoffs started, I would have said, it's Boston's going to the finals. I thought Boston would have no problems with Philadelphia. They did. And then I would have probably had them over the Knicks if they were healthy. But they also turned out to be not as healthy as you thought.
Yeah, and when Tatum didn't play in Game 7, that's like, ooh.
Yeah, we're done. Thanks for playing.
Well,
pick up your parting gifts.
They played well without him this year.
I know,
but it's a Game 7, and absolutely, you're absolutely right.
Is that the same philosophy you would use for the Cavaliers, who had 9 games for what would be the regular rotation that we're watching right now? Was it even 9?
Well, that's because they
92
decided
minutes,
to make a trade.
Six games, 92 minutes or something.
Yeah, but that was on them. They decided to make the trade.
I'm happy they made the trade for this year. There's no question.
Yeah, I think they're a better playoff team with James Harden than with Darius. So I agree with that. Just sit back and watch here, and then there are the Knicks resting up. There's the Thunder resting up, and we'll go from there. An Eastern Conference Finals with the Knicks against either the Cavs or the Pistons, I think that would be that could be a really good series, Andy. If you had 1 against 3 and it was the Pistons and the Knicks, great series. And if you had 3-4,
yeah,
that the Cavs could give them more than a run for their money.
So overall, would you say this has been a good playoff year or a bad?
Yeah, it's been entertaining.
Go back and look at the first round. I mean, we had 1 bad series, maybe 2, but 1 bad series where the Thunder just rolled over the Suns and they swept that series.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then San Antonio.
There's a lot of really good young talent on display.
Yeah.
That's really been the case.
So San Antonio goes 4-1 with Portland. But otherwise, that's it. Everybody else got at least 2 wins. And I thought the East was really cool because, how many would we have? 3 Game 7s out of 4? Come on. And 1 Game 6?
Entertaining.
Yeah, that's entertaining.
Maurice is in Cleveland. Hey, Maurice.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. I was calling in today to just shed light on a little the Cavs, the ending of the Toronto Raptors series, and even the end of the game last night. Even though we were leading by a large amount, it seems like Detroit got back in there, and I just don't see the team or the coaching staff taking this thing seriously or considering this like a playoff environment or game. There was one time that, we put in our bench guys and then had to take them back out.
Yeah, I don't think Kenny was real happy about that at all. In fact, they were talking about it on TV about he was angry. Was probably the right word to use.
Called a couple of timeouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you recall the Toronto series, I mean, we were winning, but, it's foot on neck in the playoffs. We don't, hold the ball and not score points. And, it doesn't seem like the team is recognizing it or taking things serious. Even last night, you got to score points at the end of the day. We don't hold the ball and, give the other team a chance to get in the game.
Maurice, one thing I thought was really commendable by the Pistons, even though they were down and even though the Cavs' lead at that point looked insurmountable that late in the game, Andy, and even though Kenny had to bring back the starters, man, the Pistons played hard all the way to the end. Yep.
I always think about that unwritten rule about if you've got the lead, you don't take a shot, but if you're trailing, you can play as hard as you want. I always think that's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird rule.
Well, they played really hard.
Especially because I wanted Donovan to take one more shot to break that record.
I did too.
Right?
As long as you're there.
I was hoping that he got fouled.
Well, he missed a free throw that would have given him the record.
I know.
And his teammates gave him grief about that. Daryl Ryder covered Game 4 last night. He's going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps. And, of course, Daryl, as always, brought to us by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The New York Knicks absolutely in the zone right now, dropping 144 on the Sixers yesterday to complete the 4-game sweep, headed to the Eastern Conference Finals for the second straight year. Zero excuses for the Knicks to not get back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. I'm Nick Costos.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Friends, Ken Carmen here for Window Nation. May weather pretty nice, but those hot summer days are going to be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all those windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 2 years. Don't wait. Get to windownation.com right now and book a consultation today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. The best playoff coverage in the CLE. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Cleveland Metro Parks Golf. Cleveland Metro Parks has 9 pristine golf courses throughout Northeast Ohio. Book your tee time at clevelandmetroparks.com/golf. Cavaliers and Pistons are all tied up after the Wine and Gold got the 112-103 victory in last night's Game 4 matchup. In the win, Donovan Mitchell tied an NBA record, scoring 39 points in the second half of the game. The two sides have the day off before meeting up in Detroit for their Game 5 matchup tomorrow. NBA playoffs continue tonight with a Western Conference matchup. The Timberwolves head to San Antonio to face the Spurs for their Game 5. That series tied at 2 games apiece. Victor Wembanyama will be available to play tonight, as he will reportedly not receive any additional discipline after being ejected in Game 4 for elbowing Naz Reid. And the Guardians are back in action tonight. They'll be hosting the Angels for Game 2 of a 3-game set. The team snapped their 2-game skid last night with a 7-2 victory. Slade Ciccone set for the start tonight. He's 2-4 on the season, posting a 6.15 ERA. First pitch from Progressive Field is at 6:10. And some NFL news: the league announced the Chiefs will be kicking off Monday Night Football this season. They'll be hosting the Broncos in Week 1. Last year, Denver snapped Kansas City's 9-season run as AFC West champions. Monday Night Football premieres at 8 p.m. on September 14th, and the full NFL schedule will be released on Thursday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Game 5 tomorrow night in Detroit. Always seems to me that Game 5 is the pivotal game of a series. You could say it's Game 3 if, the team is up 2-0 and wins it, but Game 5 is always one that to me is always something special, and that's coming up tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Daryl Ryder. Brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl covered the game for us last night. Daryl, You needed a historic performance from Donovan Mitchell, a great performance from James Harden, and a really good all-around performance from Evan Mobley to win a playoff game at home. Is that okay?
That works for me, and I think it worked for the Cavaliers as well. That was an all-timer last night. I mean, that was right up there with LeBron James at the Palace Game 6, 2007. So, just you don't see it every day. And considering the first half that Donovan had, right, 4 points and really struggling to get anything going from the field, and then he comes out and does that in the second half. Couple that with that 24-0 run at the end of the first half into the second half as well. And I'd like to say they flipped the tables in the series, but we do know how these things go. And so, the Cavaliers got to win one on the road. And, whether it ends up being tomorrow night or it ends up being Sunday, they still got to win one on the road if they want to move on.
You optimistic then? Can they come back in this thing? Because I think I was listening to you a little bit earlier this week, and you were like, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you tell me. What do you think? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, they have the capability. It's a matter of whether or not they remove their heads from their backsides when they're playing, because that's been the problem. I don't think that the Pistons have beaten them in those first two games. They beat themselves with the turnovers and the sloppy play and the lack of attention to detail on both ends of the floor. So, if they are able to play a focused and disciplined brand of basketball, which we've seen them capable of doing, if they're able to do that, then yes, absolutely, I'm confident they can win this series. But unfortunately, we've not seen much of that in road games for them.
Daryl, I was a little surprised last night that J.B. Bickerstaff, who coached Donovan Mitchell, allowed Donovan to just keep going. I thought J.B. might try to throw something different at him or come up with something that would at least get the ball out of his hands a little bit more. Did that surprise you?
Well, I mean, I was worried that thing was going to turn into the Karis LeVert game.
It was on its way.
Yeah, I mean, I was joking with someone at halftime. I'm like, there's no way Karis LeVert is going to end this era of Cavs basketball, right? Because, I mean, we all know what the ramifications were had they lost last night, and obviously we have a pretty good idea of what would have happened from there, right, had they fallen down 3-1. So, I also think that Donovan got it in him that he was done playing around, and then he was just going to kind of take that thing into his own hands, and he did. And, James Harden was also good last night. Evan Mobley was great on both ends of the floor last night. Maybe not putting up massive numbers in the box score, but as Kenny Atkinson likes to talk about, doing the little things, making winning plays, that's, I think that's what's so impressive about that game last night is, we're all captivated by the 39-point second-half performance by Donovan Mitchell. But while in the box score it looks like Donovan did it alone, if you actually watch that game, Donovan didn't do it alone.
Not in the first half, that's for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Cavs were winning at halftime despite what he did in the first half.
Yeah, but I'm talking in that second half, Jeff. I mean,
Harden really helped facilitate for him. It was terrific.
Yeah, Donovan got help in that second half. So if they're able to play that brand of basketball on the road tomorrow night, they're going to be just fine.
I don't think people are talking a lot about the Cavs defense last night, especially when they were on the big run. I mean, it was fun, man, watching Evan Mobley block shots left and right, and then guys hustle into the ball. I just want to touch on their defense because everyone wants to talk about Mitchell, but it was the defense that catapulted that whole thing.
Yeah, they were able to create turnovers. They were able to turn those turnovers into points, right? Which was flipping the script from what we saw in the first two games. And then also, too, is Donovan said after the game about Evan Mobley, his presence alone deters shots. And that's so very true. the alterations that you saw the Pistons have to make offensively when they realized, oh, there's Evan Mobley. Maybe we don't want to go there with him. So, the defense was spectacular. Dean Wade played a really good defensive game. Kenny Atkinson basically said after the game that he dialed it up, even more so than they're usually accustomed to seeing from Dean. And then, as I've mentioned about Evan, that was a defensive player of the year type of performance from Mobley.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He was covering the game for us last night. Game 4, Cavaliers getting the win, 112-103. If anybody had told you, Daryl, that the Pistons would outshoot the Cavaliers by 7 percentage points, would outshoot them by over 9 percentage points on threes, I think we'd all know what the outcome of that game would be. But the Cavaliers scored 30 points at the free throw line compared to 9 for the Pistons, and JB let everybody know that he wasn't very happy about it. How does that factor in for Game 5?
Well, JB should look at the disparity in Games 1 and 2.
Which Kenny did, and Kenny called everybody's attention to it.
100%.
Yep.
And JB knows what he's doing. He is trying to set it up so that the whistles return to his favor tomorrow night by calling attention to it. I mean, did the same thing that Kenny did. And look, I mean, I'm not real crazy about NBA officiating in general. I think that they're relatively terrible all the way around. But that's the way she goes. And you got. You can either sit there and cry about it, or you can do something about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the Cavaliers have to continue to be the aggressor and the pace setter in this series. You can't expect foul calls if you're not being aggressive going to the basket. And look, if you don't get the whistles, you still have you have to force the officials into the position to either make or not make the call. Okay? You can't just give up and shoot a ton of threes. And you certainly can't do that when the three-pointers aren't falling as well, right? So the Cavaliers, the last 2 games, they were the aggressor. They were rewarded by that. In the first 2 games, I felt the Pistons were the aggressor, and they were rewarded by that. And that's how it goes in the playoffs most times. And yes, there's a reason teams jockey for home court advantage in the postseason because there is a tangible advantage. But again, you only need to win as long as you win your 3 at home. You only need to win 1 of the 4 on the road, and you like your odds if you're in that position.
Jared, what is it about playing on the road for this team? Why have they struggled? And why? Jeff and I have talked about this a couple times. If they can get to 112 points, they'll win these games. Before last night, it was 114. But
right.
Why are they struggling so bad on the road in the playoffs?
I think it's focus. It's not ability. Okay, it's focus. Game 2, like Evan Mobley, just had his head up his backside the first couple of minutes, mistake after mistake after mistake, and that's un-Evan Mobley-like, right? So and Kenny Atkinson spoke about this last night, about this being, this is a war of attrition. You're trying to wear them down. They're trying to wear you down. It's about who's most mentally tough dealing with that, and then obviously physically tougher dealing with that. Okay, and if you can get off to a good start, you quiet the building down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the frustrating thing for me is the Cavaliers get off to just such a sloppy, slow start consistently when they're on the road. And so they dig themselves holes. Now, they have found ways to dig themselves out of those holes, but all the energy is spent doing that. You spend the entire game chasing and trying to climb out of the deficit that you built for yourself early by not having those attention to details. Then you get tired, and as you get more tired and more tired, you make more and more mistakes. And so that's for me what it comes down to. They need to just relax, be focused, pay attention to the details, Don't be sloppy with the basketball. And I honest to goodness believe, guys, they'll be fine. But they have to get it. Whether I don't know if that's a mental thing, I don't know if that's a physical thing, but whatever that hurdle is in the first quarter of these games on the road, they need to get over that. And once they do, I think they're going to be perfectly fine.
Daryl, the three guys who they're paying the most money to are the three guys who really came through last night. The rest of this series, I think, is that simple. If Harden, Mitchell, and Mobley do what it is they did last night, Cavs win this thing, don't they?
Yes. 100. Yeah. Your stars have to be stars in the playoffs.
Yep.
Okay? That's the way she goes.
They don't need to score 50, but they need to really play well.
Right. And when they don't, it's funny. The first question that Donovan got asked after the game was, hey, did you check your Twitter mentions at halftime or something, right? Because everyone was killing him. And rightfully so, because he's the star of this team. James Harden's a star. Evan Mobley's a star. But those are the three stars of the team, and you need premium performances from your star players consistently throughout the playoffs. And then you get then you get the role player games too, right? One game, Max Strus. Another game, Dennis Schroeder. Maybe another game, it's the Sam Merrill game, right? But when it comes to the role players, that's inconsistent, and that's okay. You expect that. You don't expect consistency when it comes to having a big game from your role players. But your stars have to play like stars. Last night, Donovan Mitchell played like a star. James Harden played like a star in the final 90 seconds of Game 3. Okay? None of them played like stars the first two games in Detroit. So, they have the star firepower. They have the better basketball team. They have more talent. I'd like to think they got the better coach, even though I got to give JB his credit. He has, had the upper hand at times in this series, especially the first two games in Detroit with Kenny, who's done a couple of head-scratching things. So, they've got what it takes to win and advance. It's on them, and that's why I think the criticism is so strong with them when they lose playoff games. Because again, I don't feel like that they've lost playoff games this postseason because they got beat. They have lost playoff games because they have beat themselves, and that's on them. That's 100% controllable on them. Okay, it's not like you got beat on a fluke buzzer beater. Well, you did one game. Okay, but what led to that was a boatload of mistakes as well. So the Stars got to cut down on the mistakes they did last night, and look what happened.
Daryl, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Daryl. Feel better.
We're getting there. Just
chicken soup. That's all you need.
And some honey. I definitely recommend.
Oh, there you go.
Lots of honey. Yeah.
Don't mix the two. It doesn't
No.
sound good.
Maybe the most mellow conversation we've ever had with you in 15 years. I just want you to know.
It's the deep voice.
See, I
Daryl
am
Ryder.
not feeling real good.
Nice job.
Daryl. I'm
See you,
making
dude.
it through. Thanks, man.
See you, boys.
Daryl Ryder, brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Game 5 tomorrow night. There will be no Game 5 for the Los Angeles Lakers. What does that mean for a certain kid from Akron, Ohio?
Just a kid.
Just a kid. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
be hosting the Broncos, who snapped Kansas City's 9-season run as the AFC West champions last year. Monday Night Football will premiere at 8 p.m. on September 14th, and the full NFL schedule will be released on Thursday night. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Sandy Baskin, Dan Mennigan. The smiling Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Making sure everything's in line. Making sure we don't mess up too badly. And Meredith takes your phone calls at 216-474-0092. The Los Angeles Lakers eliminated, swept out of Dodge by the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oh, that's too bad. I feel so bad.
Do you feel bad?
Oh, those downtrodden Los Angeles sports fans. I mean, what are they going to do?
Go to
Root
the beach
for the Dodgers now?
Yeah, they're going to go to the beach.
Well, yeah, the poor Dodgers. I mean,
go to the beach.
They're the second biggest payroll in baseball. First, I can't remember.
I think it's numero uno.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, they can go watch Ty Simpson back up Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But I give the Lakers credit. They put up a pretty good fight without Luca Doncic, and that was tough. And they were swept, but they still put up a pretty good fight. And LeBron James, the key reason why, he played 40 minutes yesterday, and he had 24 points and 12 rebounds. And you would think, okay, he's 41 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He'll turn 42 next year. It's time to retire.
Nope.
However,
did you see his stats this year?
Yes. And he's playing great basketball.
Do you realize he's played almost 4 extra seasons in playoff games? I think he had 10 this year, right? He's played almost 4 extra seasons, and he's still going strong. And the way he was playing at the end of the game last night, I was like, who cares how old he is?
Well, can I say he's made up for it by rarely playing 82 games in a season.
Yeah, but he's played at least 60 in all but 3 of his seasons.
Yeah, but
at least 60 games.
So you've missed a third of the season a lot of the times.
That only happened though.
A fourth of the season.
He's got how many games?
All I know is that
the guy plays. 60 games a year.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Imagine the numbers Imagine the numbers that he could have put up had he played more regular season games. Then again, if he had played more regular season games, he might not still be playing at the age of 41.
No.
At anywhere near the level he's playing at right now.
I think he's played 3.6 extra seasons.
Well,
in the playoffs.
We know his personal trainer is Mike Mancias, who we met when Mike was assistant trainer here to Max Benton.
Right.
And then when LeBron went to Miami, Mike went with him, and Mike has been with him ever since. And wherever LeBron goes, Mike goes, and Mike keeps him in great shape. And Mike is, along with being great at what he does, is a tremendous guy. So congratulations to the two of them for pulling this off.
Yeah, and by the way, you brought up Max. Max is, last time I saw he was at Cleveland State.
Yeah.
Just super guy.
Max is a wonderful guy and an outstanding trainer.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron last night said afterwards he doesn't really know what's going on as far as his future.
Okay, he does this all the time.
Yeah, well, he's done it for years. He's done it when he was here in Cleveland, when he was a young guy.
Wait, he doesn't know what he's doing? Uh-oh. Jim Gray, better call him. Better see what he wants to do. We can do another television special.
All right.
I smell blood. I smell cash.
That was a long time ago.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. If it was in my lifetime,
it was.
If it was in my lifetime, I'm still upset about it.
Have you checked your birth certificate?
What
lately?
a money grab, man.
Yeah, well, that was a bad idea, but let's move on.
But I just think Jim Gray convinced him to do it.
Oh, okay. That's all well and good.
So what? Let me rant for a second. Big deal.
You've been ranting about that for 15 years.
So what? I'll rant about it until they put me 6 foot under. I just think it was
keep going.
Crappy thing to do to the city. Go ahead, next.
Are you done with that one now?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, a gentleman named Bill Ryder, who is a outstanding writer. Forgive me for wasn't a play on his name. Was on the afternoon show yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill has worked with CBS over the years. He used to work with Fox Sports covering LeBron in his first year in Miami.
Okay.
So, after the thing that you still can't get over, which is, okay, that's up to you. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do is fine.
Show. It had nothing to do with
whatever you
else.
want to do is fine. That's fine.
And, they made some money for the Boys and Girls Club. I'm good with that.
Nice checkered shirt. Jethro Bodine called. He wants it back.
What are you talking about? LeBron, what he was wearing?
I was just trying to, add a little levity to the situation.
There was no levity to that. That was the most frustrating moment in Cleveland sports. It's for me. I was
adding
worse.
levity to his shirt. Andy.
It was worse than.
Okay.
Was it
All
worse
right.
than the Browns movie?
Okay,
I don't know.
that's-
It's close.
that's fine.
It was close.
That wasn't even close.
Oh, it was totally.
It was
close.
bad, but anyhow, Bill Ryder was on the afternoon show, and Bill knows LeBron. He's covered LeBron. He's covered the Lakers, and the guys asked him about LeBron and his future, and he had a couple of really strong comments to make. And LeBron's saying he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's 41. He'll be 42 next December, and he's still playing really well. And Bill said this about LeBron's future.
Man, it's such a mixed bag. So talking to sources, 50-50. I have a co-host named Doug McCain, D-Mac. He's an absolute rock star in this town. He loves the Lakers. He's one of the smartest people I've worked with, but he loses his mind when he talks about LeBron because he wants him back and he thinks he's coming back. If I'm the Lakers, I don't want LeBron James back, which I know is not the question that you asked me, but it's so divisive among what people want, and the people that I've talked to around the league have different views. The guy that I talked to today, like the person I talked to, the former GM who I really respect, he thinks he's probably going to Cleveland, but he thinks it really depends on the degree to which the Lakers do or don't want LeBron to be back. LeBron's a roll out the red carpet guy. LeBron's a I need to be the center of the universe guy. LeBron's a I want to be the man guy. And he's not in LA, and he's not going to be. I think Cleveland makes the most sense. I think it's where he should go for what everybody wants. I think he'll probably end up there, but even the betting markets are saying what me and my co-hosts are saying, what the GMs I talked to are saying, that it's 50-50 on what people think will happen and what will probably happen between staying a Laker and being a Cavalier.
It was Bill Ryder on the afternoon
His
show.
entire career has been built on this, hasn't it?
Well,
Every time making teams wonder what he is going to do.
And making the general public, like us right now, talk about him.
Yeah, exactly.
They got a master's degree in marketing without getting a master's degree in marketing.
Is there what's a doctorate? It's above masters, man. I mean,
they know
actually,
what they're doing.
Doctors are talking to them so they can become better doctors. Think about it. I mean, they have done an unbelievable job throughout his career of making. He's like the NFL. What makes the NFL great? They're relevant almost every day of the year. You know who else is relevant almost every day of the year? Still at
LeBron
41
James.
years old, it's LeBron James.
Yep. By the way, opening up a new restaurant in his Akron 330.
He's got a new. It's called 330, or what's the name?
Called Buckets.
Oh,
yeah. Bill Ryder had more to say. One more cut from the afternoon show.
I think that LeBron and Luca don't get along very well. In fact, I know that they don't get along very well. He doesn't do well when he's in a locker room that is toxic, and it doesn't go well when he is a part of that toxicity. I've covered LeBron a lot more than Luca. I can't speak to the degree to which it's Luka Doncic's problem or he's the cause of this, but LeBron wants to be the guy and Luca wants to be the guy, and I think LeBron's put on a good face over the last few months. He can obviously still play at a really high level. I just don't think they fit together, and I don't think they get along. And when LeBron is unhappy with people in his locker room, it is awkward, it is weird, it does not go well. He's the son, right? I mean, the physics of any locker room and team he's a part of bend to LeBron's will. And they bend in a good way when he's happy and a bad way when he's not happy. I don't think it's a good locker room in L.A., and I would imagine, based on his love for Akron and that part of Ohio, that being in Cleveland with James Harden, who he's close to, with Donovan Mitchell, you guys know, was at the Boys and Girls Club during the decision, who loves LeBron. I just think it would be a happier place for LeBron as a basketball player. And when LeBron is happy, things go well. And when LeBron is not happy, things go very badly.
Okay.
So you have to come back for the mid-level exception? Like they don't even have it? I don't even know. I can't remember.
With those comments in mind, let's have this discussion.
Okay.
You remember Rich Paul's comments recently? And Rich, of course, LeBron's agent and lifelong buddy since high school.
He's still going out with Adele?
I don't know
I
about
thought you were
Rich's
down with
dating
all that
habits, but I think there was a picture.
Dude,
on the
it's
internet.
Adele. Come on.
Okay.
Let's see the latest picture.
Rich and Travis Kelce can throw down. No. My girlfriend, fiance she's the real pop star. No, it's mine. Okay. Anyhow,
Yep, still dating according to.
Oh, good. Yeah. That is good news.
Oh, wait a minute. Well,
let me
3 days ago.
Stop. Let me tell you why LeBron will come back to Cleveland.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, but I'm going to follow it with why he won't. I'm going to give you both sides of this.
Okay.
Why will he come back to Cleveland?
A lot of work. Why will he come back?
Because it's the perfect end to his career.
Okay.
Absolute perfect end to his career. And, Andy, he's the perfect fit for what this team needs right now. Can you imagine if this team were able to roll back Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Jarrett Allen, Evan Mobley, with LeBron James at small forward? He's the perfect fit.
Okay.
The perfect fit for the other four guys in that starting lineup. He is perfect from a basketball standpoint. Now, let me tell you why he won't.
Go ahead. I can think of one off the top of my head, but go ahead.
Dan Gilbert's done that song and dance twice. Does Dan want to do it 3 times? That's one. 2, as Bill Ryder just said, LeBron is the sun in the locker room.
I thought this was very well said.
I can't imagine LeBron coming to this team and being the focal point. Even if he isn't on the floor, I can't imagine him being the focal point at the age of 42. And I don't think LeBron has to, nor maybe even should he, Andy, take a supportive role on a basketball team. Now, he might not have the game to be the man anymore, but he has the game to be really dang good. And I mean, this has become Donovan Mitchell's team. And I don't know that even to bring LeBron back here, if it would work. You know what I mean?
Right.
But at the age of 42, where his game is, and looking at the other pieces, he's the absolute perfect fit at small forward.
I totally agree.
If he was willing to accept that role.
Okay, I'm with you.
And his role has always been, I am the man.
Now, is he going to come in here for some? Like they don't
you
even
can't
have,
pay him 50. You're paying Donovan 50.
Mid-level.
You're paying Evan 50.
Right, because of the second apron. Do they even have the mid-level? I don't think they do.
LeBron took less money one time.
Remember? One time.
Yeah. And guess what? He shouldn't take less money.
No, I don't think he should.
But he'll be 42.
But what does he want to be in? Does he want to win another championship?
Well,
like if you put him in right now with this team, can you imagine?
And he's the perfect fit.
He is. I give you.
I mean, nothing against Dean Wade. Nothing against Max Strus. Who would you rather have as the 5th guy on the floor? I mean, it's really simple.
Is he the only reason you would bring back what you have now? If you could do it?
Well, let's see how the playoffs finish up.
I'm just saying, because
if you drop LeBron into this starting 4,
okay,
Jarrett, Evan, Donovan, Harden, if James came back, oh my God. Even at 42, he'd be perfect. Because at 41, he didn't slow down a whole heck of a lot. And my guess is he's got at least another year in him if he wants to play.
I just don't know. Dan, do you know how can they afford to bring almost anybody in for next year? If you know, I mean, we'll talk about it because you're always good at this stuff. That's why. I'm looking at what they have available. He's also good at
headlines.
That's true.
And that's coming up next on Baskin
All
Phelps.
right, okay.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies,
Last year, Denver snapped Kansas City's 9-season run as the AFC West champions. The full NFL schedule will be released on Thursday. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. We're going to talk a little more Cavs later on in the show. We're also going to talk a little Guardians. Certain Australian player, Andy, that warming up a little bit.
Oh, okay, good.
We'll get to that. But ladies and gentlemen, he's been in the bullpen. He's loose. He's ready to go. He's ready to hit the magic button. Go ahead. You can hit it now.
Live from the 60-second newsroom, plus 30 seconds, it's Cleveland's other guy, Dan Menningen.
All right, gentlemen, so we are in the midst of the
Not sure what any of that meant.
I just make fun of all the headlines, like all the TV stations down. So I normally make, so instead of saying
he's Cleveland's
own
other guy.
Yeah, so
I
instead
see.
of Cleveland's own.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He's going. By the way, I do think that's a great brand, and it's probably why they're the top station in the market. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
And great how you can label all those people. Cleveland's own.
That's right.
So to pull the curtain back,
The great Virgil
From
Donald.
Boston.
there is one thing that takes place every single year that drives the three people in this room absolutely nuts.
Oh, good. What is it, Dan?
And it's the NFL schedule release.
Oh my God, is it ever?
We're totally on the same page.
It is the three things that we will forever fight upper management about, how much we truly despise the schedule release.
Oh my God, the new schedule's here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And so I figured let's do it in headlines. We've had a couple of leaks that have come out to this point.
Oh my God, please tell me.
And by the way, when I say leaks, I am saying with air quotes and sarcasm, tongue-in-cheek, and all of that stuff, because we all know that how this nonsense goes.
Let's hear it, baby.
All right.
What do we know?
So here's what we know to this point.
Oh, good.
The Chiefs will play the Broncos in the first Monday Night Football game of the regular season. So week one, got that one covered.
Yeah, write that down. Travis and Tay-Tay, where are they at?
Good to know.
They will play the Broncos, Denver.
In Denver.
Well, here's the better question. Does that give you any indication that maybe they think Patrick Mahomes might be back by that point? Because why would you put him on Monday Night Football if you're not going to get Patrick Mahomes?
Still Andy Reid.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
Tay-Tay.
Yeah, Tay-Tay's got to be involved.
Would it be that? Is it just that simple?
It is that simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might be that simple.
How dare I think of quality football?
Please, this is entertainment.
Over
It
an
might be that.
extremely popular and well-deserved.
Yeah.
What does the E stand for?
Okay.
I mean, even then, though, you'd think Patrick Mahomes plus Taylor Swift would be a higher.
Oh, that'd be big.
As long as Travis is there, that's all I care about.
Thanksgiving afternoon game, Cowboys-Eagles. Lock that one in.
Thanksgiving Day, Cowboys-Eagles.
Yep, that one has come out.
Yeah, that's not anything outrageous because you knew it was Cowboys.
Yeah.
Okay.
First Sunday Night Football game of the year is Giants-Cowboys.
First Sunday Night Football game?
First Sunday Night Football game of the year.
The New York market on the first Sunday Night Football.
And Dallas.
There you go.
Yep.
That's already two nationally
Hard to
televised
argue with that
games
one.
for the
And then
Cowboys.
the other one that has been circulated is that Thursday Night Football will be the opening for the Buffalo Bills. It'll be the opening of their stadium. That will be week 2.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice.
All right, I can live. That's cool.
Yeah. So that's what we know as of now. Of course, the schedule release is going to take place. Keep it locked in here. We'll give you the latest on anything involving the Browns. More than anything else.
Don't we know, though, aren't
No,
the
what?
Browns playing the Saints in Paris? Am I wrong?
Well, we'll find out. There's
coming up.
There's some rumblings and all that kind of fun that are out there. Then again, Thursday is the schedule release. We will be live on the air. Daryl Ryder will join Jake Volnick for the schedule release show on Thursday. And then you can tune in on Friday as Andy, Jeff, and I run around yelling that the new phone books are here.
Oh, my God.
I will tell you.
That's 8 wins.
As much as we hate the
We already
schedule
know who
release,
they're playing. So
Jake and Daryl will make it riveting on Thursday
Oh,
night.
for sure. It'll be great.
Yes, they will. And then after you're done with riveting and want a boatload of sarcasm and humor, we're here for you.
Join us.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. All right, gentlemen, it is PGA Championship weekend. We have a major coming up.
Baby.
Outside of Philly, the golfers are speaking. And, of course, the number one thing coming up, the LIV golfers are back for the PGA Championship.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Rory McIlroy was asked about it. Well, buckle in.
Hey, Rory, you talked about this a little bit last week in Charlotte, the PIF decision to get out of.
Love talking about this, Bob.
As someone who at one time advocated, I believe, for the tour to make a deal with them or, to come to a agreement to invest, I'm just curious what your level of surprise is now that, they're going the other way and pulling their funding.
I'm glad I was wrong, Bob. I can admit when I was wrong, and that was one that I did get wrong. I think this was always a possibility to happen. I think everyone knows, with everything that's happening in the Middle East, that had a lot to do. But whenever you have funding tied so much to the geopolitical landscape in the world, it's a tricky road to navigate. So yeah, their priorities shifted, and that leaves LIV in a pretty precarious spot. But again, it was always a possibility.
Boom!
They're going to figure this out, right? Somehow these guys, if they want, are going to get back on the PGA Tour, aren't they?
Yes, they'll figure it out. It's too good for the tour. Needs them a little bit, right? I mean, I know they
can't
can
imagine.
They're bitter, but the more big names on the tour, the better the tour will be. The better the ratings. I mean, at the end of the day, it still comes back to money. It's all about money.
Can you imagine these guys having to cough up money though?
Kind of for the cattiness right now.
Buy their way back on tour.
They're going to have to. I think there's going to be something that will. I think there will be some way. There will probably be some kind of qualifying that'll take place, and I am sure there will be a giant donation made to the PGA Tour Peter Luger Tab Fund that will help the cause.
Peter Luger's.
I don't know, man. I'm just.
I'm sure there will be a donation made.
But see, here's the thing. The qualifying to me, it's like, I'm sorry. Just for example, I don't need to see John Rahm go out and play a qualifying round or six. I mean, we know he's a stud. If he wants to be back on tour, figure it out.
Well, I'm glad you brought him up because he was the next one who spoke and asked about, you have any regrets, John?
John, when you signed with LIV a couple years ago, you had made remarks to the effect of hoping that it might help accelerate a merger between the PGA Tour and LIV. When you look back at that now, A, how surprised are you about how things have gone? And B, if you had had a crystal ball in 2024, would you have done anything differently than you did?
I was never thinking that I was going to be any sort of weight that would tip the scales to make things come together. That was never an argument in my mind. When asked if that was the case for people who come together, great, but I never made a decision based on that. Now, I would also say I've made a lot of decisions in my mind in my life, and I've never gone back thinking, had I known this again, I would do X and Y different. I could probably do that about 15 different shots on the golf course every single day. If I lived my life like that as a golfer, I'll be a very pessimistic person.
It's very heavy.
Translation? Did you see the amount of money that they offered me to play golf?
No kidding.
I was just going to say, would you like to see my checkbook?
Did you see?
How about my portfolio?
I didn't think you could put that many zeros on the end of a number.
And forgive me. I don't want to be as cold as this is going to sound.
Here comes the ice.
Okay. I might not be able to play as much golf on the PGA Tour. I can still go play golf and look at all the zeros.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you're
talking. I can't argue with that guy taking that cash. That guy got paid. To quote my friend Dan Menigan.
He got paid. The whole thing's unbelievable. So anyway, the other rumor and rumbling that is out there, he did not speak today. We will probably hear from him tomorrow, is involving Bryson DeChambeau. The rumor that is out there is that he was trying to work with the PGA Tour on finding a way back, but the tour said, you're coming to us. And he said, oh no, I should owe nothing because look what I can bring.
Yeah.
And so that's where we are right now on the Bryson front. Again, he did not speak today. The assumption is he will speak tomorrow, and we'll see where it goes from there.
That'll be interesting.
I do think this. It's not Tiger Woods in his prime. It's not Jack Nicklaus. It's not Arnold Palmer. There is
He didn't say Tom Watson.
I didn't.
I know.
There is nothing that any player on the LIV Tour can bring to the PGA Tour that would be more to the tour than the tour is for that player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In other
I see what
words,
you're saying.
the PGA Tour needs them a lot less than they need the PGA Tour.
Sure, well, they proved that, didn't they? All they do is weather the storm.
Kind of.
I'm curious about the fans this week. I mean, I know we're talking about they're in Philly, right?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fun.
It's How do you say Adirondack? How do you say the name of the course? Aramonic.
I believe that I got to see it in front of me. It's pronounced every letter.
Oh, it's Aramonic then. Okay,
Yeah,
I get
pronounce
it.
every letter.
I can't wait to see. I wonder what. You think the fans will be loud?
Oh, yeah.
Gruff?
Oh, I bet you we're going to get all the Brooksy stuff coming at Bryson the entire time. I bet you Rom's going to get an earful. All those LIV guys are going to get an earful from the Philly
Any
fan.
chance of Jason Kelsey showing up in a mummer and chugging beers?
I don't know. Now, the second part, I could.
Just chugging
that would be
beers?
the case, yeah.
Beers.
I think that would be the case. All right, gentlemen, a little bit of something kind of fun. So the three of us were big fans of the show Ted Lasso, as were a lot of people.
Yes.
So the gentleman who played Danny Rojas, Cristo Fernandez, has always had the dream of becoming a professional soccer player as well, with, of course, becoming an actor in the Danny Rojas character. Well, he has signed with a USL team, the El Paso Locomotive. He is going to be playing for them. He is in his late 30s. We will see how well this goes, but good for him to fulfill the dream of becoming a professional soccer player.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And congratulations for the team, because now they'll sell some extra tickets.
Absolutely.
When does the next season Ted Lasso come out? Do you know?
I thought it was August, but don't hold me to that.
Ted Lasso.
I will tell you, I watched
August 5th.
I did end up watching a lot of that, and I ended up losing. Yeah, I did, but I actually lost interest in it too.
You lost interest?
Yeah.
It made me actually like soccer more than I ever did. I think Brett Goldstein was awesome in that. Big fan.
Oh, I enjoyed the show.
And Hannah Waddingham, is that what you said? Waddingham, hosted SNL UK this week, by the way.
Well, that's dandy.
I know. I'm totally hooked
dandy.
on that show, by the way.
That's dandy.
It's my new hooked on show.
Something happening over at Progressive Field, Andy.
Hot dog day or something?
Should have you quite pleased. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Spurs big man Victor Wembanyama might already be one of the best players in the league, but his decision last night to
premieres at 8 p.m. on September 14th, and the rest of the schedule will be released on Thursday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Go ahead, do it.
I'm digging this.
Do it.
Come on, Cleveland. Let's get out for those monsters. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code DEEP. D-E-E-P. DEEP. At 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Monsters Round 2, Game 1, Thursday, 7 o'clock at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale at clevelandmonsters.com/playoffs. The first 5,000 fans will receive a T-shirt courtesy of University Hospitals. All fans at the game all fans at Game 1 will also receive a rally towel courtesy of 1010. Your code word is DEEP, D-E-E-P. Go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. It's all brought to you by your Cleveland Monsters and Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan, taking down Toronto. Who needs those Marlies? Let's go. Let's go. If I'm right, I think they were named for a cigarette. I think that's their origin of that name, like you always say. You know, because Toronto's got not only an NHL team, but they've got an AHL team. And I want to say, I got to check it out, but I'm pretty sure that the Marlies were named after a cigarette.
Too bad they're not the Toronto Camels.
Could be.
A lot of camels walking around Canada.
There you go.
If I had told you, Andy Baskin.
No. Well, maybe.
That Stephen Kwan was hitting 204, Jose Ramirez was hitting 215, Kyle Manzardo was hitting 212, and your Cleveland Guardians were in first place, you would tell me what?
What? I would say, what? Is that what I would say?
That was really a great response.
I would say, what? Say that again. Come on now.
Kwan's hitting 204, Jose 215, Manzardo 212, and the Guardians are in first place. By golly, I can't wait till they warm up. Gonna have a 15-game lead.
It'd be awesome. Okay, they did not want to be named after a cigarette.
Okay.
I was exactly wrong.
Great. Glad you threw that out.
They were named after the Marlboro Athletic Club, originally founded by the Dukes of Marlboro. Okay, now I'm done with that. Sorry. It was going to bother me if I gave out bad info on that. So, okay. Let's go back to the Guardians now, can we, please?
I sure is. You know what? Hope so.
It's a way to start off the 1 o'clock hour. Yeah, let's go.
The three guys on the team who are supposed to be their best hitters are off to terrible starts, and the team's still in first place.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
We will get it fixed.
I really would say, what?
It would. You would think this would bode well for the future. And by the future, I mean, the rest of May, June, July, August, and September. Because Jose is going to warm up. We know that. Kyle Manzardo is going to be Kyle Manzardo. He has warmed up a little bit.
Yep.
And you hope he can build on what he did last year. And I can't imagine Stephen Kwan staying where he is, except for the fact that he always starts hot and then fades.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder about that a little bit. Regardless, they're in first place. And Andy?
Jeff, tell me about him. I know where you're going.
Well, it's been the slow restaurant open, okay, for Travis Bazzana.
Has it, though?
A little bit, just a little bit. But
guys on base all the time.
I think, well, that's great, but, there's nothing wrong with getting on base with walks. There's nothing wrong with that.
There is nothing wrong with giving your team the opportunity to score runs by being
without question, except, if that's all you can do, well, you're not going to last very long in the major leagues.
So being a smart hitter will get you sent back down? I
mean, you can walk all day long, but if you can't hit the ball, you're not going to be in the majors. Seriously.
Dan, is 423 a good on-base percentage?
If you walked...
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, but that's because he's now hitting the ball. If you're not hitting the ball, Andy, your on-base percentage might be 3, and you're sitting there looking at AAA and thinking, I wonder if I can go play for the Hiroshima Carp.
It sounds a little fishy to me. listen, he was still even in.
Okay, forget
the
the
minors.
Walks. Forget the walks. Okay, the guy has a good batting eye and he can walk.
Yes. Well, is 211 a good batting average?
No,
it's not.
But 276 over your last 9 games isn't bad. 8 for 29 with a home run, 6 runs batted in, and 6 walks. That's my point. In his first 3 games, he went 0 for 9. Since then, he's hitting 276. 276 in this day and age puts you on the All-Star team.
Yes, it does.
And he's had 2 extra base hits so far. He had a double last night. He looked good doing it. Had a home run on Friday. And I will say, I love the energy he plays with. Now, for whatever it's worth, I watch him throw the ball at second base, and I think, are you throwing more sidearm than any second baseman we've seen in about 50 years? I don't know if that's the case or not. It just looks that way to me. And sometimes that throw is tough to corral and locate. But other than the one play where he threw the ball to second base to try and turn a double play and it ended up down the left field line, that doesn't seem to be a major problem. But I just think it's interesting. Love the tenacity he plays the game with. Love his batting eye, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he understands the strike zone. But along with being able to walk, he's now hitting the ball. 276 in his last 9 games. I'll take that. And I like what I've seen so far. Doesn't look like a guy who screams #1 overall pick, but he's starting to look like a guy who screams, yeah, this could work for about the next decade.
I'm good with this. Are you watching Guardians games while you're laying down on the TV? Or are you laying down on the couch while you're watching TV? I'm just curious. Because you said the sidearm thing about Bailey 2 days ago. Do you remember this, Dan? You kept saying Bailey doesn't throw.
Have you seen Bailey throw?
Well, I'm just saying that.
Well, no. Have you seen Bailey throw?
I'll be honest with you, I've not. No, that's what I'm asking.
He throws. He doesn't throw over the top.
Yeah, if you're right-handed, it's like 2:00. His release is like almost 2:30.
Okay.
As a catcher, which is weird.
No, I know.
And Bazzana's throwing from like 4:00.
Man,
he's throwing down below.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just wondering, maybe if you're watching the game
I watched
on YouTube like this.
When they traded for Patrick Bailey, I dug up. I mentioned it yesterday. I dug
deep
up
research. Yes.
Well, it's kind of what we should do here.
If you're under the age of 25 and don't understand these clock references, go ask your parents.
Oh, is that how that works?
So I went and I looked at Patrick Bailey. They picked him up for his defense. Well, let me see what he can do. And he throws more sidearm than any catcher I think I've ever seen. But he's on the money. I mean, he's nailing it. So that's good. But Bazzana does the same thing.
A little bit off, and he's throwing. It's a left-handed batter.
Because of that throw from second base, many second basemen have that, little side throw. But he just seems to do it more than others. I love his tenacity, and I love the fact that he's hitting the ball. 276 in his last 9 games. If he could end up hitting 276 for his rookie season, thank you very much.
Would you wear one of his jerseys in here if we got you one?
I don't wear jerseys of other people.
If he hits, let's say he hits 300 this year, we'll make it so it's really tough. If he hits 300, would you do a show with one of his jerseys on?
Sure, why not?
All right.
Do I get to keep it?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
Thanks.
Think about it.
Thanks. Hey, Andy, I'm all for the kid. Want our team to be successful, and they used the #1 overall pick in the draft on him.
As we know, as we've been saying for quite some time now.
There were other guys I would have taken.
In that draft. I'm just saying, I thought you would have called somebody else.
They took Travis, and the minute they took him, it's like, all right, let's get him here. Let's see what he can do. And I'm happy they did. He looks like he can play. There are still other guys out of that class I would rather have, but that's okay.
See what happens.
He looks like he can play. I like his game. I like his tenacity. I like his energy. And I like the way he handles himself.
All things I totally agree with. I have no conversation on this because I agree with everything you've said. And I've been talking about a lot of this stuff for a while now. The biggest thing was just a chance to see him in the bigs.
And again, I went back to when they thought he was ready, they would bring him up for the best opportunity to maximize his success.
I thought it was interesting, though, Terry Pluto's article about having to kind of wait your turn so everyone in the clubhouse doesn't hate you.
Yeah,
I thought that was a very interesting article.
And maybe that's part of it, Andy.
Yeah,
which factors into are you ready? Are you ready?
No, is everybody else ready? That was really what I got out of that. That's not right.
But that's part of the situation.
If a guy's good, he's ready to come up, he should come up.
But that's part of the situation of being put into the best opportunity to succeed. You don't want to walk into the clubhouse and have guys be mad at you because Brito got a short end of the deal.
Because you were picked number 1 overall?
But Brito...
And those guys need to worry about themselves.
Brito had a killer AAA season.
I know.
And was playing much better at AAA than Bazzana.
As it worked out the right way.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with the way it worked out. I was just getting a little antsy because I was seeing other guys get called up that were in the same draft. And I was like, okay, is this ever going to happen? Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen?
Doesn't it appear they played it right?
And I had a little bit of Lindor lingering, wondering, and I know the game, the contract situations have changed about, service time. So I get it, but
that's not the case.
No, and it's not the case.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. That's not the case. Sam is in Cleveland. Hello, Sam.
Sammy.
Yeah, the Bazzana energy, I do like him. I love watching him at bat. I love his eye. I think if you have an eye like that and plate discipline, I think barreling up the ball will come sooner than later. But I wanted to ask you, what about lineup changes? How is Rocchio hitting ninth? I think it's time to move Quan down. Quan's striking out more than ever. He's not barreling anything up. Why wouldn't you put one of your best hitters with runners in scoring position in the 2-hole versus the 9-hole? I have no idea why he's hitting ninth. What's your thought on that, and what's your thought on moving Quan down? Not down to Columbus, down in the lineup. That's what I meant.
Good question. The one thing about Rocchio, it's working right now. And it's, maybe setting the table up. You hear a lot, and I don't know that I buy it. The number 9 hitter's like having an extra leadoff hitter if he's hitting. Rocchio's doing just fine where he is. I would leave him there for the time being. I think Stephen Kwan's not going to be on this team by the end of the year.
I didn't think he was going to be here by the trade deadline.
The issue is right now he doesn't have the trade value that he used to have, unless some team really wants him and thinks he can be the guy. I think Stephen's a terrific player, but if this is indicative of what's coming, because we know his track record of starting hot and finishing cool.
Maybe they flipped it around this year.
But
if that's the case, he could be doing it for another team.
Quite possibly. And I do think you could move Quan down. You could flip Rocchio and Quan completely. Could you not?
Yes.
You could put Angel Martinez in the leadoff spot.
Yes. Although,
if you wanted to, you could put DeLauder in the leadoff spot. I know, he's got a lot of power, but you see a lot of power hitters hitting leadoff these days.
That's true. I don't know. I like Kevin, but there are 2 guys with 6 home runs on this team right now, so I still like him a little lower in the lineup. I do. I thought that the other day about Quan too. Maybe you just take him out of that spot, just take some of the pressure off of him, so he can find his swing. I think there's a lot of pressure when you're hitting first. I mean, you got to get it going.
I don't know.
We're expecting you to do it, get on base, and get this thing rolling. And I've always thought hitting leadoff is probably, I don't know, toughest spot. Hitting third's tough too. So,
hitting's tough.
Yeah, in general it is. But I mean, if you have to have the right mentality to be a leadoff hitter.
Is Bazzana selling himself to the fan base? Is Quan making you wonder? It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, you, my friend, can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
That would be the Baskin of Phelps. I would be the Phelps of Baskin of Phelps. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. We're talking a little Guardians right now. And Travis Bazzana looks like, I won't say yet, Andy, that he's
too early.
That he looks like the real deal, but I'm intrigued. I think I love his energy.
He's off to a good start.
Yeah, I like him. Can I give him credit for this? This might be something that doesn't matter to anybody but guys like you or me. He was Andre Knott's guest last night on the post-game interview. Handled himself beautifully and got done, and he said, "Thank you, Andre." Well aware of what's going on, you know. Drop the name, Andre. That's the way to do it. It just shows the guy's on top of things. Dan's laughing. That's a little thing, though, that to me screams.
Listen, Bob, I have no idea what you're talking about.
To me, it screams.
Jimmy, you all over this?
Rick, chivalry's not dead.
It's true.
It's just sleeping.
It screams this guy's a professional. He gets it, and he wants to handle himself in the proper manner.
I think he may have actually said Jeff and Andy, too, when he did the interview with us right after he got drafted, too.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
Can we go back and listen to that?
I don't think he did.
Get a
We'll see what we
replay.
can do.
Hang on.
Can we go to
squad on it?
the hometown of many great people?
Did you hear? Didn't he apologize for missing on a
Yes.
Yeah, that was. I thought
Sean Young.
That was more interesting than
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, he goofed up a challenge call and apologized to the dugout.
Apologized to the umpire.
And the
Yeah.
the whole thing said, "My bad."
How about that, Jeff? You would appreciate that.
Chivalry's not dead.
It's
It's
a
just
fine
sleeping.
young man.
Well, sorry. That means something to me. That's part of it.
Yes.
Anthony's in Cleveland Heights. Hello,
Hand him a
Anthony.
shiny nickel. Shiny nickel to mow your lawn.
Hey, on Quan here. So there's this thing in investing. It's called a stop loss, which obviously people know. The price can go up and down daily. You're not alerted to it, but when it hits a certain price, you need to know because something's wrong.
It's selling. Yep.
Sunday, we were down 2 in the 8th inning. There were 2 guys on, and Quan bunted. Now, there is no circumstance where that is recommended by the data. None. I don't even know if when pitchers batted, that would have been recommended. Down 2. If I am the management and ownership of this organization, that would be a stop-loss moment to me. I would need to know what is going on with this guy. And I mean no offense to Quan, but that is such a catastrophically bad decision that I would think something is, I'm just saying that there's a dysfunction in the thought process with him. Now, some of his underlying data is horrific. It's 1st and 3rd percentile in terms of power, to the point where hot early or cold late or anything like that doesn't matter. I was on board with Bazzana, preaching patience with Bazzana and bringing him up, but he's the perfect leadoff hitter. He's the perfect leadoff hitter. He works counts. He's got speed on the bases.
His on-base percentage is through the roof.
Guys.
Yep.
And the last thing I want to say about Quan is the guy okayed a move from left field to center field at times, which to me, if I'm just thinking self-centeredly, that would, and you're a Gold Glove left fielder, that would worry me more for my future earnings prospects than a change in the batting order, which you're going to assume that if you move teams, you're going to change anyway because a good team is likely to already have a leadoff hitter. So
Yeah, I thought that was it. But I want to make sure we're getting this straight. When he decided to play center field, that was a team move, right?
Yeah, it wasn't his call.
Yeah,
Anthony.
and
I'm all for it, by the way, because I don't want a left fielder who can't hit very well.
And I don't ever remember him complaining about it. Anyone else?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah,
he didn't complain. So why would he complain about a drop in the batting order? I can't.
Probably not.
I can't see it.
By the way, he was told to bunt in that situation. It was called. So there you go. Bazzana would be a nice leadoff hitter, I think.
Maybe that's the goal.
The way Rocchio's swinging the bat, you could put Brian there too, right now. Terry's in Ashtabula. Hey, Terry.
What's up, T?
Hey, how you doing, Jeff?
We are well.
What's up, Terry?
Yeah, I just wanted to figure out. This would be my first four guys in the lineup for the Guardians.
Let's hear it.
Rocchio, DeLauder, Hosey, and Angel.
Angel. Who are you going to hit cleanup? Angel?
Is that what you just said?
No, I'd put Angel at fourth.
Yeah, that's
you
cleanup.
would put Martinez fourth.
Yep, that's still cleanup.
Yep, that's still cleanup. I like Martinez. I think he's got a nice all-around game, Terry. And I wonder if, and thank you, Terry, I wonder if Stephen Vogt is getting to the point where we might need to juggle a few things.
They're still in first place.
I don't care to look at, and I mentioned it, I don't care to look at first place except for, dramatic purposes.
Sure.
When I brought the batting averages to the surface there.
Yep.
What I care to look at more is how you're playing. And this team is still looking for offense. By the way, your guy, Rhys Hoskins, keeps getting walks.
Yeah, that's your guy, but I understand. I like Rhys Hoskins. Don't get me wrong.
I'm glad I'm bringing you on board.
Well, he's 100% your guy, though. You screamed for him in the offseason when no one was saying it.
Play him.
Yeah, I just think he needs to play between him and Manzardo,
Well, but
so he gets.
I wonder if
pick one.
And by the way, Chris Ossenheimer is going to join us coming up on Thursday. We had talked about Chris today, but we've had to reschedule with him. He's going to be with us on Thursday. Ossie, thank you. I wonder, Andy, if we're on the cusp of some big things. I think that's the second time I've used the word cusp today.
Congratulations. If you did it twice,
I'm not looking too far.
If you did it twice, wouldn't that be by cusp?
I don't want to look too far down the road. Ralphie Velasquez, is hitting pretty well in Double-A, which is not a notoriously good hitters league.
You flipped right through Triple-A to get right to. Okay.
Well, I'm looking at top prospects.
Okay.
And Ralphie's one of the best hitting prospects in the organization. And though Ralphie was drafted, he was a catcher. They moved him to first, and now he's playing the outfield. And we see Bazzana at second. DeLauder in right.
Okay.
Ralphie Velasquez in left. Angel Martinez in center.
Okay.
All of a sudden, that's like, ooh, wait a minute. We have some young players who have some energy, some pop, and all of a sudden we've retooled the lineup. There's Hosey. You got Manzardo. You got Rhys Hoskins. Rocchio swinging the bat. I mean, I think they might be closing in on a different-looking Guardians lineup.
By when?
Next year.
Okay.
If not All-Star break. If a guy can hit in Double-A in the Eastern League, chances are he can hit in Triple-A and do 3 weeks in Triple-A, and if he hits, boom, you bring him up. You'll crack up at this.
Okay.
This is fantasy baseball coming into play. I first started to notice Rhys Hoskins when he was playing for the Iron Pigs in Double-A ball for the Phillies.
Lehigh Valley.
And the reason I did that was because, I'm in this stupid league where, you could protect
minor leaguers.
Yeah. And I thought the Eastern League is a notoriously bad league for hitters. And I just searched Eastern League, who's hot? And Rhys Hoskins was tearing it up in Double-A ball. And I thought, well, if he can hit in the Eastern League, and it turned out he could hit in the major leagues. And I just used that same philosophy on Ralphie Velasquez. It's like, ooh,
You are wasting your time sitting behind this microphone. You should be a general manager.
Or anybody who's hitting in the Eastern League. And you keep an eye on those guys and you see what they can do. And I just feels like we're closing in here for the Guardians on some guys who might be able to change the look of this lineup a little bit. Bill's in North Ridgeville. Hey, Bill.
William.
Hey, guys. First and foremost, I love how you talk baseball more than any other talk show. And then my idea for position change for Travis Bazzana is he kind of reminds me of Craig Biggio a little bit. And I know Biggio made the transition from catcher to second base.
Yeah, was a catcher.
I'm thinking about the opposite way. Second to catcher. Just kind of your thoughts and feelings about that.
Not happening, Bill. And the reason I say that is this. Our organization values defense at catcher so much that I don't think they would ever try and move a guy like Bazzana there because he's not played it. So I would think they're just going to try and polish him up as a second baseman and see what happens. If it doesn't work at second base, and so far he looks like he can competently play second base.
Outfield.
Yeah, he'd be in the outfield.
All right. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you.
Right, Bill.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for the kind words there. Plus, they just traded for a catcher who's 26 years old.
And a defensive
whiz.
Yeah. No, you're right, Jeff. I mean, you're going to mess with the lineup here. Quan's future, I think, is the bigger question. It's not.
I think it's a huge question.
I don't think it's just not. It's not just a matter of hitting leadoff. It's a matter of, his time with this team. But
Andy,
this batting average is not making his trade value go anywhere.
No.
It's almost like, maybe they should have traded him in the offseason if they were going to do it. I mean,
well, and I
like Quan, though. I want him to. I want him to hit his way out of it.
Don't you want him to be terrific?
Yeah, I don't want to lose him.
I want him to be hitting, 280, getting on base like crazy, and playing a terrific center field for this team.
Maybe 278, so maybe it won't be. He won't want more money.
You're the worst.
Oh man!
I just with all of the position players that they drafted last year, and with a guy like Velasquez, who is one of the top prospects in the organization, and a guy like Angel Martinez, who's going to need a place to play, and it's not going to be second base. That's going to be Bazzana's job, and it's not going to be shortstop, because to me that's Rocchio's job.
Yeah.
Brian Rocchio is your shortstop.
Yes, he is.
And you're going to have Gabe Arias coming back at some point if they keep Gabe on the team. Then
you trade him?
You can trade him, but you're not going to get anything from him.
I know. That's what I'm just saying. What are you going to do with it? We don't see Bazzana going back, do you?
No, I don't see Travis going. Travis is going to be here for a decade, or at least 7 years. They're going to have to make some decisions they don't want to have to make, Andy, because they're starting to produce some hitting talent. And that will be great for the organization overall. It'll be bad for the organization from the fact that they really like their guys and they treat guys well. But you might have to show some guys that you have really invested in the door. And if they have to do that, overall it's nothing but big time for the organization.
Help you make the most of the Westwood One Sports. Spurs T-Wolves Game 5. I think the Rutgers rookie is due for another big game. Dylan Harper lit it up in the Game 4 loss for the Spurs, scoring 24 points. As of noon Eastern, De'Aaron Fox is questionable with an ankle injury. Whether Fox plays or not, I think Dylan Harper should score 12 or more points, considering he's done it 2 out of 4 games already. And if Fox gets ruled out, Harper's probably going to start, and his points total is going to jump. Are you? Rah-rah. I'm going over on Dylan Harper's points. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
We have a full slate of baseball games scheduled for Monday night as the season continues to heat up. Atlanta will take on Miami, Houston will visit the Twin Cities, and Colorado will host Texas. We'll also see San Francisco out in Arizona, San Diego hosts Los Angeles, and Chicago takes on Seattle.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space.
Come on, guys. Mill cleats on a seat.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Rajay Davis! You should see the celebration!
Get a Rajay Davis World Series Game 7 commemorative bobblehead at the Guardians game on May 16, courtesy of Discount Drug Mart. Tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Spring is a good deal better with Meijer low prices. Step into the season with buy one, get one for $1 athletic shoes and Skechers footwear. Fire up the grill with fresh from Meijer family pack chicken drumsticks, only 99 cents a pound. And grab 4 containers of plump blackberries for just $5. Get free delivery when you spend $24.99 or more on fresh flowers, arrangements, or indoor plants. Floral department only. See coupon for details. Springtime at Meijer. That's the good life. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Picture this, a Mr. Hero Roman burger in one hand and a hot buttered cheesesteak in the other. The best part? You can get both for the price of one when you download Mr. Hero's mobile app and redeem the BOGO offer. Switch it up with the Sicilian Parmesan and chicken Philly, or a zesty bacon and Swiss and tuna and cheese. Oh, you get the idea. Download the app today and start saving.
I crave the hero.
And Conrad's winning streak continues. 57 consecutive years of satisfied customers.
If I asked you right now, is your home insulated? You'd probably say, yeah, of course it is. That's what almost everyone says. And almost everyone is wrong. Because here's what's really happening. Most homes have fiberglass insulation, that fluffy pink stuff, and over time, it settles, it shifts, it leaves gaps, it lets air move right through it, which means your insulated home isn't really insulated. Jeff Phelps here. You're paying to heat and cool air that doesn't stay put. Here's the truth nobody explains clearly. If it isn't foam, it isn't sealing. USA Insulation uses premium foam insulation that expands to fill the cracks and gaps fiberglass can't touch. It doesn't settle. It doesn't sag. It creates a real air barrier. That means lower utility bills, more even temperatures, and comfort that actually lasts. So before you assume your home is fine, ask a better question. Is it foam? If it isn't, call USA Insulation at 1-800-USA-FOAM and get insulated now with no payments for a full year. 1-800-USA-FOAM.
USA Insulation.
Your home and your business deserve a partner that cares as much about your neighborhood as you do. Kimball Recycling and Disposal provides dependable residential and commercial waste services tailored to your needs. From your weekly curbside pickup to customized recycling and disposal programs for your business, we're committed to keeping Ohio clean and green. With state-of-the-art facilities and a local team you can trust, Kimball makes disposal easy and environmentally responsible. Experience the Kimball difference. Visit KimballCompanies.com to request a quote today. Kimball Recycling and Disposal.com. done right.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Cavaliers and Pistons are all tied up after the Wine and Gold got a 112-103 victory in last night's Game 4 matchup. In the win, Donovan Mitchell tied an NBA record. He scored 39 points in the second half of the game, 43 overall. The two sides have the day off today before meeting up in Detroit for their Game 5 matchup tomorrow night. And the NBA playoffs will continue tonight with a Western Conference matchup. The Timberwolves will head out to San Antonio to face the Spurs for their Game 5 matchup. That series all tied up at 2 games apiece. Victor Wembanyama will be available to play tonight as he's reportedly not receiving any additional discipline after being ejected in Game 4 for elbowing Naz Reid. And the Guardians are in action tonight. They'll be hosting the Angels for Game 2 of a 3-game set. The team snapped their 2-game skid last night with a 7-2 victory. Slade Ciccone set for the start tonight. He's 2-4 on the season, posting a 6.15 ERA. First pitch from Progressive Field is at 6:10. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith King.
Bring on Game 5 tomorrow night in Detroit. Cavs, Pistons all tied up at 2. Cavs have yet to win a road game in the playoffs. They've yet to lose a home game in the playoffs, Andy.
Yep, they got that
So obviously, if the Cavs want to continue, that has to change because they have to win a road game. Has what has happened this postseason so far changed your thought about what would happen with the Cavaliers moving forward? And I don't mean through the rest of this playoff. I mean like next year, roster, coaching, front office. Has anything made you think, yep, locking that in, or yep, making big moves?
No, not yet. I want to. Obviously, you got to see how this series plays out, and they get into the next. I would like to see a full season of Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, Allen. That's what I would like to see. And
would you?
And Tyson Strus. Even Schroeder. I like Schroeder too. So, I don't know how the other pieces fit into that. I would like to see another season of this. I would like to see Kenny with them back for another year. I think there's something to be said for continuity. I just don't think it's going to happen. I just don't. It's the money part of it. It's the same with like Deshaun Watson. There's a money part of it. There's a second apron part of this thing for the Cavaliers too, where I would like for them to go at it one more year with this. I just don't. One, I don't know what Harden want. What was Harden going to do? Like if you want to start with that, you can start there. But suddenly,
I wonder if James bails on his contract with the idea of getting 3 more years, 2 more years.
And how much would you give him if you were Dan Gilbert?
Yeah, I don't know.
I am, as much as I kind of don't want to go through it again, but I am intrigued by the thought of LeBron joining those 4 guys. That to me, that is really intriguing. I don't know how financially you're able to pull that off with the situation they're in. I don't know.
I can tell you how.
I don't think LeBron takes league minimum to come to Cleveland.
There's so many factors that would have to play out the right way.
And I also,
including Dan and LeBron wanting to live with each other again.
Well, that's a problem too. Yeah, I think it is too.
I mean and that's fair.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean, you got 2 alpha males there.
Yeah, I mean, there was that moment, as everyone remembers, after the parade and the speech where, LeBron would just said so many kind and sweet things about ownership here. Oh, wait, that didn't happen, did it? I don't remember him saying a word about Dan at all. I was just like, no, I think we're getting the truth here.
The one thing that this has made me think a little bit about is this, and I've always thought this about the NBA, but it's kind of solidified my thought on this situation in particular. I think if you have a good coach, there's no reason to change coaches.
I don't think so either. As long as everything's, if you felt like you have a good working environment. That's what that's all about. Truthfully, at the end of the day, for a coach, it's a good working environment.
Do you work and play well with others?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
do the players respect
you?
I think
Kenny
that's
Atkinson
important.
is a good coach. Now, does he lose this series? Does that change if he's a good coach? No, he's still a good coach. And the last thing I would do is make a coaching change with this team for next year. I mean, regardless of how this series turns out, Kenny can coach. Kenny's a good coach. I understand why they moved on from JB. I understand it. He took them quite a ways and really turned the corner with them and got the team going. I thought his offense was not quite up to snuff. But I also could have understood had they kept him because his defense was great. And I thought the guys played hard for JB. But they made a move. And I understand why they made it. They made it because of offensive reasons. I understand it. I don't know if I would have done it, but they did. And now you have another coach who's a good coach. Another one.
Yeah.
JB was and is a good coach.
Sure.
But that's why I just wouldn't. To me, there's no question I would bring Kenny Atkinson back next year. I mean, it's not even a question in my mind. If they lose this series, so what? I'm still bringing him back.
I just feel like every time he goes out there, he's coaching his last quarter. Every time, especially in a decisive game. Like, you sit there and you're like, oh, man, is this it? You go back to the first series against Toronto, and I'm like, man, if they don't win the second half, he's done. And that's exactly what happened. They won the second half against Toronto in Game 7, and he survived. I thought the story they told was they were with the national team. Did you hear that story yesterday during the game? It was a pretty good story. They were telling about him coaching with the national team, and they had come in and said, hey, the whole staff's fired, and they still had a couple games to go, and they went out there and they won the next two games, and it just talked about adversity and overcoming things and playing through things. And I kind of thought it was a really, really good story. And so maybe that's what Kenny's all about. Maybe he's about taking these guys and walking into a locker room at halftime and putting his arm around Donovan and saying, dude, we can't have that again, what you did in the first half. And then, Donovan, I don't know if that happened last night, but
yeah, he knew that.
Yeah, but Donovan knew that, and Donovan stepped up, and so that they were able to propel themselves into a tie going back to Detroit. Could you imagine what today would have been like if they were down 3-1? Everyone would have been traded. They would have blown the whole thing up. Fans would have. I don't know what the Cavaliers would have done by this point. But if they were down 3-1, and everyone would be talking about, well, what can we get from Mobley? What can we get from Mitchell? What's going to happen with Harden? That's all we would say goodbye to Allen. They would blow everything up without really thinking it all the way through.
Chris is in Cleveland. Hey, Chris.
Hey, man.
Hey, no disrespect, guys. Seriously, I respect you guys a lot. But why do we still entertain the idea of LeBron coming back to Cleveland? We should just never talk about that ever. He is happy living in his beautiful sunshine.
Did you listen to the interview we had on today? That was on from yesterday?
I did not.
Yeah, that's where this all came from.
That's where it came
from. Yeah,
Chris.
That's right. So it's not, we
a
didn't
gentleman named Bill Ryder, who works with Odyssey and was with CBS and covered LeBron, said LeBron's unhappy with Luca. They don't get along, and 50-50 chance Lakers or Cleveland. That's why we were talking about.
That's where the whole LeBron thing came.
I don't think that LeBron is ever gonna come back. I just don't and I really like the team that we have. I really do. I understand there's contracts and stuff involved, but
look at his stat line from this year.
Them play another year fully, just the way they are, full team, Schroeder, Harden, all of them, one full year, and then let's make a decision.
Chris, to be honest, I'm with you. I don't see him ever playing here again.
I didn't think it was 50-50 until I heard that.
Let me throw out two
I thought
words.
he wasn't coming back.
Golden State. Just throw that out to you.
No one's saying
that. Way, get two guys born in Akron playing together.
That's exactly.
Both from City Hospital.
Oh, neat.
Meredith, what's the moment of the show?
Moment of the show came from Mary Kay Cabot, and she was talking about the Browns quarterback room.
I don't know exactly how it's going to work out because, as I mentioned, Kalen is probably going to have to make the 53-man roster. I don't think you can take the chance of trying to squeeze him through waivers and get him onto the practice squad, because I think by then teams will have seen what he might be capable of in some of those situations that we're talking about, and they might be willing to grab him. And also if he has a nice camp, word gets out very quickly about that. And then if he goes out and shows out well in the preseason games, the secret is out a little bit. So I feel like he's probably going to have to make the 53. And then Deshaun and Shedeur, I believe, will as well. And then I think it might end up having to be Dylan, that you'd want to try to find something else that you could possibly do with him. Maybe you try to find a trade partner for him. I think that he's better than a lot of people think he is. He did not get a fair chance last season at all. Even Joe Flacco couldn't fare well in this offense last year. So let's see what kind of jump Dylan Gabriel makes in his second season. Let's see what he's able to do, and then maybe you can parlay that into a draft pick.
That's the storyline that I love. Dylan lights it up. Oh, that would be so much fun. Hey, by the way, how about that? LeBron James and Browns quarterback talking the same show.
What?
How about that? That's a stunner. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? It's brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, by all means, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Menniken.
Smarter today, courtesy of Daryl. A lot of good stuff in there from him being inside of the building. Give that a listen, 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Inside of Rocket Arena, that is.
Miss Kane.
I'm smarter because I'm going to keep perpetuating the LeBron back to Cleveland propaganda, because I think that would be a very, very fun day. It's going to be a very fun several days, several weeks, both on the station and in the city of Cleveland, if LeBron decides he wants to play for the Cavaliers again.
Also, our social media mentions are powered by Shipe & Jewelers, if it's premier jewelry store. Sorry, Jeff.
Thank you for throwing that in. I appreciate that very much. Andy.
Do you think it's LeBron wanting to play here or the Cavaliers wanting LeBron to play here?
Can I go back to what Chris in Cleveland said? Can we just give it a rest?
I think we're bored.
No, LeBron's coming back to Cleveland.
So you're saying it's on LeBron. I'm saying it could most likely be on the Cavaliers.
Give it a rest.
Thank you. I'm smarter today because of our Travis Bazzana conversation. Jeff Phelps doesn't hate him, and that's
I've never hated him.
That was the big takeaway I got.
Never hated him.
And he will now respect on base percentage.
He's on my dynasty team.
I know, but maybe you'll respect on base percentage.
Oh, I like on base percentage.
No,
but a big portion of it is getting hits.
Dude,
I am really good at not swinging the bat and getting on base by walks. Look, my on base percentage is 2.
By hook or by crook.
Yeah, who cares how you
got to do both.
I'll take an error.
You got to do both.
If you can walk every time you're up, get on base. Who cares?
That's why he might be the leadoff hitter sooner rather than later. I'm not smarter today. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. We are back tomorrow again at 10. Until then, be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. Afternoon Drive. Next.
back, raindrops, and the Cleveland Cavaliers have tied this Eastern Conference semifinal at 2 games apiece.
It's definitely sustainable. I think just getting a shot on the rim, whether it's for us or whether it's for, one of our teammates.
I'm going to get looks and it's going to fall at some point, even if they didn't, right? Just being aggressive.
We got work to do, but I think we found some, we capitalized off game 3. We're even better tonight, and we got to be even better going into game 5 on the road.
Hostile environment. We've had 2 good games to build off of. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know we're ready for the challenge.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we are celebrating dual victories last night in Cleveland. Cavs getting a Game 4 victory over the Detroit Pistons. That was a fun one. Guardians getting a win over the Angels in Game 1 of that tilt. That was also quite fun. Browns getting ready for, OTAs at some point here. We're having a lot of fun. The point is that open and playoff montage courtesy of the NBA on NBC and Peacock and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the supreme leader, because if we didn't, there would be consequences. There might be consequences because I butchered that. Anthony Allant will be joining us later in the show, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and, of course, helping out here and there. I'm very excited to see that young man. By the way, if you miss a moment of today's show, you shouldn't. Just follow along all 5 hours, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe, and don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked. And Matt Corrali, baby doll in the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Doing all right.
Yes.
Doing all right.
Yes,
yeah.
It's a good day.
Yeah, there was a really fun last night. No complaints. 10 out of 10.
No notes.
Yeah. Guardians win, and that was a commanding win. That was not even like, I know it ended up saying 7-2.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
They got a couple ticky-tack runs of a bunch of guys probably won't be here in a week or two at the end of the game. And then of course, the Cavs, it is a blowout. Just so we're clear, the Cavs blew out the Pistons. It's just nobody told Craig Porter Jr. or the bench players or Kenny Atkinson.
Well, that was. We'll get into all that. I
got thoughts.
How refreshing of a night that was, though. Donovan has a miserable first half, but in the second half scores 39. You had James Harden getting involved early, and they built up the 11-point lead, Nick. And you're thinking to yourself, all right, it's just going to be domination station the entire stretch of the way. And then you just watched them cough it up, and then you're trailing at halftime, and then Donovan comes out and is just nails. It was just a lot of fun.
So it's funny. The first half really was a back and forth affair. The Cavs
You're cursing Karis LeVert left and right.
Yeah, and by the way, Karis LeVert, just not a natural villain. Karis is trying to stand over Donovan Mitchell. It's like, Karis, this isn't going to end well for you, buddy.
Yeah, or Paul Reed, another one of those guys.
Yeah.
That's like, all right, Paul, all right.
Listen, you're going to make $50 million, and we're happy for you, but just pipe down there, Chachi.
What do they call him, Big Ball Paul?
Is that what they call him?
That's what they call him.
I think they should call him Medium Ball Paul, because big is just a little too big for Paul.
Is that what that is?
I think so.
He's like, they're down 20, and he's just flexing after a jam. It's like, all right, I get it. You're playing better than Duran is. Congratulations.
There was a part where I thought we were going to get the beef stew moment, and then the Cavs got ahead again, and then beef stew was out of that game.
Yeah.
It was like every time they got ahead, Isaiah Stewart disappeared. It was like JB Bickerstaff was like, oh, no. I actually need somebody who's good at basketball. I'll put him back in.
It's incredible what JP's had to try to work with, because the Pistons starting 5 just vomited all over their shoes for the remainder of that game. And even
it's a
again,
real shame.
You got to give Karis his credit, right? We watched this with the Cavs, where once every 25 games he would turn into Kobe Bryant. And you're just like, how did this happen? Does he know who he still is? And last night for him was one of those games in the beginning part of it.
So it's funny. It was a phenomenal performance in the end by Donovan, a 43 burger. Boy, did I hear that last night.
People call.
Did you see the amount? I got like 3 or 4 tweets about.
I did get some tweets.
A pretty innocuous thing that we talked about yesterday.
They were just poking fun at it.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
That's which is basically all we did yesterday. So it was nice to get a 43 burger from Donovan.
Yeah, good 43 burger.
It now is a thing because Donovan made it a thing last night.
Sure.
Harden deserves kudos for how he played early, and then I think he kind of stepped aside offensively in the second half, which I think allowed Donovan to go off. And I do think it's really funny. There was, the Cavs figured something out. We'll get to this more as the show goes on, but it's like, yes, if you get Donovan Mitchell open, he will make a bunch of points.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
and again, in that quarter, I mean, it was Harden and Mitchell were the only ones that combined for points up until like 2 minutes left in the third. And then Harden, with some of the dime passes that he had 11 assists when it was all said and done. He should have had like 15, 16. If Sam Merrill would have hit as many open threes as he was given by Harden, that number would have been much higher. It was just an incredible, and even Mobley. Let's give Mobley some credit too. Mobley defensively was outstanding in that game.
Also, just from the first minute to the 48th minute, the Cavs, and this is literally the first time they've done it in this postseason. They didn't put 48 complete minutes of this. Well, okay, technically it was 47 because of the last minute. But they didn't put 48 complete minutes against Toronto, and they sure as hell haven't done it in the Pistons series. From start to finish of the game, they played with the requisite intensity. There was a slight glitch here or there, but for the most part, the Pistons will make a little run and the Cavs will make a run right back. Like, that's the kind of, if they can show that on the road, the Cavs might actually be able to go to the NBA Finals this year.
Yeah, now that's the big question, right? Is can they do this on the road? And that's kind of what we're hanging on to. Is can whatever happens at home, will it transfer to the road? And we'll find out tomorrow night.
Now, my favorite thing about sports in general is at some point, things happen, you talk some bleep, and eventually the basketball gods correct it. I think we got something about this last night because Cavs got to the free throw line quite a bit. The Pistons did not. Mm-hmm. It was a significant discrepancy. 12 free throw shots from the Pistons last night. Now, remember, after Game 2, Donovan Mitchell was furious. I think he'd only been to the free throw line 2 times that night. No, he had 2 free throw shots that night. And Donovan come out and said, I guess I'm going to have to think about flopping. Here was J.B. Bickerstaff's response after Donovan's comments the night before.
I mean, it's all, Donovan's very intelligent, you know what I mean? And it's all messaging, and we understand that. But, again, our message is flopping is a violation.
All right, so it's all messaging. Well, here was J.B. Bickerstaff's messaging after the Pistons only got 12 free throw shots last night.
It's unacceptable. It is. We didn't do enough, obviously, to help ourselves, and I'll start there. But, ever since we came to Cleveland, the whistle has changed. There's no way that one guy on their team shoots more free throws than our team. We're not a settle team. We're not a jump shooting team. We drive the ball, attack the paint. So what was done out there tonight, it's frustrating, but we can't allow that to be the reason why, because we didn't play well enough and play to the best of our capabilities. But again, you look at the foul count, you look at the disparity, and that's hard to overcome. And you wonder, the reason why. It's interesting, since Kenny made his comments publicly about, us, the whistle's changed in this series.
Yeah, it's all messaging.
Yeah, it's interesting. Donovan did have 15 shots himself. The Pistons team had 12. Mm-hmm. I mean, we did talk about this after JB made his own comments, was like, this is how the NBA works. Yeah. Like, this is why Kenny had to take the $25,000 or $50,000 fine that he ends up getting assessed for his comments, and why Donovan had to say what he had to say. Like, it does work in the NBA. Like, the refs, when you call them out, they then typically respond. And now if I'm a Pistons fan, do I look at it and say, yeah, it's a little one-sided? Sure. Where was the commentary in games 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Like, all you're doing is you're just showing yourself.
Hey, welcome to the NBA.
1 and 2 is a well-officiated game, but games 3 and 4, I guess, just aren't. Okay.
Home teams get more foul calls than you do. Oh, okay. Oh, gosh. I feel like JB Bickerstaff, the same thing he said about Donovan, it's all messaging. That's all this is. He's trying to get him swung back his favor.
Yeah, he knows what a hypocrite he sounds like after the comments you first played.
He does. But
he's got to do it.
And I got to say, I have a different point on JB to make about this entire series in a way that I just did not expect it to be. I think my point is, watching Pistons fans, watching our friends there at the ticket in Detroit.
They think they got robbed and hosed.
Melt down. And act like, by the way, that this was actually a 9-point game. God, I just get the clamps out because I'm feeling myself here after watching them gloat for the first 2 games. What do the
clamps do for you?
I think you know what they do. Ooh. And the point is, watching them gloat as if it's the greatest team in history and, we're just going to cakewalk through this series. Who's walking on cake now, Larry? Like, what you got? We got some juice going here.
Who's walking on cake now, Larry?
Yeah, that's what I'm calling them all.
They're all Larry?
Yeah, they are.
Detroit Larry fan?
They all got Jim, John, Mike.
No, that's it. Every Detroit fan is now Larry.
Yep.
As far as this show is concerned, every Detroit fan is Larry.
It is decided.
Their host is only Jim Costa, and their fan is only Larry.
Yep, all
Larry
of them.
Who speaks about going to the LCA. I hate that term for Little Caesars Arena.
Also, nope, not going to let that one out.
No, just please do it.
Not going to let that one
You've
out.
already
Not
insulted
today.
their basketball team and their people. Go for it.
No, I think that's enough. I don't have to insult their pizza as well. But maybe I just did.
Didn't see that twist coming.
Yeah.
What an M. Night Shyamalan twist that.
Think about that.
You getting on pizza was not in the cards today.
I don't know. Now, me getting on one certain brand of pizza. All other pizza's great.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just very hypocritical, and that's fine. But, like, this is how the NBA works. This is what they have to do, Nick. This is the back and forth. Like, JP's got to come out and say these. Even if he doesn't believe them, you have to. He knows what happened in yesterday's game. Cade Cunningham didn't even get to 20. Cunningham's been awful for 2 games straight now, and you can make an argument has been awful the entire series long. Like his stars aren't playing like stars, and that's why they're losing these games. Meanwhile, ours came to play yesterday.
And for the first time, you can say it in the 4 games, his team got their butt whooped. Like, without even a question. And when I say butt whooped, I mean they got outsmarted, they got out hustled, they got out physicaled. And that's a tough one to go to, but you can't say those 3 things. You can say we didn't get foul calls.
Yeah, I mean, try to explain a 24-0 run. Try to explain that any other way. Like if you're JB, and maybe it's not an awful tactic if you're JB because you're trying to come up with a way that describes how you just got de-pantsed while making it seem like you didn't just get de-pantsed.
Now, I do have to say, Duncan Robinson was making a run at this. Old Jimmy Neutron doesn't seem quite so bad now that they've lost 2 straight games. Isaiah Stewart. Completely not even in the series at all.
No.
Yet. Jalen Duren, kind of inconsequential. Even Cade Cunningham has been great early in the series, but, like, he's not playing like a villain, right? He's just being a good basketball player.
I gained a lot of hate for Tobias Harris that I didn't know I was going to have.
I think you're just mad at him because he's having a really good series. I can't. I kind of respect the hustle like a 36-year-old player.
He was pretty awful last night, all things considered.
He was, yeah. But he did get a couple of those easy looks, which is just infuriating. I did not have in my bingo card 4 games into this series, JB Bickerstaff being the biggest villain in this series from the Cavs' perspective. Like, every time he speaks, I kind of just want to shout him down. He's torn between gloating after the first 2 games and whining after the last 2 games. I didn't think this series, I thought once the series got underway, this was going to be all about, all right, maybe Beef Stew versus Jared Allen. Maybe it's Cade Cunningham versus this player. Nope. It has become Cleveland versus JB Bickerstaff, and I am surprised at how well JB Bickerstaff is playing the heel card and how much I want to beat his ass right now.
We kept hearing about the bad boys Pistons. We kept hearing about all these guys on this team that were supposed to be the toughest players in the NBA, and all these, they just love to fight. They love to scrap it up. I don't know. Cavs look like the tougher team so far in the series.
In an
interesting development, the Cavs look like the tougher team in this series.
For the last 2 games.
It's true, though, is it not?
Through the last 2 games, yes.
All right.
I can't give them for the first 2 games. They got punked the first 2 games. Can we all admit? Cavs didn't look like they really wanted anything about the first 2 games.
Only thing we had in the first 2 games was a Duncan Robinson, James Harden square down.
I just think
I said is getting carjacked by a Muppet. That's not real. That's Duncan Robinson.
The Cavs were really shying away from going up at the rim. They were certainly shy away from defending the rim at certain points. I mean, Evan Mobley, the last 3 minutes of the first 2 games basically was a turnstile for Jalen Duren. But the last 2 games,
I'd say played bad basketball before I'd say was like mentally and weak, soft, and all these other things. Like the last 2 games has made up for the first 2. If we're doing a barometer of like, you're not buying this.
No, last night makes up for a lot.
You don't think the last 2 has overtaken the first 2 in the Cavs are soft narrative, or the Cavs are playing at least tougher than the Pistons?
I believe this would be the 15th time the Cleveland media's tried to bail to bury the Cavs are soft label.
But the Pistons built their whole identity on being tough, and in the last 2 games, they have not seemed tough in the slightest bit.
I think last night the Pistons looked real soft. I will give that. Now I need to see the Cavs keep
soft.
I agree. Last night, the first 3 games, I think the Pistons were the tougher team. The Cavs won the last 2 games, but I think that, and I hope that the Cavs remembered, if we play like this with this sense of urgency for 48 minutes, those clowns can't hang to us.
Are you not buying what you saw last night? Do you think it was a one-off?
Well, I mean, if it's the first time in the postseason, I can say for 48 minutes you've played harder than the other team.
I'm getting your vibe. I'm getting where you sit here now.
So specific to Donovan and James, no, that shouldn't be a one-off. Those are two exceptional basketball players who should be better than whatever Pistons throw at you, minus Cade Cunningham. So I expect that Harden and that Mitchell to show up, right? Like that's something I think can be repeated again because I think the Cavs are finding ways to get those guys better looks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cavs just having the sense of urgency necessary in outplaying the Pistons and out-physicaling the Pistons. I've seen that once for a full game. I didn't see that all of Game 3, and I sure as hell didn't see it for Game 1 and 2.
I think last night was such an exclamation point of how to do it, where they, again, that 11-point deficit gets erased, and then all of a sudden, I've seen Cavs teams wilt when that happens.
What about the final 90 seconds of the game, where the Cavs were up by 20 points or up around 20 points, and then we got Craig Porter Jr. in there, and then we had to pull him back out.
That was like 25 seconds of the game.
Well, no. But remember, the Cavs were up by,
it was
and it wasn't 20.
16. I think it was 16.
I thought it was 17, but it might be 16. And then it went down to 10 real quick because the Cavs thought they won the game with like 90 seconds left. So, I mean, again, like I want the soft. I guess my thing is I'm not just the first bit of evidence I have that the Cavs are no longer soft. I'm not taking that as fact. I'm taking it as encouraging. But taking it like it's a whole new Cavs team, okay, let's talk
not
after Game 5.
necessarily a whole new Cavs team, but
was it Danny today that said the Cavs
get rid of the soft? He's like, get rid of the soft label.
That's insane. That's been a label for 4 years. By the way, the Cavs tried to do this summer. After they got bounced out by Indiana, they told everyone we got to get tougher. And then over the summer, no toughness acquired. And then Atkinson and Altman were like, yeah, that's done. We got tougher. Where? Show me on the dole where you got tougher.
Yeah.
And then we spent an entire season watching them not be tough. And we saw the Toronto series go 7 because Toronto was like, we're going to play tough and see if you can match us. And it took 7 games to match them.
Yeah.
And so it's taken 4 games to get to that point. Like the idea of saying, like, hey, man, we had one. And again, it was a great game last night. It was everything I wanted.
But it's less, to me, it's less about the Cavs. It's more about the idea that the Pistons' whole everything is built on a house of toughness. And the idea that
their toughness disappears after one game?
Not after one game. The whole series, they haven't seemed tough to me. That's kind of like a big takeaway out of that.
Because they haven't been cheap? Like, I
guess we need to define what toughness is for ourselves here.
Yeah.
Because toughness isn't just winning the game. Toughness isn't just out shooting a team. Toughness isn't just limiting turnovers or doing anything like that. Toughness is whether or not you let a guy get to the basket, for instance. Toughness is whether or not you have a response towards certain moments in the game. Like there's certain elements of toughness that have to come into play.
I just think of physicality. And I think the Pistons, again, like
I haven't seen like Jordan's supposed to be one of the toughest guys that exist, and he's been as soft gets this series.
I think you're forgetting the first 2 games of the season. The first 2 games of the series.
No, he was no.
I don't mean just Duran. I mean they were more physical than you the first 2 games, and it wasn't even close.
Where? I'm trying to find where.
On the court.
On the court.
Yeah.
Give me an example.
John Hollinger doesn't have a score for it.
Give me an example.
It was watch the first 2 games. It's not even one. It's they pushed you around. The Cavs were afraid to go to the rim. Donovan was doing the little floater half the time because he just didn't want to. Oh, and the other half the time he was bailing out of driving and had an irresponsible kick to some guard that had no business shooting a 3-pointer.
I guess I'm looking more for the if the idea was that they're a tough team and they're supposed to be more
body slam.
I maybe something like that. Maybe more of a rough and tumble type thing. Like the whole idea is that they were just going to
rough trade.
They were just I mean think about it. Like they're the team that had the melee against the Hornets during the regular season. Like if they're the team that's going to muddy it up, kind of like what they did at certain parts of the Magic series. We've not seen them muddy it up in the slightest bit. We had one.
I think you've got some Cavs amnesia there.
We had one incidental contact with Schroeder, and that's about it in this series.
216-474.
And then a carjacking Muppet job by Duncan Robinson. Like where's that toughness if you're Detroit?
0092.
The whole thing on toughness. Where is it?
Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Have the Cavs. Have they knocked off that soft label after one win? John Fanta, NBC Sports, coming up at 4:20. One very good win. Albert Breer, MMQB, at 5:20. But is JB Bickerstaff the real villain of this series so far? I just really kind of want to beat him real bad right now. And we do have to talk about the coaching job done by not just JB Bickerstaff, but by Kenny Atkinson last night as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got quick hits coming up in about 15 minutes here, but Cavs did get a very nice win last night. May I offer a criticism? If all of us were sitting, not of you, we already got into the disagreement about the physicality thing, which felt like revisionist history, but I'm not mad about it. You shouldn't be mad at me. We're good. We just disagree on how the first 4 games of this series have gone.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, last night, if you were watching that
also,
game.
Not the hill I really care to die on.
I think I'm also right there with you.
I don't care nearly enough about that.
Let's do this.
No. Now, James Harden, let's
together.
talk. No.
Now, here's the thing. If you were watching that game last night, the final 90 minutes and how it was coached by Kenny Atkinson were some of the most mind-boggling basketball I've seen from Kenny Atkinson, and specifically the final 30 seconds where, again, the game is relatively close enough that if you make enough mistakes, it could get uncomfortable really quickly, and that's exactly what happened. Cold off the bench, Craig Porter Jr. I'm assuming family still in Craig Porter Jr.
I would think
jerseys.
so. I don't think they moved off of that.
He comes in, immediate turnover, immediate Pistons basket, and then Kenny Atkinson has to send everyone back out onto the court, right? And the funny thing is, Kenny was pissed about it, and I was pissed at Kenny. And so today, I'm just assuming the sound was going to be in. I'm just assuming, and I'm listening to the 8 pieces of clips we have from his postgame yesterday.
Yeah.
Nothing there about, what happened at the end of the game there?
Yeah, I'm surprised no one asked about the end of the game. I am. Now, I did look it up, and I wanted the right sequence, because in my head, it was like 30 seconds long. It was not that long.
Mm-hmm.
The substitutions happened with a minute 09 left, right? That's when they put everyone in, and you're up 12 at that point, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So 12 points, 109. Everybody goes back in with 49 seconds left in the game, and then you're up 8.
Mm-hmm.
So you watch 4 points come off the board or go to the board for the Pistons, and basically 20 seconds of game time go off. So it might have felt longer than maybe it really was, but it was 20 seconds. The problem I have in that instance, you're only up 12.
Yeah.
You're not up 20. You're not up 25.
You weren't
only
up 16
12.
where you were 40 seconds earlier.
And 12 points in a minute 09 is not something that you usually would see overcome. But we have in NBA history somewhere across the line seen somebody erase a 12-point deficit with a minute 09.
I'm not quite done ripping the local media here.
Okay.
I love everybody in the Cavs media, so it's not about one person specifically. How the hell is that everyone's takeaway that at the end of the game, the best win of honestly, that was the best win of the entire playoffs to this point for the Cavs for the way they played
it was.
for
it was a great game.
46 and a half minutes. And the biggest takeaway was what the is Kenny Atkinson doing? And there's not a question about it.
I don't know if
there's
it's the biggest
not a
takeaway.
reference to it.
That's not the biggest takeaway.
It's one of the biggest things I was talking about with
Donovan
everyone.
Mitchell scored 39 points in the second half of that game. That was something we hadn't seen in 30 years of NBA playoff basketball.
It's a 43-burger.
Your biggest takeaway was
Kenny Atkinson almost piddling the game away? Yes.
Almost piddled the game
That was huge. That was in, what was it? How much? 20 seconds on the clock?
In 20 seconds, yeah.
Yes. So
20
we went from
time.
this game is donezo to, oh, crap, we got to get our starters back in there with 49 seconds left, which was exactly the amount of time you could have bleeped that game completely away. And your head coach did the biggest dodo bird move ever.
I mean, I can't justify it, but if that can't be your largest takeaway from yesterday's game.
Recency bias says it was.
No, you told me it was.
The final 30 minutes after.
You told me it was.
The final. Well, no, I'm talking about in the moment. The final 30 minutes after that game.
Yeah.
It's one of the 3 biggest stories of what happened. It is inexcusable that it wasn't asked about.
How is that one of the 3 biggest stories of what happened?
Because the head coach almost fumbled the game. The head coach it was one of the dumbest things we've seen Kenny Atkinson do. I'm starting to actually wonder if Kenny Atkinson is part of the Cavs' inability to maintain the right amount of intensity on any given night.
I'm not saying it was smart, but there's Evan Mobley having 5 blocks and having the defensive game that he had counters that. Donovan Mitchell having an historic second-half performance counters that. James Harden having a fantastic game start to finish counters that. A 24-0 run counters that.
Yeah, it should have been asked about. And that's a massive failure. That's an embarrassing failure. But hey, I guess Kenny gets off scot-free. The funny thing is, I actually think J.B. Bickerstaff outcoached Kenny Atkinson yesterday, not for that reason, because Kenny doesn't have levers to pull. He really doesn't. His levers are who are some of the schnooks that we saw late in that game. And he had a quick hook on beef stew. He had a quick the difference maker yesterday.
The Duren stuff and Paul Reed, that was one of the biggest things that Pistons fans keep getting on J.B. Bickerstaff for. It's a hard spot. I don't know what he should do. They want him to bench Duren for Paul, but it's like and Paul looks much better than Duren, but Duren was obviously a great player throughout the regular season.
Yeah, but that's
it's a weird situation.
With love and respect to Pistons fans, look at the roster the guy's dealing with. Like Jalen Duren's a nice player. I'm not trying to completely downgrade the guy at all. But like his levers are, man, I hope Karis LeVert really starts hitting some threes here.
Yeah, and he did. And so here's where I want to give Kenny some credit from last night's game. They're in that middle portion, middle of the first half, Cavs go 2 for 14, 0 for 8 from 3, and they're playing slow. They're playing like they're stuck in the mud, and there's nothing there. And the pace that he changed the game out of the half, I felt like that was exactly what you asked for. Play faster, attack earlier in the clock, and then what happens? You go on a 24-0 run, you're 10-12 shooting. Like that is a directive from Atkinson. Play faster, get the shot going earlier, and then it obviously worked and it paid off in a great way.
Didn't he have the same directives for the first 3 games?
No. I disagree with that. And it really was the idea that yesterday and what we saw with Donovan in that third quarter alone, that's something we need to see more of.
216-474-0092. Did Kenny Atkinson outcoach J.B. Bickerstaff
you talked about like
Game
Harden
4?
saying like we think we found something. I think he's referring to that specifically.
Get Donovan Mitchell the ball.
No. Work
Get him
faster,
open.
work with pace, shoot earlier in the clock. Like it's not there's a lot to that.
How did it take us 4 games to get there?
It clearly did. I mean, you saw what happened in the first quarter. The first quarter was not that directive at all. Like that's a complete change of identity.
All right. I think Kenny Atkinson was asked last night. I think the funny thing is, I think the criticism people had of the Cavs the first 2 games, which was Kenny doesn't know how to coach, and anybody that didn't look at the Cavs' intensity and focus was missing the ever-loving point. And I thought there were some boo-boos by Kenny last night.
I'm surprised. You're usually an Atkinson defender.
I know. I can actually like people and have criticism of them. I don't just stand for people. That seems. I'm not saying you because that sounds like I'm. No.
It definitely
it
sounds
is you
like
about
it.
James Harden. But
and
other than James
how
Harden,
is that proven out? It's a pretty good bet over the past couple games.
The past couple games, it's interesting framing there. But I think my point is,
I'd say all series long, but I don't want to start a fight again. It's 235.
Yeah. What about game 2? This is my point. Had to turn it off. Your negativity on the Cavs is unbearable. Cavs have been the more physical team 3 out of the 4 games. No one was saying that after game 2. No one was even saying that after game 3. The Cavs won. Don't confuse that with their... No. Now, they were the more physical team yesterday. But this idea of the Cavs won, so everything they did was great last night.
It's not everything they did was great last night, but that was
pretty much everything.
That was
any criticism I had has been.
Well, but it was one of the best Cavs games.
Great.
It was one of the best Cavs games we've seen. At some point, you just tip your hat and say, congratulations, your stars were stars last night. Donovan played great. Harden played great. Mobley played great. That's exactly we've been waiting for that game, and to see it pay off that way was nice.
216
nothing more, nothing less.
474-0092. Did Kenny Atkinson outcoach J.B. Bickerstaff in Game 4? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
The next milepost for the Browns offseason is the NFL schedule release and our world-famous schedule game. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns has you covered. We are 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Missed a moment in our show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. More on the Cavs' huge, believe it or not, yes, huge Game 4 win. We'll set you up for Game 5 as well. Coming up throughout today's show. And my other big news going on in sports as well. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, LeBron and the Lakers swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. 115-110 was the Game 4 loss, and Suns wing Dillon Brooks was courtside for the Lakers getting swept there. He was laughing at LeBron at the foul line. Charming or chotch by Dillon Brooks?
So he's chotching basically everything he does, but I actually thought this was kind of charming.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know why I liked it. It was a level of petty that I just kind of enjoyed, but I also, I don't know, he didn't take it too serious. It was what it was.
So there was something about the picture of him smiling at LeBron.
I don't know.
That actually did end up, I think a lot of it is just, wait, are you smiling at the team that just whooped your ass? Is whooping somebody else's ass?
I think he's just smiling because LeBron's having a miserable time and he knows he's having a miserable time. But like the energy that goes into that, I think is what people appreciate. I'm not really sure, but I found myself thinking it was endearing.
I just wish Dillon Brooks was a better basketball player.
He's just a punk is all he is.
Well, the funny thing is, like, he actually had a great year. I think it was 20 points per game for Phoenix, but he is who he is. Like, he's a nice NBA player. Maybe this is like a little bit of the Draymond rub off. Like, I hate when guys who I think are, and Draymond was a incendiary defender. So this is a slight put down of Draymond. I hate guys who aren't true, like, top 25, top 30, and they're like, we're going to show you we got that dog in you. It's like, yeah, at the end of the day, you're still Dillon Brooks.
Basically.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I just feel like it's him trying to prop himself up by being like a villain to LeBron, and it's like, you're not even a pimple on LeBron's ass. I think that's more where I am with Dillon Brooks.
All right, Broncos-Chiefs going to be the Monday night game in Week 1. We're getting more and more leaks, and we're going to find out, obviously, what happens potentially with the Browns and the Paris game, I think is Wednesday morning at 9 or whatever it is. But Broncos-Chiefs, Monday night, Week 1, that's a good Monday night game.
If Mahomes plays. I'm really hoping. If it's, oh my God, who signed as the backup? Justin Fields versus Bo Nix. I will lose a little bit of interest in this. Although the Justin Fields rehab tour, that's one hell of a, you go out there, you put up maybe 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, Chiefs win over the Broncos.
In a surprise to basically nobody that is listening, Patrick Mahomes apparently beating out the schedules, and he is on fast track, so we'll see what happens there.
I did love...
like it's always that way.
I did love when, was it Schefter that was like, he's way ahead of schedule in his rehab. It's like, cool. You didn't need to add this. You could have just said Chiefs Broncos Week 1, and I think most people would be satiated.
I would just say name me an awesome athlete that is ever behind schedule. It just never comes out that way. We just never
Daniel
talk about
Espino.
it. I said an awesome athlete. I didn't.
Lonzo Ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
It all still applies.
The Lonzo thing's fair because Lonzo was awesome when he was behind schedule. It's just then he came back, he was on schedule, and it wasn't any good.
I heard Scott Boras doing this interview talking about Scoople, and he's like, this is not your typical surgery to get rid of bone chips. He could be back by the end of June. Like, he is recovering at a rate that we've never seen before. It's kind of like just getting him a shot in there. And it's like, all right. So then you tell me at the end of June, if all of a sudden he's not ready in time, you're going to be like, oh, he didn't beat the odds? You're going to tell me that spin? Like, no, you're going to tell me he's beating it, and then if he isn't, we're just not going to hear from it.
Yeah, the Boras stuff was wild. Boras, I think everybody knows what Scott Boras is, but not great. A Netflix roast of Kevin Hart has garnered a lot of attention. We didn't get to this yesterday because we had a chock-full show here, but The Rock, Cat Williams, Tom Brady were amongst the names that showed up on the stage with the Kill Tony crew. Those guys.
Those guys.
Jeff Ross, who continues to get jobs. Draymond Green was also there, which made him the target as witness in this joke from Shane Gillis.
Draymond Green has 4 NBA championships the way Ringo Starr has 11 number 1 albums.
All right. You like the joke.
I did like the joke. Yeah, I did.
So it's interesting. I was debating. One, I thought it was a good joke because I like the Beatles and I know the Beatles. There's a part of me that's like, does a Ringo Starr joke play in 2026? But
does.
You laughed,
For
so I think it does
guess
play.
For someone like me, it does, yeah.
Did you catch any of the roast?
I only caught clips. I saw the Cat Williams line I thought was really funny about, like, you're not that mega popular when they're bringing on your enemies to do this. Like, that's like one of those deals. It's like, the Kevin Hart cheating stuff was rampant throughout this. I didn't realize what a serial cheater he is.
Oh, you didn't know that?
How would I know that? I didn't know that.
Oh,
I
my
just
gosh.
assume all of them are cheaters. I didn't know it was like that open and that like a thing that he's, I guess, really struggled with.
The only part about it that I hated, and I don't love roasts, I just think
why is he the one guy though that like catches like flack for cheating and being a mega celebrity?
Because it was a real problem.
There was videos
coming out.
One? We have all these athletes. We have all these everything. How is he the one?
Because it came at a time, and it might have actually been during the pandemic. His wife was like 8 months pregnant when it happened.
Again, awful thing. Yeah. No question about it. But like, it became part of the narrative of the roast, and I'm like, and also if you're Kevin Hart, wouldn't you? I mean, do you not get any control over your roast? Is that the idea?
No, I mean, I think
some jokes didn't make the cutting room floor.
I think Cat Williams being there proved that he actually did. I think he wanted the whole thing to be able to make peace with Cat, who they've feuded for 20 years. I mean, Cat's whole Cat's whole beef is that apparently Kevin Hart stole his career in movies. So here's the thing. So I don't love roasts. Roasts and documentary-style TV shows or comedies, it's like, I get it. We've done this. I've seen this. I get what the bit is. Yeah. Nobody's made the bit any better. This one was pretty good. This was way better than the Tom Brady one.
I didn't watch. I just saw clips. The clips are enjoyable, but I didn't watch.
I will tell you, I cannot be any less interested in the comedic civil war that's going on between the Kill Tony crew and the woke versus unwoke, Chelsea Handler versus Shane Gillis. I could not give less of a bleep about that and the drama that's going on in stand-up right now.
Yeah.
And there's so many funny stand-up comedians, and they're all getting sucked into it. And it's like, guys, I don't care.
No, I don't care either. Are you watching Kevin Hart's Funny AF on Netflix?
No.
I'm watching that. Do you know the premise at all?
Funny AF?
It is funny. It's kind of like
as AF.
Well, it's kind of like American Idol for stand-up comics.
Mm-hmm.
And so they go to. I'm only through the first couple episodes. They've been to New York. They've been to Los Angeles. They're going to go to Chicago next. And they have like the 10 best in the scene in the moment. And then Kevin Hart always accompanies with somebody else that's big. Like last episode, it was Tom Segura. And they just sit there and they watch him do 5 minutes. And they play like clips of the 5 minutes, and then they judge them, and then they move forward. And the idea at the end of it is you win a Netflix special. And so, like, it's like 8 episodes long. I'm 2 episodes in, and I'm enjoying it. I think you'd like it.
Didn't NBC have one? I used to watch it.
They had Last Comic Standing. That was different.
Yeah.
Very different.
But how is it different?
I mean, different in the idea that same premise, obviously, but different in the idea that was like 100 comics, and then they wilted it down, and then they kind of got there.
It was more like American Idol. I got
you. Yeah, this is all like Kevin Hart is everything with it, but they go to actual stand-up clubs, and then
I'll give it a go.
They judge. I think you'd like it.
We're both stand-up guys. I'll give it a try.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. Oh, that's me.
Yeah. Sorry, my bit went like 4 minutes there.
Sometimes it's so long, you're just like, who was that? I don't even know. What's wrong with Cal Raleigh is the question that we're asking here.
Big dumper.
Big dumper. 0 for 34 is the longest hitless streak in the live ball era by a player following a 40 home run season. On the season, he is hitting a .157, 238, 320 as his slash line. That is batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage. He is having one of the worst starts in baseball.
Is his dumper too big? I think that's where we're going to start.
Did he get, I don't know, fat and happy off of last year? Is that where we're going with this?
Did last year break his swing? Because we got to do that one.
The weird thing about it is
Brady Anderson.
The four-seamer is what's getting them so thrown off. And typically when guys go through their struggles, it's not a fastball that ends up being the demise of them. He can't hit a fastball right now. And so every pitcher is just going up there and throwing him heaters, and he can't catch up to it, and he's just wilting.
Is there a chance that Cal, who at the end of the season, and again, he
still has home runs this year. I should point that out. It's like 7 home runs in the year.
Well,
he still has home runs in the year, but he's doing nothing else.
By the end of the year, last year, you could make a case in the final 6 weeks of the regular season. He was chasing power. And he was having some really stupid at bats late in the season and key crucial moments because he was really thinking about the home run the home run record for switch hitters. What if this is just a carryover? This it's basically just the home run derby on steroids. Whereas, after a guy goes into the home run derby, his swing is janky
he did do
for a
the
while.
home run derby, didn't he?
I'm just thinking about him chasing the home run record last year for catchers and for switch hitters, and I just wonder if maybe that got into his swing a little bit. It didn't necessarily affect him in the playoffs, but you could tell there were some really bad at bats in the second half of the season where it was in his head.
But that's what's funny about it, though, is it's he did do the home run derby. He won the home run derby. I knew I had that right. But that's what's funny about it to me is that how do you have somebody that has such a prolific one-off year? And you mentioned Brady Anderson, we can explain that.
Yeah,
steroids. Yeah. We got big dumpers, not steroids.
Unless he's got no, that's not doing that. That just came out.
You dumped it.
I think you're damn right. I dumped it.
I don't think I've ever seen you dump anything.
Yeah, because I understood how that might have been construed.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it was a smart dump.
Yes.
I also would have dumped that.
Smartest one I've ever taken.
I also would have dumped that, but we just don't hit the dump button too often around these parts. And the way that came
dump
out.
button for the dumper.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Got yoked.
Little on the nose or somewhere else. All right, well, that was Quick Hits. What a great way to end it. When we come back, has LeBron played his last game in Los Angeles, and what would that mean for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
was 29 years old. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, joining us coming up at 4:20 today. We'll get his take on the Cavaliers after 2 very nice wins in a row. Last night was quite enjoyable, just in like a 20-second stretch there, 30-second stretch there from Kenny Atkinson that we don't need to talk about ever again. But John's joining us at 4:20. We'll talk about the Cavs and whether they're in the power position going into Game 5. Albert Breer at 5:20 as well. But last night, there was actually a game after. The Cavs beat the Pistons. I don't know how many people actually stayed up for it because it was Thunder up 3-0. There was a big chance, or there is a big chance, that was LeBron's last game or would be LeBron's last game. And then the Lakers went out there and pretty much ensured that conversation began as they lost 115 to 110. LeBron's stat line didn't look bad on the night. 24, 12, and 3 assists. But the entire conversation after and since has been, well, what the hell's happening with LeBron going forward?
In classic LeBron fashion, it's not like he put out any fires last night. You know, he goes to the podium and all he can do is talk about it was interesting. He went down this whole path about how he's got to love it and he's got to maintain the want to basically to do the 5 o'clock practices and everything like that. And it's like, all right, that's probably why you're LeBron to begin with. He's describing like the practices that start at, let's say, 11 o'clock. He's got to be there 3 hours before practice even starts to then basically beat everybody. And it's like, I guess there could be a sign where maybe you just get tired of that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. And the funny thing is, there were, and I don't want to say it was disrespectful, but if anyone in Lakerland or anyone in the NBA classifies LeBron and the Lakers getting bounced out in the second round of the playoffs, even getting swept, as a disappointment, it is the quickest rewrite of history in NBA history. Like, the Lakers had no business being there. Some of this was Kevin Durant just, I guess, running from LeBron and getting beat in the first round. Oh, no, he was totally hurt. We believe him. But, like, LeBron getting them there without Luca, with, I think, half the time he had Austin Reeves. We're not going to remember this because, again, it was a first-round playoff. This was one of the most impressive things LeBron's done because he also switched gears and switched roles. 1 game left in the season.
Well, which is why, like, the convos this morning across some of the national places of, like, has LeBron's time in the Lakers, has it been a disappointment? It's like, no. How has it been a disappointment? He won, yes, fine, it's a bubble title. Call it whatever you want, but he won an NBA championship. How was this a disappointment?
And he won it at 36. And his second-best player is Anthony Davis, who, look at Anthony Davis and what he won before LeBron, and look at what he's won after LeBron, which is nothing.
Nothing. And like Tom Haberstroh broke it down. Like, so one of the impressive things about Tom Brady's career, and one thing I always went to, is the idea that you could separate it between 2 different timelines, and Tom Brady's a Hall of Famer here and he's a Hall of Famer there. And Tom Haberstroh today broke it down where he had LeBron in every stint he's been. You can make an argument he's registered 4 different Hall of Fame careers. Oddly enough, the only one that's kind of like a coin flip in the Hall of Fame probability is the time he spent in Cleveland for the 4 years in the return. That's the only time that's kind of been like, would that player make it? Would they not make it off of 4 seasons, 1 championship, and everything else? It's like, but it's right there. He basically has had 4 different Hall of Fame careers.
And so I do think, I think it's the right question. I think I would be really surprised if anyone, be that LeBron, the Lakers, any other team in the NBA history, LeBron's camp, I'd be really surprised if today anyone actually had an answer of where LeBron is going. Because I actually think LeBron handled the final 6 weeks in such a way, actually 8 weeks, because you got to kick back into the last, 3 or 4 weeks of Luca and Austin Reeves as kind of the prominent players on that team. I think he's handled it perfectly to do whatever he wants. If he walked away today, everyone can say that dude at 41 with no help got past a team with Kevin Durant, Şengün, and all the talent that Houston actually has and got them to the second round and probably got bounced by the eventual NBA champions who theoretically could just sweep everybody from here on out in OKC. I don't think that would surprise anyone if the Lakers weren't the only team going forward that got swept by OKC.
I'd be surprised if the Spurs got swept by him, but I hear your point.
I don't know this. I'm not all the way in on the Spurs this year yet, but fair point. But so if he walks away, yes, LeBron, holy crap, great job. If LeBron stays in LA, well, you can substantiate it because he proved to everybody, including the Lakers, that he could take on the third role in the Lakers and still be an insanely effective player. And if he goes anywhere else, including Cleveland, they're going to go, oh, LeBron's chasing that last championship, and he's going to do it while walking off into the sunset. Isn't this a new great story he gets to tell?
I think the story's better in Cleveland, and I think LeBron chases stories. And it might just be me holding out hope is all that is, because the Lakers thing has always been weird to me. Like, Bill Ryder comes on yesterday, is like, yeah, Luca and LeBron don't like each other. Luca hates LeBron. And there's been multiple instances where we've seen, whether that is the end-of-season dinner that Luca had last year, where it basically was all the important people in the Lakers just kind of stiffing LeBron out of that seat at the table. There's been so many instances we can point to that suggest that this should just come to an end, but it's still LeBron in Los Angeles.
Well, and here's the thing. I wonder if LeBron's willing to take the same role everywhere. So, I think to stay in L.A. with his wife and kids, to finish off the career, it wouldn't surprise me if LeBron's like, yeah, I'll be the 3 on this team. I'll be whether the third guy, I'll be the...
I mean, I've wondered aloud whether or not he actually has 4 years left in his career, and he would just end up being basically that guy until he's 45.
But I don't know that
that's reality, but I think there's a part of LeBron that loves this stuff.
But do we think LeBron would take that same role in Cleveland? I think he would definitely take a backseat to Donovan. If he respects Donovan that way, I would expect he would.
Yeah.
But is he going to do that to Donovan and Harden? Is he going to do that with Donovan, Harden, and maybe Mitchell?
The Harden thing might be easier because they're such good friends. It might be an easier thing for him to realize and be like, all right, I will be that third guy to you. The Donovan thing is interesting. Donovan grew up idolizing LeBron, and so I don't know. But he'd have no choice. He'd have to have the understanding.
Well, but then I even Kendrick Perkins on ESPN today was like, he should go to the Knicks. And he wasn't the only guy saying he should go to the Knicks. I think you said Stephen A. Smith said the same thing. It's like, you think LeBron's going to New York to play for an owner that he has openly said he hates in Dolan? And I think it hates in a different way than Dan Gilbert. I think there was love for Dan, and then the Comic Sans thing happened, and the decision happened, and then they found a way to make it work. And I think something like respect or something like that came out the other side. LeBron has openly talked about how much he just doesn't like James Dolan. And, then you're going to go be a 3 behind Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson?
A new spot doesn't make sense unless it's maybe Golden State, and it doesn't make sense for me. But the idea that he's always wanted to play with Steph, we just have the old guys tour.
Man, I'm trying to figure out.
It's Steph and LeBron just hanging out.
So I think Steph and LeBron really works, but it is okay. But what about
that'd be so.
What about
old.
all the other pieces on that roster?
It wouldn't be about winning a title. That would be the thing.
It would just basically be like the grumpy old men version.
It'd be like, you know how golf has the Champions Tour, and you have all these different the 50 and older type things. And you're like, there's a lot of really good players on there. That's basically what it would be. It'd be the NBA version of that.
Is Jimmy Butler still there, or has he been traded already?
No, he's still there.
All right, so I'm assuming Jimmy would then go to LA. Oh, I don't think LeBron. Maybe LeBron and Draymond could. I just realized that kind of rhymes. Man, I just don't know. But again, I think LeBron set it up perfectly. That wherever he goes, him going to Madison Square Garden at this point would be weird, but you'd be like, well, LeBron's always said he loves, Madison Square Garden. He's always, if not for James Dolan, there's a chance somewhere, somehow, LeBron would have already been a New York Knick.
So how much of this is the story versus I want to go to a team that I feel like I can win an NBA championship with?
I think they're very closely interlocked. But when LeBron went to L.A., once he won that title and he made his story, which is I want my damn respect too, post that, I felt like LeBron's kind of done with the story chasing.
So listen, like he's not getting out of the West anymore. Mm-hmm. That's gone. In my opinion, I mean, that belongs to the Thunder until it doesn't, and then once it's not the Thunder, it's going to be the Spurs. So, like, you're not getting out of the West, so you have to go to an Eastern Conference team. Is it just because he thinks maybe, and again, we'll find out what happens this playoffs, but if he thinks the Knicks are the best team in the East, is that why he'd end up there?
And then take him. Because I think the Lakers showing you that they were willing to cut LeBron out of the circle of trust, that I think now teams are not willing to kowtow to LeBron the way that they were, even maybe as recently as like 4 years ago, because they don't think he can power you there all by himself like he did the first 17 years of his career.
Yeah,
and
no,
so I think
he can't. Yeah.
I think that's another fascinating kind of building block that kind of goes away. I have no doubt that James Dolan, being the goofball that he is, would pave heaven and earth to bring LeBron to New York. I don't know that he would then make him the guy on that team. The Heat, I know Pat Riley isn't supposed to be in charge anymore, but if the Heat trade for Giannis and all of a sudden LeBron's willing to play for less money, could he go there? But again, like there's will you go there versus will they roll out the red carpet versus your point, which is, well, what's the best story? And I think all of these aren't as certain as they were 5 years ago, which continues to make LeBron being like, sure, I'll be the third guy on this team, even smarter, because I think it does open up his options and maybe signal a willingness to take less than what he and when I say less, I'm not talking financially, I'm talking about power-wise than he ever has before.
I mean, he's gonna have to. Like the blueprint for LeBron, like if he came to the Cavs, this is what I tell you guys in like day 3 of us discussing it. It'd be he's gonna play about 29 minutes a game. Mm-hmm. He's gonna play about 60 games, and you're just gonna have to live with that. And they're gonna be really effective. They're gonna be it's gonna be a lot of the year would be basically just showing Donovan how to get past whatever level he gets past this year, and like teaching him and doing all that stuff. But like you're getting barely 25 to 30 minutes a night, somewhere in that range, and you're getting about 60 games.
I mean, I would take it. I would be really surprised if LeBron would be willing to do less than 29 minutes a night. And I don't know. Maybe all of this. I think what you're saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, that this would kind of all be pre-negotiated. That I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't see LeBron. This is just going to be the version of LeBron that has to exist at his age and where he's at right now. And what we've seen over the previous couple months, like if we're going to get the best version of LeBron and you're going to get the most effective version of LeBron, basically in the regular season, you're not going to get much of LeBron, all things considered, but like you're getting a solid 28, 30 minutes a game, and that's going to be it. He's going to have a minutes limit.
He still played 33 minutes a game last year. This last season. And I think he played 38 minutes per game in the postseason, but 33 minutes per game at 41 years old.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get about 60 games, somewhere in that range. Like it'll be a different version than what you typically have seen, but that's going to find a way to be the most effective.
Has LeBron played his last game in Los Angeles? More on that later in the show, and a quarterback competition that might or might not mimic what the Browns are trying to do in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
finishing his 23rd year, the longest tenure for any player in the history of the league. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
John Fanta coming up in just about 1 hour's time. We'll talk about the Cavs' big Game 4 win. Donovan Mitchell, a 43-burger. We got great basketball from James Harden, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. I'm just mentioning a bunch of names now, not you, Kenny Atkinson. But we'll have more on that. Obviously, we're waiting on mini camps here. We're also waiting to see who the Browns play in Week 1. A lot of schedule leaking so far. No leakage from the Cleveland Browns.
No leakage from the Browns.
Not positively no leakage.
Trying to get that Dude Wipes campaign going again?
I think it would make a lot of sense. Uh-oh, the schedule's a leaking. Where's Dude Wipes?
So I'll offer it up again for like the 7 millionth year in a row. If somebody wants to go ahead and with the Browns, give me the schedule ahead of time, I will be the person that just puts it out there week by week by week by week by week. It historically always goes to a local radio guy, always. And I put myself out there. Now, we've talked about this before. The weird hang-up is I've actually gotten the schedule ahead of the time a couple years, and I've done nothing with it. But that's because I got it from people that then would get in trouble for giving it to me. I needed to come from someone within the Browns, someone within the NFL, whoever.
Maybe somebody who goes by initials?
You know, maybe somebody that gives me the clear path to go ahead and use
somebody who's part of the family?
Yeah, use the green light and go.
Somebody who met
that's
at a
what I
card
need.
show? That's just for JW. I met JW at a card show.
I know.
So I was just making sure. I didn't want him to be like, is he talking about me? Is there somebody else with initials that's also?
No, I'm definitely.
Because I think over there they consider everybody part of the family.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's like the Olive Garden.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
When you're here, you're family.
I had one hell of an OG experience on Mother's Day.
I do love that you took your mom to Olive Garden for Mother's Day.
I will tell you, I offered up, I'll buy our moms and I couldn't just make my father-in-law pay for his own meal. So my father-in-law, everybody
actually,
out.
You want a power play. That's
really
the
funny.
play. Miss, we'll take separate checks. Just put
seven checks.
Put his.
And one for him.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take everyone else's, though. But
although
his.
It did teasingly say, this is your Father's Day present, too.
Oh, yeah?
And I only kind of meant it. But no, so it was Vanessa that chose it. And I thought about pushing back on it, but I was like, it's Mother's Day.
That's her call.
The three moms want to go to OG. We're going to OG.
Exactly right. Unlimited breadsticks were had, I'm sure?
No. That was so it was so busy that we didn't get the breadsticks till the entrees came, because every time our server went back to get some, she was like, there's literally none back there. We got calamari.
That's a miss by them.
I didn't blame her. I didn't really blame them. It was super busy. Like, it was so bad.
I would think so.
We got lucky to get a parking spot. Okay. This is like my favorite part of the story. So I kind of called my mom. She answers the phone. She's at church. She picks up the phone while they're singing. She goes, yep. And I was like,
that's a red flag.
Are you? They're singing. Shouldn't you be worshiping right now?
You're at church. It's like the one rule of church is you don't make noise.
And she goes,
unless you're singing and you're doing.
They won't hear me over the hymn.
And she goes, yeah, that's fine. Come on, what do you need? And I was like, well, I'll just text you. So I text her, hey, we're gonna go to lunch. Or we're gonna go to dinner. Do you want to come along? We'd love to take you out, right? I put it in the better way. I put, we'd like to take you out, not do you want to come along? And so, anyways, we agree.
Take to tag along for Mother's Day.
We agree 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, at 5 o'clock, we're running a skosh late. So not 5 o'clock.
You didn't make reservations for the Olive Garden?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Should have thought of that. Thought about it, never executed.
It sounds like a lot of the plans came together last minute as was.
Well, even more last minute than you realize. So at 4:15, we text my mom and my in-laws. It's going to be 5:15 that we're going to get there. Let's all get there at 5:15. My mom was already there at 4:15. And not just that, she had already put in for a table. And I guess my mom just hung out at the table for an hour until everybody got there.
Did she think that it was just she wasn't going to get a table, so she wanted to make sure she got a table?
My mom is at least an hour early to everything she's excited for. So any Memorial Day party, it's
like this. I like that. What does she got to do? That's great.
It's actually really awesome.
I love that.
That's always a sign of how excited. Like, she gets to the girls' stuff. She'll get to our house like 30 minutes early or an hour early. And I was a little stressed out at first. Best thing to ever happen.
Man, she's pumped for the Olive Garden.
She's so pumped for the Olive Garden.
Think about how cool that is. Like, she's pumped. She's so pumped for the Olive Garden. She wants to show up an hour early. I love that.
And then the Olive Garden delivered, except the breadsticks. But every other thing, it was awesome.
Did you do one of like the unlimited soup and salad too, and just make everything unlimited?
My oldest kid did that. I did the shrimp and chicken carbonara.
Man, I haven't been to the Olive Garden in forever.
Yeah, go back.
I don't get to go to chain restaurants anymore. My wife doesn't let me go to chain restaurants anymore. We don't do that.
I feel like the OG.
I could go on my own.
It's not the same.
I don't want to do that.
No, because you want to talk about the breadsticks are just so fluffy today.
And it's like, you know what it is. It's like, and then you're like, oh, well, I can't believe they can even afford to sell this for this cheap.
Yeah, that's one of the 4 like most important conversations you can have at the Olive Garden. Is just how do they keep the lights on?
We went to Winking Lizard last night.
Mm-hmm.
I picked some up on the way home, and then I brought it, and she was like, we talking about the bill, and it's like, this salad that I get has been the same price for like 6 years.
Yep.
How do they keep the lights on? How do they do it? How do they keep it going for 6 years running? This one salad I order, the Mesa chopped chicken salad, has been the same price the entire time. Does inflation not hit the Winking Lizard?
That's why you got to call them and be like, that actually would be the most baller move if she called them and was like, I think it's time to raise the price.
I kind of want to tell somebody, like, listen, I like you guys. I want to keep the lights on. It's okay if you upcharge me $1 or $2 for something else.
And somebody goes to the Lizard quite often. They're doing okay. They're doing okay.
They're always jam-packed.
Yeah. Can you understand?
Maybe because of these prices.
Somehow the Wilson
Unpaid
girls.
advertisement, but I go there a lot.
There's 2 places the Wilson girls somehow get one over on me every time that they don't order off the kids' menu, and it's OG and it's Winking Lizard. Every other place, I'm like, kids' menu for you 2. The last 2 that I can keep on there, they got one past the goalie on Sunday, and did that bill go up by $8 a person?
Is that right?
Yeah. $16 all told, but still wasn't happy with it. I'll pay for the adults.
Yeah,
big meal, but not you 2.
Are you like you get one appetizer too? Like how do you manage the appetizers?
No,
because that's where you're on the tab. You're on the tab with appetizers
and drinks, which I also had one of. But so we did calamari, but I know my children are feral when it comes to calamari. If you get
it's
one
my favorite app as well.
It's incredible. I get it. I also get a little feral when the calamari comes out. But when we were in Myrtle. Again, it was just us, the 5 of us, and my in-laws. And it was the first time they'd had calamari. I got a calamari, singular. My mother-in-law got a calamari. Vanessa got These 3 children descended upon the calamari the way that like a shark or a school of sharks would descend upon an actual octopus. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of savagery that they descended upon. The initial. So it's every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's a good app though. That's a top tier app. Underappreciated in the app community.
I do think. Listen, Ken and Anthony are the guys who created the schedule game.
They created it.
No one ever did that before them. And I mean, I think we even have a promo saying that.
No one ever analyzed a team's upcoming schedule?
Nope, not after it came out.
In the history of sports talk radio?
No one ever. Nope, they even named it the schedule game.
Wow.
No one else would have thought
originality
of that.
Like you dream of.
I think we got to be the guy that correctly predicts what the week 1 game's going to be.
Okay, so I'm very about this. I think it might go as well as when we did the draft pick selections, but I want to do this.
Okay, so I'm just going to, I think what we should do, though, is we should just say that we're hearing that it could be something.
Wait, is this with us actually having the knowledge of it, or if this just kind of like it is what it is?
Well, I mean, we don't want to let everyone behind the curtain.
Because remember,
it's up to you.
The bit that I've done is when I've actually gotten the schedule, I've gone in these like impassioned rants of like, it should be in week 7, the Chargers, and then I always, I basically just nail it 100% right, but it's always a wink for the listener and the listener only.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a wink.
Want to do that again?
Maybe there's a wink. Maybe there's no wink.
All
I
right,
don't know.
maybe 6:20 on schedule night. We just maybe happen to see if we connect the dots and get it right.
Well, listen, Jonathan, I'm hearing. And, I talked to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Many people. I was at the OG, talked to a couple people there.
Nice.
And I'm hearing it could be the Bengals, week 1.
Oh, now you just threw me off, though. Are you actually hearing that, or is this now? Because I want to do, I'm hearing, but it actually is reality.
But it depends on who I'm talking to and what I'm hearing.
I don't think you've heard anything yet.
I've also heard from other people. There's other people over here.
We don't start hearing things till Thursday.
They weren't at the OG. But they said maybe it's they think it's going to be the Steelers week 1. Then yet I've talked to a third group of people.
You've talked to too many people now.
And they're insisting it could be the Ravens. So you see, I'm talking to a lot of people, and my sources are telling me different things, but it also could be the Colts week 1. It could be the Falcons week 1. These are all things that I could be hearing and that could happen. Could be the Jaguars.
What a letdown.
Could be the Buccaneers.
Right.
No, I'm just saying. If you just throw out enough could-bes.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just talking to people.
I want to accidentally get it 100% right.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Well, I'm not seeing that DM
accidentally
from our friend with the initials yet.
We'll get it. We'll get it. Maybe not from him, but we'll get it.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not giving that one to me.
No.
That's smart though. You don't give insider secrets to this guy, or do you?
Maybe this is the test.
Maybe that's where I saw somebody at the OG. Maybe I didn't.
Maybe this is the test.
Yeah. Now, while we're talking about football, it's called a segue, folks. Rich Eisen had Tom Pelissero on, and I thought it was interesting that, in this clip, you're going to hear Tom Pelissero talking about the Vikings quarterback situation and a competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. I think it might be something we can also throw into the Browns conversation as well.
Kyler comes in. He hasn't played in this offense. JJ's got 2 years in it. It's been a roller coaster ride. There's been some really good moments. There's been some not so good moments, and there have been a ton of injuries. Kyler also has dealt with injuries in recent years, since the torn ACL and then obviously last year with the foot injury they never made it back from. It's going to be interesting to watch these guys duke it out because you've got JJ who's got at least a foundation in the offense. You've got Kyler who has shown ability. He's been to Pro Bowls. He's been to the playoffs. He's only 28 years old. This, to me, is going to be the most fascinating quarterback competition in the NFL. And from everything that I have understood, it is truly wide open. They're keeping an open mind as a coaching staff, and we'll see what direction it goes.
So it's been described as a true quarterback competition.
Yeah.
Which to me means it's 50-50. Or at the very worst, it's 55-45. I don't buy that it's that close. I think Kyler has more of a 60 to 70% chance of getting this job.
Yeah, that's what I would think as well.
And then JJ's got to come from behind and snatch the job.
Agree.
So I disagree pretty strongly about this. But I think that's just a personal feeling. I don't know that Kyler was going there without.
Well, the idea is their eyes are open, though.
Yes.
So, if Kyler happens to overcome the odds that we've discussed and we agree upon, well, then he does get the job.
And I think what's interesting is JJ is a former top 12 pick. Kyler's not making a lot of money. There's ways you can sell this as a true quarterback competition, even if my read is Kyler's not going there. I think if you try to put it to the Browns and say the Browns is a true quarterback competition, the only reason I think it might be true is the Browns have just been so adamant that it is.
I don't know who has the advantage there, though. I know we have the report with Mary Kay and the inside track or whatever that was. Mm-hmm. But if you told me right now, is it lopsided one way or another? Maybe it's Deshaun 55, Shador 45. But why would that change? The only thing that's changed is one report after installs.
Yeah, I mean it's $230 million quarterback versus a 5th round pick, but it's a guy who, if you look at the way the last Shador and Deshaun, the last time they've played for the Browns, the numbers aren't remarkably better than the other.
Yeah.
One's had a lot of injuries, and the other's only banking off 7 games. All the little things that we usually gleam towards of where were you drafted? How much or when did you get signed? When did you get traded? All the little markers you're looking for that tell you whether it's a legit, true quarterback competition or not, they don't really have with this one. And that is where...
That's why it's so hard to cap, though.
Well, I was going to say that's where my self-doubt comes from.
Yeah.
Because every time I think about it, I'm like, well, they couldn't possibly.
But they could.
Exactly.
Because they're the Browns.
Well, and then you can go, well, are you really going to let a 5th-round pick, which that's how people around the NFL see Shador until he takes that label off, are they going to let a 5th-round pick stop you from playing the best quarterback, even if we got to take your word for it that that's the best quarterback?
And so I'd be yeah, you want to play for even, beyond this next year if Shador happens to go off. But they don't have to play by that same set of rules.
216-474-0092. Tom Pelissero says the Vikings quarterback competition is a true quarterback competition. How sure are you we can say the same thing about the Browns quarterback spot? Here's what I'll say. It's never, and I don't say it's never, it's very rarely is on the nose as anyone says it in the NFL, and certainly the Cleveland Browns. And my biggest sense of self-doubt is I can understand if that organization wants to try and get something out of Deshaun, or Todd Monken wants to try and make it a statement with Deshaun by getting him back to playing well. But they've just been so insistent that it's almost like we start to hear the same message 10 times out of 10. You're like, Are they just really good at messaging? Yeah, does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. There's a part of you that just doesn't believe it yet.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm in the same.
To believe it.
I'm in the same boat. I just have a hard time thinking he'll actually be the Week 1 quarterback. But do I think it's a true test or whatever we want to call it? Like, I don't think the game is rigged in Shedor's favor.
I think if it's rigged in anyone's favor, it's rigged in Deshaun's favor.
Exactly right. And so, like, if I don't want to believe that it's going to happen for Deshaun for Week 1, then the other alternative to that would be the idea that I think it'd be rigged in Shedor's favor and he's going to have the upper hand and all this. And I don't believe that. And so we're stuck in a little bit of a rut here, aren't we?
A different sense of urgency for the Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta coming up in just about 40 minutes. A couple bits of Guardians news here. Some sad news. The Guardians just announcing that Bob Tayak, the Progressive Field public announce addresser for almost 3 decades, has passed away. I had known he had been ill. I know that had been something that had been kind of out there. But condolences to his family. One, the man had some smooth pipes. And two, it's so funny when you have the same, the same announcer or PA announcer at you don't realize it until there's like a game where you're like, well, that's not the person who does it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's supposed to.
And I remember the first time it happened where I think Bob missed a game or something like it. It must have been like 2005 or 2006, and it was the most. It threw me off so hard as a fan who had been to Progressive Field so many times growing up, and that was 20 years ago that Bob had already made his impact there. So thoughts and prayers and love to his family. That's a pretty great career to do that for 3 decades there. We also have Stephen Vogt back after a 2-game absence. So maybe you saw the Stephen Kwan comments by Tony Arsenault yesterday and was like, Arnich? I butchered his name. The point is,
okay.
The interim manager, and just thought, well, I better be getting better now.
The weird story about Tony and Stephen Vogt living in the same house.
Yeah,
I guess he lives in Stephen Vogt's house. That was kind of the development that everyone learned there.
I did not know that.
Didn't know that,
of all the things that I've learned. Then aren't they supposed to be doppelgangers?
Vogt lives on the second floor, and then he lives in the basement apparently.
Okay.
And so, like, the commentary after the game was he went to the podium and was like, if I lost that game, like, not only would I probably wouldn't be manager again today because he'd come back and take the job, but also he'd probably kick me out of the house.
And they also are supposed to be like doppelgangers. Are they the same guy?
I don't think so.
Is this like
maybe?
what's the Andy Kaufman bit? I'm trying to remember the character. Tony Clifton.
Yeah.
Are they just the same guy and Stephen Vogt's getting double the salary?
It'd be a good trick
bit.
if you could pull it off.
In fairness, I've not seen the two in the same place at the same time. Something that we didn't get to yesterday.
Yeah.
But it certainly plays in the heels of the Patrick Bailey trade. Even bringing up guys like Alaman, Bazana, and DeLauder this early in the season is just how it's a different sense of urgency for the Guardians this year. And it doesn't seem like anybody but you or I are pointing this out.
It's just odd. I mean, it's because it's just not how they ever operate. And now they've done it with so many different players, and they're just bringing guys up, and then they're sending other guys down, and there's an urgency attached to it that we typically don't see with the Guardians.
And it's
refreshing.
And I do listen. I think people are pointing it out in what you just said, which is it's refreshing. They're enjoying that the Guardians are being bolder. I always love to know the why. Because I think there's one thing that people have glommed onto. They must really believe in this team. That might be the case, but I don't know it completely explains from Bailey to DeLauder to Bazana, just how quickly they're just trying to get talent in the door here. I wonder if they're trying to prove something. I wonder if there's a sense of urgency. We know that in the next year to 3 years, there will be new ownership here. I don't know if this is part of that. And again,
it's where my mind went to. Part of it, yeah. Like Blitzer's already on board, but you kind of got to impress people.
Yeah, well, and the sooner you can win with this cast and crew, the sooner you can prove that you have something worth keeping. I would be so furious if David Blitzer came in and that was the change that he made. Because I think so much of Cleveland's success in baseball over the last 30 years, really the last 20 years, has been baked in the continuity that sometimes drives people crazy for the Cleveland Guardians. Yes, I think the comfort of Antonetti and Chernoff is part of, and the job security is part of the success they've had. Yep, they haven't won a World Series. Yep, they haven't won to the degree you'd love, which is being in the World Series every year. They've also had the worst hand in baseball, or one of the 10 worst hands in baseball every year. And it's happened a hell of a lot more since 2020.
Yeah, but what's been their big bugaboo as of late? It's been how do they develop hitters? Because they've not been able to develop hitters. And so, like, if you're trying to prove to a new ownership group or to anybody on the outside looking in, like, hey, we're actually doing this at a great rate, it's getting DeLauder up here and having him hit. It's getting Bazana up here and having him hit, and just kind of just wiping away the stigma that is the idea that anybody that comes here just doesn't know how to hit a baseball.
Now, specific to this year, I'm glad it's happening because DeLauder's really raking, and Bazana, especially over the last, 6 games, has really come on. Let's not talk about the first 3 games, but like it's bearing fruit early.
Yeah.
And I do think that it's keeping you in this thing because Quan hasn't come around, because Jose's still, he's a little better, but still not around. The rotation on any given night, who knows what you're going to get. The bullpen even worse so.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you had slow played DeLauder and Bazana,
It'd be a disaster.
I think you're probably 4 games back of where you are now, which in this division isn't the end-all, be-all. But, it takes 2 weeks for somebody in this division to stand up and run away with it.
And so the other side of that, too, is that there is optimism from the fan base in just watching the young guys play. And watching DeLauder and Bazana that I don't think would exist if we had just replaced them with guys we'd been seeing for years on end.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is there a chance that it's also just trying to get butts in seats?
Yeah, I think it might play a part of that equation. Sure. Yeah, like at least keeps your interest up. Sure. For myself, I'm locked into every Guardians game anyway because it's just how I take in baseball and it's what I like about the.
We're sickos.
Yeah, basically, and that's fine. But like, it's no crime to admit I'm enjoying it much more rooting on Bazana every night and rooting on DeLauder every night than if it was another iteration of name whatever player you want.
Yeah, the only thing is the Bazana DeLauder thing might become the Harden versus Garland thing for you and I. It
might be.
I think you've definitely.
I feel it brewing.
You bought more stock in Bazana. I bought more stock in DeLauder. I think we both are going to end up being right. I think they're both going to be really nice baseball players. It does. Even in the pre-show, we were talking about this, and you were like, "You're Bazana hate." And I'm like, "I'm just not as high as you are," but it's brewing.
Yeah, you know what I've learned though, and I think this stems maybe even from the Shador stuff, now into the Harden stuff, and then into the Bazana stuff that we've discussed. I really, really enjoy rooting on individual players.
Yeah.
I love rooting on teams, obviously, but like rooting on individual players, I've always been this way. Like going back to even when I was a kid, I rooted on Mark Grace just as hard as anything in the world. You know what I mean? Like I'd watch Diamondbacks games, the ones that were available after he got traded, and it was and that's an NBA thing that I'm not typically like I didn't grow up with NBA culture attached to myself. I grew up with baseball culture attached to myself more than anything. But I do love the individual aspect of sports. It makes it it's so incredibly interesting and fun.
So what's funny is it is something I see a lot with the real young generation, like the Jacks generation.
And they do it a lot with quarterbacks now, too, in the NFL. It's very popular to just have a quarterback and go for it.
So I, like a lot of NBA fans, I had other NBA players that I loved, like Shaq, like Sean Kemp. Like those were the guys that helped me fall in love when the Cavs were like a 41-win team for a couple years. But I had a couple guys in baseball, like Randy Johnson was always one of them. Maddox, I would watch him pitch endlessly because it was flawless. But like it never really transcended beyond that. And then for some reason it stopped. Like I'm kind of just I like Cleveland teams. I'll watch other sports. And I might like in a game be like, man, I'm really enjoying what Jokic is doing. But that's kind of where it stops. And I don't know where that changed because I think I used to be more like you.
Yeah, I think it just makes it so much fun to me. Even like Saturday night's game, you're watching along and Stephen Kwan's got a chance to win it and he doesn't go through. And I'm like, well, that sucks. I wanted them to win it right there. But then Bazana had a chance, 2 outs. Game's right there, hits the ball incredibly hard, flies out to left field. But you're like this. There's a part of me that's like, I would have loved it if Quan did it, let's say, but it would have been 3 times as juicy if Bazana could have just gotten the hit in that moment.
216-474-0092. So why are the Guardians showing a different sense of urgency this season? One thing, sure, they'll never tell us, but it is obvious that they're operating with trying to get these guys up and trying to get them productive as soon as humanly possible. The only thing we didn't say is the fact that as of right now, DeLauder and Bazana, and this might end up being just the Occam's razor of it, they're already hitting. Like where a lot of guys they brought up, and it's like, man, this guy's it takes him 2 years to get going. Pizzana and DeLauder do not have that. They're immediately producing at a level that are almost a little surprising.
Pizzana already leads the team in on-base percentage, and it's not even really close. His on-base percentage is close to 420. And it's weird because it has like a trickle-down effect. Last night's game, you watched, they had 10 walks in that game. Mm-hmm. They had 4 walks in the big inning that they had. Like, it was I'm not saying it's contagious, but it's definitely one of those things. 4 walks in the third inning alone. Like they won the game last night just because they let Los Angeles just not throw strikes.
Where is the Guardian sense of urgency coming from? And is Donovan Mitchell back after that 43-burger last night? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
he had that going. He was finding Strus and Merrill. And quite honestly, he should have had like 17, 18 assists. That's what kind of effort it was, seeing the floor, and the ball wasn't sticking to him unless it was at the end of a clock. So that's the James Harden that they got a shot with.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I've heard dumber things. John Fanta coming up in just about 20 minutes here. We will get to the Cavs' big Game 4 victory. Obviously, that has been a talking point today. We got Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 as well today. A little bit of scheduled talk, a little bit of Browns talk. I'm now just saying things that we have been talking about today. But we obviously had a big talk about JB Bickerstaff and his comments about the officiating earlier. We obviously had the Kenny Atkinson talk, and we've referenced Donovan's 43-point game last night. In terms of psychologically, for Cavs fan, as a Cavs fan, I can tell you Donovan having the game he had last night goes a long way to having the kind of confidence you need to start broadcasting and forecasting the Cavs winning this damn series.
Yeah, it's such an interesting game. He's 0 for 6 in the first half. He just looks lost out there, and then the second half he just turns it on, and it's the type of thing where when you saw it happening in real time, you're like, why can't he just do this all the time? Mm-hmm. Why can't he just go to the basket all the time? And then he started having those teardrop threes that are always so impressive and so cool to watch. Those are harder to replicate. But like the going to the basket thing and going to the free throw line as much as he did, that seems like that's an easy recipe moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's been a crisis of confidence a little bit for Donovan. Like there are just games where he just doesn't look confident in what he's doing. And I think that's my hope for last night. Is that he remembered he was Donovan Mitchell?
Mm-hmm, sure, yeah. I mean, I hope so. I'm trying to figure out if that was just a one-off and it's 3 straight 30-point games. So he's scoring, but he was wildly inefficient in Game 2. Game 3, I thought actually was a really nice game. 35 and 10, I thought he played really nice. And then Game 4, is he building on something? Is the offense getting, I guess, more dialed and easier for him because of all the attention that Harden is now taking? It seems like it's happening at a better rate and a better pace for him.
Well, I think it's going to be easier for him to do what he did last night when everybody else, when he doesn't have to be the Energizer Bunny and the guy that's scoring 43 points in a game.
Well, it seems like they found their rhythm together, though, between him and Harden. It just kind of feels like they have an understanding of when to kind of step back and let the other one cook. And I feel like it took them a long time to get there, but now that they've gotten there, it's kind of nice.
I think that's still going to be a work in progress.
For sure.
But I do think, the last 2 games, specifically how they played together, in just and honestly, it's not even in the just in the postseason. It's probably the last couple games of the season as well. I think they've been going back and forth and ebbing and flowing on figuring out how to play with each other, and this does look like momentum. Now this is where we have to say the thing that I hate because everyone's saying it. Now I got to see it in Game 5.
Yeah,
but I also think I think this is a byproduct of James getting going as a facilitator as well, because when the fifth guy on the court, whoever that is on any given, Strus or Dean Wade or Sam Merrill, when they're getting the looks that they were getting last night, then that means if that ball keeps flowing, eventually Donovan's going to get the right looks.
Yeah, and he did. And it was just one of those things. It's an incredible game. There's just no other way to describe it. I do have that same worry you have, where in the back of my mind, I'm like, all right, now I need to see it for a Game 5.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Donovan, you haven't earned that benefit of the doubt from anybody listening or watching. It's okay. Go out there and earn it.
Well, and I think it's only natural that it's I think in the same way that we were talking about, is there a difference between the Cavs when the Cavs are down 0-2? Is there a difference between losing in 5 games and losing in 7? Of course there is. Well, there's a difference right now between the Cavs coming back and winning this series in 6 and winning it in 7. And if you can take care of the game in Detroit in Game 5, okay, then my questions are answered. Just get through the rest of the series.
There's also a difference in that same respect of what you do in Game 4 and Game 3 versus what you do in Game 6 and Game 7 if you're Donovan. And I was listening to Jake on the ride home, and Jax had some Harden stat where Game 4 historically is the best Harden, and the numbers are insane. He's averaging, I don't want to speak to it because it was just that unreal, right? And it's okay. So for Harden and for Donovan, like you can have your best games earlier on in the series, but the part that we're going to care the most about is what happens in Game 7, for instance, when Jared Allen had to pick up the slack and carry everybody. Like that's your crunch time moments. That's the times where we want to see you be great.
I'm still not flipping the switch in the Cavs because I mandated this. I mean, heck, I think I did in the Toronto series where it was like I need to see them play well on the road in the playoffs before I get too high on them. But short of that, short of having already won a postseason game in the playoffs this year, the last two games from Donovan and the last two games from, I think, James, that is like, are you going to need an Evan Mobley game in a potential Eastern Conference Finals game against the Knicks? Of course you are. Mm-hmm. And you're going to need a Strus game or a Schroeder game. You're going to need all of that. And so seeing those things early has been really encouraging, that you're getting 3 or 4 guys who are role players in one way or another who are showing up on any given night. That is incredibly encouraging because those are things that have been missing in the previous years. But the thing that's missing this year, like we became so accustomed to Donovan putting up his numbers no matter what, and whoever the second best player, we were getting consistently good player more often play from your 2 of your best 4 players on any given year. And we just hadn't seen that consistently. So Donovan and James playing the way they last 2 games, like that's as excited as I can possibly be about where this thing is going because against New York, that's non-negotiable. Like getting 4 games with those 2 guys do what they've done the last 2 games, and then a Strus, and then a Schroeder, and then a Mobley, and then a Jared Allen. You pair that with what I think was the intensity last night. And it wasn't just the intensity, the ability to withstand the intensity of Detroit, which didn't waver in the middle of that game either. I think those are the big things I look at last night and go, all right, now those might be real things you can spin forward if now you can prove to me you can do it in Detroit.
Yeah, and it's not like Detroit had a bad night. That's the weird thing about that game. Like it was a blowout, but Detroit shot as good as they're going to shoot from 3. I mean, I think they're like 43% from 3. Yep. They shot incredible from the field overall, 51% from the field in total. And we talked about the different players that stepped up, like Karis LeVert and guys like that, and B-Ball Paul, all those type of guys. And it's like that's a game that we've seen the Cavs lose before. Mm-hmm. And it went from a game that they lose before into a game that it was an absolute and utter belt-to-ass beatdown. That's encouraging. How is it not?
216-474-0092. Is Donovan Mitchell back? 35 points 2 games ago.
I feel like we're doing the basketball equivalent of like boobs are fun. You know what I mean? Where it's
counterpoint.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
No, not wrong. Yeah. But it's like this is like it's always interesting after games like that where you're like, all right, so Donovan was awesome, James was awesome, Mobley defensively with the blocks and everything was awesome. All right, I guess like I'm the Lego guy. Everything is awesome.
So the only thing I would say is though, it's so weird that it's been such a wonky postseason that we just haven't had more of these performances from Donovan. And again, he hasn't been straight awful, but he also hasn't kind of been the traditional Donovan we're used to. We're still learning James in real time, which is another kind of thing.
For sure. And even within this game, Nick, like at halftime, I sent a buddy a text, said this one's on 45 right now. Yeah. Like this one's on him. 4 points at the half. Everyone else is doing their part. You're down 4 at the half. Why? It's because Donovan's not shooting the ball. He's got to get going in the second half. And then not only did he do it, he did it in spades.
Just for everybody who listened to the Bill Ryder interview yesterday, I did text Bill last night. Looks like Donovan heard what your source said. And Bill liked that quite a bit.
Yeah, did he like that one?
Yeah, he liked that one quite a bit.
Yeah. Actually, I thought of Bill. In that commentary yesterday.
And I was trying to find a way to say it to a friend without, saying it to a friend, saying it in a way that would lose Bill as a friend, and I think we landed the plane.
We should have just interviewed a source yesterday.
I just want to know who it is.
It felt like every answer.
Like long time, NBA successful GM. I'm like, all right, what's the name? Give me the name. It's not Mitch Kupchak, is it?
And if he told you the name, it would completely shape everything we thought or didn't think about the interview. But he's got good sources, so I imagine it's a pretty good name.
Also, if it was
What's
a
the
name,
worst name he could have told you?
Mitch Kupchak.
That's just the worst one. Okay.
Well, yeah, by the way.
Because do you have Charlotte stuff with Kupchak or no?
I actually thought he did good there. The thing was, by the end, he was kind of seen as like a sleepy kind of guy. I'd always heard that there were like scenarios where he'd jump in a league call and like some of the younger GMs would kind of snicker. because it was apparent that Mitch was having like a Dustin moment. He wasn't really in the conversation.
Yeah.
Which I always hated because he was such a nice guy, and he is just a smart basketball dude. But he was there because he's really tight with the Bus family, and really nice guy, and I don't know, used to like give Kareem back rubs in the. Okay, maybe not that. That was
maybe not that.
I don't think Kareem's.
My answer would be Nico Harrison.
Demos in Shaker. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Well, I agree about Donovan playing last night, but another guy you haven't mentioned, and you talked earlier about players that you root for. I mean, who is the lovable geek on the Cavs but Jared Allen, okay? And this guy going from a few years ago where the lights were too bright for the team and maybe him has been playing out like crazy compared to even a couple months ago. He had that great February. He kind of disappeared for a while. And I'll tell you what, if that Game 7 hadn't happened, think about how much he frees up Mobley for offense when he's playing on defense here. And the only thing I don't like about his game that he could geek up a little bit more would be the free throw shooting, because they're doing almost like a hack-a-shack on him. Toronto started it, and Detroit is kind of doing that a little bit with him. I would love to see Jared do granny-style free throw to start making more. But aside from that, he's the guy I'm rooting for because I'm a geek too.
Demos, be honest. You just want to see him shoot granny style because he's a 7-footer and it's funny.
That's right. That too.
Yeah. But also the makes. Yeah. We appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah.
A good man there. Demos in Shaker.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you just saw his box score, you'd say Jarrett was awfully quiet last night. He wasn't. He had some, and it wasn't even, the funny thing is, it was all the little stuff. It was drawing fouls. It was hanging in there, physically. And I thought it was really cool. And I think he got a kick out of it when they were, chanting Jarrett's name last night, to listen to him in the post game where he was like, yeah, that's really cool. They've always had my back. That was kind of one of those full circle moments where you never know how long a guy's got with you. You never know how long a player's going to play with you.
Yeah.
That if that's the way it ended with Jared Allen in Cleveland, I could be like, oh, that's perfect. Like, you got him at that bargain for a first-round pick 6 years ago. He's a huge part of what you did. And then to
made
have
an all-star
that,
team. Yeah.
And by the way, I think he finally answered and has answered for the lights is bright with the way he's played this postseason.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's I think that's the whole part of what Game 7 in that narrative was.
Yeah.
Like, it's him answering for the commentary that it has become basically the identity of this Donovan Mitchell Cavs team for years.
Real quick, Mario in Cleveland. We got about 30 seconds, buddy. Is Donovan back?
No, he's not. He's inconsistent. He's hot. He's cold. It's the first and second half show who he is. No, he's not. We'll see. He got to get over his demons of inconsistency. Then we'll see if he arrives. I don't know where he at, but he ain't arrived. So how can he be back? That's all I got.
Mario, we appreciate you. I would like to point out he's really good the first 3 years in the playoffs. The inconsistency has just kind of been about half the Toronto series in the first 2 games of this one. So all the criticisms we've had of Donovan this year have been fair, but he's not arrived. Well, he arrived, and then he kind of departed for a little bit, and it seems like he might be back.
That's the right read on it. I mean, just go back at the Pacers series last year. He was the only one doing anything.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
for the season before Cleveland's home opener against the Cubs back in April due to his health. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in 1 hour's time of the MMQB. We'll talk a little schedule release. Ask him how the Celtics are doing at home.
I don't think we got to go there.
I think we do. Albert really has gloated several times.
Didn't we do it yesterday?
When
we
the
did it last week
Celtics-
with him about the Celtics.
I think we asked what went wrong. We didn't gloat. Now that the Cavs have won 2 games in this series,
He's
I'm
going to be
feeling
like, what is
gloating.
he's going to be like, what is the NBA? He won't even know it exists best.
Oh, do we
when
still
Boston's
have that
out.
team there?
Yeah, is that the National Basketball Association? No, not in 2026.
We should ask him whether Jaylen Brown for Giannis is going to be the deal. Would you do a 3-way deal? Giannis
Easy now.
for Brown, and then Brown for Mobley? So Giannis goes to the Celtics, Mobley goes to Milwaukee, and Jaylen Brown comes here.
I will, yeah. If I'm on that equation, we get Brown in this equation.
Yeah,
I'm doing that.
Even after last night?
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Oh, okay. Max giving me Dana Carvey, George Bush impression.
So our complaint for years has been how small the team is, and so we're going to trade a 7-footer for another smaller player then?
He's a big wing.
What are you talking about?
He's 6'6", 6'7".
6'7". You did it. Yeah. And yes, there are people who would make that trade, Mac. I'm not saying I would. I was simply floating.
I'm one of them. Yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah, he's right there. But we're not talking trades today because we're talking about Cavs winning basketball. And to do so, we head out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on John Fanta, Cleveland's own, and of course, NBC Sports' very own as well. John, welcome to the show.
Fellas, good afternoon. How about these times in Cleveland, Ohio? Think about it, fellas. We've got a basketball team that's heading into a Game 5 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. You'd rather be playing deep into May than not. You got a first-place baseball team, and the football team, well, they're chipping away, I suppose. It's a good time to be a Clevelander.
How much did the last 2 games change things for your feelings about this series, John?
The series hasn't started yet. It doesn't start until a team wins away from their building. Cavaliers got to do it. They got to do it here in Game 5.
So round 1 never started?
What's that?
Go ahead.
They've got to show they could do it away from their house. I don't think it's easy to overreact to 1 or 2 games and things to be done, cooked, killed with the season. But we all know the Cavs are a different team in their building than.
All right, we're going to pop John on hold there. Mac has disappeared, so there he is.
Hey.
Look at that. Look at those moves by Mac.
Back like Jordan wearing the 4-5.
I just want to say, little phone difficulties. We'll get John back here
That's
in a
all.
moment.
Every time that happens, I always am like, is my headphones, are they going out on me?
I always get like real squinty, like, no, it's got to.
You can see me on the YouTube.
Yeah.
I love the squinty, by the way. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
Why do we do that?
I don't know. See,
people.
that's how I know I'm listening very shrewdly, and also I'm really terrified that I'm going to have to put the guest on hold.
It's like my ears stopped working, so I'm going to squint instead. Okay, great.
My other senses, I must strain them. John, welcome back, buddy.
Hi, guys. Sorry about that.
We forgive you.
I'm mobile in New Jersey. I appreciate the time. Look, the series, the Cavs are a different team away from their own building, and so are the Pistons. I mean, that's just a fact. But what did change my opinion was the way they were able to force Cade Cunningham into some turnovers, the way that the front court was able to control Jalen Duren and control that matchup. To me, as encouraging as Donovan Mitchell was last night, I was equally as encouraged, if not more encouraged, by Evan Mobley and all that he did. I mean, that from Mobley was big time, guys. He imposed his will on the game. He did what we've been waiting for him to do. Now, can you do it away from your home building? Because that was the million-dollar question heading into the series. Could they win a road playoff game? The opportunity presents itself. There's no reason why the Cavs can't win this series. I still think they're the more talented team. But do they play efficiently? Do they avoid turnovers? Do they avoid the 6-minute droughts where they look dreadful? They got to put a complete game away from Rocket Arena together.
Some of the commentary after last night's game, John, Detroit shooting 12 free throws, Cavs shot 34, Donovan Mitchell shot 15 himself. Obviously, JB Bickerstaff was upset with that after the game. What do you make of the idea that the free throws have just been all over the place in this series?
Well, it's been a hard series to officiate, and the home team is going to get calls. The home team's pretty much gotten calls the whole series. Also, J.B. Bickerstaff is complaining and saying, Kenny Atkinson's complaints resulted in the officials making things. Okay, I mean, I would just say this back to J.B. How old is sports, okay? This is something that's happened throughout postseasons in any sport, regardless of where you go for the home team. The home team typically gets a friendlier whistle. I also thought the Cavs, I genuinely thought that Donovan Mitchell was getting hit in the first two games of the series pretty obviously, and there was nothing being called. They let everything go. So I don't know what leg he has to stand on when he's complaining, because he got a ton of calls in the first two games of the series. Not to mention, there were some fortunate things that happened for Detroit in those two games. They won. They were the better team. Not take anything away from them. But I don't look at what JB said and think to myself anything other than a coach is whining because his team just lost two games away from their building. Was the disparity large? Yeah, it was. But guess what? Detroit fouls a lot. Detroit is very physical. And I didn't think there were calls that where I would say, oh man, the Cavs really, they got they got an amazing whistle tonight. I thought Detroit legitimately fouled them throughout the game last night. I thought Donovan Mitchell got the treatment he deserves. Donovan Mitchell looked like one of the 7 best players in the NBA last night. That's what I expect of him. And guess what? When you're on that playing field, you should get calls. And he did. So JB can whine and complain all he wants. Home team gets friendly whistle in playoff game. What a shocking headline.
You better hope you don't see JB very soon. That was we enjoyed the cut up. What does Game 5 come down to for you for the Cavaliers?
Game 5 comes down to, number one, will James Harden not turn the ball over and do what Don is like here, like he did on the road in the first two games of the series. I mean, he lost them those first two games. I give him all the credit for closing Game 3. The Cavaliers are down 3-1 right now. If James Harden doesn't close Game 3, it was bleak. But he has to play a complete game on the road. That's number one. If he performs like he did the first two games in Detroit, this is going to go ugly. Number two, I expect Donovan to be himself. I'm not asking for him to score 42 points, but just continue to get to his spots, make those shots, and do what he does. But then number three, and this to me has been the single most important thing for the Cavaliers all postseason. Are they going to be the enforcer, or are they going to react? Are they going to initiate the punch back, or are they going to wither? And that starts with Allen and Mobley. Guys, last night, those guys punched. They went at the Pistons defense. They went at the Pistons on the glass. They said, enough is enough. We are going to attack. You need an attack mindset to win this series. And the front court last night locked up Duren, gave him problems on both ends of the floor, made him defend, but also they defended him really well. The Cavs defense, I thought, in sequences last night, particularly the third quarter, that run happens because they got stops. They were disruptive. That defense needs to show up. They can't be down 18-6 in Game 5, and you're looking up saying another uphill battle on the road. Guys, that's not fun in the playoffs. And yeah, they've come back and they've taken the lead, if not tied the game when they've been on the road. But you gotta punch, carry this momentum, and you get the lead early in the game on the road. They've gotten off to way too slow a starts away from their building, and a lot of that has to do with, hey, your 4 and 5 men, they got to show up and get stops. They can't be going through the motions, giving up screen and rolls for buckets. This is for Mobley and Allen to be enforcers. And this is huge for Mobley. It's a massive inflection point in his career. Now is the time for him to carry over the momentum that he created in Game 4 and make it happen in Game 5.
What have you seen that the Cavs are doing to stop Cade Cunningham the way that they have?
Well, I think think they're throwing their length at him. They're throwing different matchups at him. I think Dean Wade defensively is really important to this team, and he has been important to this team. So I like what he's been able to do. I think they've brought doubles. They've brought some traps at him. They've done a very good job defensively of just making him work for everything that he's gotten, making him uncomfortable, throwing two guys at him when he comes. Early in the series, guys, I didn't think the Cavs did a good job at all putting pressure on him. They gave him the lane. Now, when they're setting the ball screen up top, the Cavaliers, they're blitzing that, and they're all over him. They're making him uncomfortable. You can't let him get downhill. He's one of the best players in the NBA. He really is. And in the first two games of the series, he really did look like it. But they've done a much better job of making it harder for him to get to his spots. And, you got to credit the Cavs' bigger wings, because those guys have showed up in different ways. I even think Dennis Schroeder, when he's gotten out there, that guy's given the Cavs a bit of an edge. Let's not – I know sometimes he goes through offensive ruts, but that guy tries defensively. It's been reported on that he's been a presence in the locker room. The complimentary cast has done a good job defensively, just making Cade work a little bit harder and making it hard for him to get downhill.
All right, this is a strong start for the Gardos, not just on the field, but also from the fact that they've got three rookies making big cases. It was actually Anthony Lind, I'll give him credit, came into the break and said that Parker Messick, Chase DeLauder, and Travis Bazzana are three of the top 10 candidates for AL Rookie of the Year. If you had to bank on one of those guys actually winning the award, who are you choosing right now?
Parker Messick. What that guy's doing, I have full faith in his ability to keep it rolling. I love his stuff. I love his sequencing. They just bring in Bailey, who should be helpful behind the plate, I would imagine. Can't hurt. I trust the Guardians' pitching factory. I'm going to go with him if I had to vote. And I think Chase has put some good swings on the baseball. Went through a bit of a rough patch. I just think the offense comes and goes for this team. But Parker Messick has been as consistent as any player for the Guards. So I'm going to go with him, Nick. And I also think, that's what's interesting about the Guardians. I just saw that if you're a baseball nerd, and if you're not, they're actually top 10 as a team in wins above replacement in WAR. And I know that their record is what it is and that the AL Central has not been good. But you're in first place, and I really think this is a ball club that they caught a couple of bad breaks over the weekend. They really should have won that game Saturday night against the Twins. They've left too many people on base. I do think they've got a run in them here where they could find some separation beyond what they've got in first place. And we're in for a fun summer because, like you just said, you got multiple guys in the mix for a really fun award. And as a fan, I think that's what you want. You want to go in the ballpark and say, what am I going to see tonight out of Bazzana or DeLauder? Or, hey, Messick's on the rubber. That's what's intriguing right now. We're in for a potentially really fun summer because we get to watch these guys blossom. And the rise is always it's the fun part about sports. We get to see these guys come into their own. And I think that they will. I think they're only going to get better as the temperatures warm up.
What's your first impression, or I guess it's more than a first impression now, of Bazzana?
Well, my first impression was a lot of ground balls in terms of when he's getting bat to ball, but you can see the traits, the tools, the skill set that says as he figures it out. I think he's gone through a bit of an initial, okay, how do I go about facing major league pitching, and what's that process going to be like? The Guards have always gotten criticized for waiting too long to bring people up. They brought him up. He had some tough at bats at the outset, but that swing rate. His ability to turn on a ball and when he does make contact, it looks different, it feels different, and it's got an electricity off the bat. I think I wouldn't say I've been out of my seat overly wowed. I don't know where you two stand, but I think what I see is a guy that I want to see get comfortable. I see the signs, I see the traits at the plate. I want to see him string together, a nice stretch at the plate. But when he's gotten into a baseball, it's easy to see why he was a number one pick.
All right, John, one before you go. Is it time to move Stephen Kwan out of the leadoff spot?
Yes, it is, and it's been time. And I understand loyalty, and I understand trust, but this is beyond that. This is not some 10-game slump. It's not some 30-game slump. It's longer than that. If you look at the numbers, he's been one of the worst hitters in baseball, not just this season, but this is a trend that dates back to the end of last year when he really was lost at the plate. So I'm not saying that all my faith is gone for him as a player on this team, but guys, we're talking about the leadoff hitter in a lineup that at times has been very bleak. He needs to be removed from that spot right now, as hard as that is.
I feel like we haven't fought enough. We haven't we have shenanigans, but this is a very professional, button-down call.
Were you guys good on Bazzana? Like you haven't been wowed, but you've seen the signs?
I love
Bazzana.
Nick's a little bit harder to get over.
Yeah, so I'm more a DeLauder guy. He's more a Bazzana guy, and it might turn into the next James Harden. Just anytime you bring up one of those names, it becomes a row in the show.
Hey, if James Harden wasn't James Harden giveth, James Harden taketh. I think the Cavs would be in a worse spot than 2-2 against the Pistons if they didn't have James Harden.
Where were you on James Harden after the first two games of the series?
I was looking at the 480 bridge, Nick. Yeah, this is where I had a little bit of a disagreement with you. You said Harden played a bad game one, and I've disagreed with basically everyone that has that sentiment. 22, 8, and 7, and he scored 13 in the fourth quarter. He scored 11 straight in the fourth quarter to then get them a tie game. He was the only one doing anything.
Come on.
Hollinger's game score said he was the best player on the court in game one, but everyone just acts as if James Harden was bad in game one, and I don't see it.
So this is the twist the call takes. Now, JP and I are arguing at the end of the phone call.
Hate to see it.
Hey, I thought of you two, and because I read that
Mother's Day?
Looks like no. I did not think of you on that day. I did think of you, however.
In the morning, about 8:30, kids still asleep.
All right, let the man finish.
No, I only think of Ken Carmen then. I did think of you two, though, when I read earlier today that the Falcons are going to face the Bengals in one of the European NFL games, and I thought, how fun will that be? Kevin Stefanski, can he win an international game against Joe Burrow? It's like unstoppable force meets a movable object.
That's why you thought of us?
Watching the Falcons. Yeah, Nick's going to be hate watching the Falcons all fall.
Now I'm going to be hate watching Ken Carmen.
Wait, that wasn't week one, though, was it? What week was that?
No, it'll be like, I don't know.
Do you want Stefanski week one for the Browns?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's do it.
Is that the most dynamic thing we could do for week one for the for the schedule when it comes out Thursday?
If that happens, I'm with permission from like Mac or whatever, I might come directly to the studio for a longer segment that game week because we've had our fair share of battles over Coach Stefanski.
Here's the only thing. Baker versus Stefanski feels like the only right answer for week one, right?
It does. No question it does because it's a real rival. I mean, like, that's a real rivalry. Like, Stefanski's not going to – I mean,
all right, how about Baker versus the Browns week one because that's also on the table this year.
I'm all here for that.
What's juicier, Baker versus the Browns or Stefanski versus the Browns?
Or Stefanski versus Baker.
I got to say, Stefanski versus Baker, to me, is the juiciest because Baker's literally attacked him.
I know, but
not literally.
The Browns won't be in that one, though. I want one that we get to,
All right, John. Keep thinking of Ken Carmen.
I know. I'm not going to do that, guys. The question is, if the Browns face Stefanski week one, who would get a more adverse reaction, their starting quarterback or the former head coach?
Yes.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. John Fanta there, NBC Sports. Peach of a mother right there. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. I don't think that was kind of a bleep show at the end there.
Yeah, November 8th. That's when the Bengals are playing the Falcons in Madrid.
See. We'll react to what John had to say and struggles atop the Guardians lineup, but is there an answer? Already in the building. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Well, it's been a hard series to officiate, and the home team is going to get calls. The home team's pretty much gotten calls the whole series. Also, J.B. Bickerstaff is complaining and saying, Kenny Atkinson's complaints resulted in the officials making things. Okay, I would just say this back to J.B. How old is sport? This is something that's happened throughout postseason in any sport, regardless of where you go for the home team. The home team typically gets a friendlier whistle.
That was John Fanta talking about the Cavs Pistons Game 4, and of course J.B. Bickerstaff, his complaints about the lack of whistles yesterday. It is funny just how simple it is, and it is funny how J.B. Bickerstaff sure had like a snide little comment when Donovan Mitchell was frustrated after the lack of whistles the first 2 games in Detroit, and then again he has to. It's how the NBA works, but certainly maybe wouldn't admit how tone deaf he was complaining last night.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those it's all fun until the rabbit's got the gun type moments. And it's like, okay, all right, JB, you can't be the one gloating about this after the first couple games and then turn around and see it change and then all of a sudden get upset by it.
Also, you can't be the team that is given the more physical moniker and then you got physically worked in Game 4 and then expect to get foul calls. Like all the things that we said about the Cavs in the first 2 games and even parts of Game 3, you could say about Detroit yesterday. Like there were more bailouts. There were while they actually had more attempts in the which one was it? It's either in the paint. I think it was in the paint. They didn't at the rim. It's not like they at the rim they had a million more attempts than the Cavs, even if they actually took more field goals within the 3-point space.
I actually thought they played a pretty solid game, Detroit did, all things considered. Cade wasn't great, and we can talk about some of the starters. Great. Kara stepped up for him in a big way, but for them, they shot the ball really well, which is not something they typically do. They had a million turnovers, though. That's something, if I was a Pistons fan, I'd be worried about a couple things. The turnovers, obviously, that popped up in Game 4, and then I'd be worried about what you do with Duren at this point.
I kind of feel like he might be one of those home-cooking players. Like at this point, it's so early. Like, year 2, year 3 with year 2, year 3 with Jalen, that I just think it makes sense that bigs always take longer to arrive. He also doesn't have the kind of skill set. It's not like he's going to be out of the 3-point line running the offense. So you're already going to have a smaller sample size. But you are right. He appeared to disappear specifically in last night's game.
He
shrunk from the moment.
All the nice things I said about Thompson, that was the worst half of basketball we've seen Thompson play in the series. That first half right there, it's about as bad as I've seen it. And so there's a few things that fell for Detroit in an interesting way. But Nick, I can't explain why the Cavs win every game at home and lose every game on the road. And so I don't know what to do with tomorrow night. I'm lost a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong in that. And I think it's so funny because I keep saying one of the themes they keep going to is that's what this series is about. That's what these postseasons are about. That's what, and Game 5 now becomes all right, what have you learned from the first 5 playoff games? Because playoff road games. Because it felt like last night was the most complete performance in terms of attention, focus, and passion/commitment, whatever you want to say, toughness, whatever amalgamation of those 5 things you want to say. It was the most complete game we've seen from the Cavs. It's not even about shooting. It's not. All those things happened because of the good stuff that they were doing and not being intimidated by, playoff basketball. If you can do that on the road in Game 5, then I have my proof of concept. But you still got to do it.
You have to do it, yeah. You can't have what happened in Game 1, where they just disappear from 3 in the fourth quarter, and they just have these games where they just completely melted down. Another part of this, too, are we going to see them go back to, last night, what was great is Harden got going early, you built up an 11-point lead, and you kind of took away what had been the problem the first 3 games of the series, where you fall behind early and you're playing catch-up. Is Game 5 going to go back to that, or did they turn a corner there with the opening sequences of games now? I don't know.
Also, Vegas Dog saying, we never see the front of the lid. What cap are you wearing? The suspense is maddening. 99% of the time, it's a sexy Guardian hat. It's like my favorite hat.
What do you mean they don't see the?
So I always have my hat turned backwards.
Oh, okay.
And so you only see the logo. And so I promise that for this one segment, if you're following along on 92 Through the Fans YouTube channel,
Do they think it'd ever be anything but a Guardians hat?
I mean, I've worn my Hawks hat, my Chicago hat.
I meant from a baseball team perspective.
Well, I mean, it's which Chicago or which Gardo's
like,
hat.
Did Harden actually piss people off wearing an Angels hat last night?
No. Well,
some people seemed actually pissed by it.
So the funny thing is, I wasn't angered about the Angels thing. I think it was more anger. I don't want to say angered. I was annoyed by his answer, which was, "Oh, they're playing James."
I don't think he knew.
You think he has an Angels cap that just happened to be out?
You think
and he
he's
was like,
monitoring Guardians regular season baseball series? He had no idea. He had zero clue the Guardians are playing the Angels this week.
Okay, by the way, why does James Harden even have an Angels hat?
I think because it probably is red and it goes with whatever red thing he was wearing, that like white sweater with the red stripes.
So it's the ultimate coincidence of ultimate coincidences. He wear the Angels are in town 3 days a year, and he happens to wear the hat.
Why would he intentionally wear the hat?
I don't know. He's a weird dude. Why would he get fat to get out of Brooklyn? I don't know.
Doesn't it make more sense that he would wear red because it went with his shirt and the little bit of red that was on that shirt?
Unless he decided to wear the hat and then wear the red.
As like a pseudo middle finger to the Guardians?
No, I don't think it's. I just think it's. I think he's a weird guy. I think he's a weird guy. But the only thing is, all I pay attention to is ball.
He's definitely a weird guy, but like I don't fault him for not knowing who the Guardians are playing in the regular season.
All I heard was a bunch of knob polishers on Twitter being like, "That's what this. He's just all about ball." It's like,
I mean,
nerds believe that.
Nobody wears an Angels hat because they like the Angels at this point.
I'm sure if there's like a Miami 10 that shows up on James Harden's doorstep, he's like, "I'm sorry, I'm all about ball now. I'm not paying attention to anything but ball." Yeah.
Well, within restrictions.
Yes.
Nick, I mean, clearly.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not turning on the TV tonight because I'm all about ball. It's like, yeah, sure. The whole world doesn't exist. It's just James Harden and a ball. Yeah.
I'm not saying the whole world doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I am saying regular season baseball games for the Guardians probably don't exist.
Maybe he just heard the Angels were in town and the only thing that stuck in his head were the Angels.
The easy things in life to block out if you need to. I would guess Guardians regular season baseball games, you could probably get away with that.
Also, my buddy Matt saying, James is from L.A. Yeah, which means he should be a Dodgers fan. There's no L.A. fans that are like, we love the Angels here. They're not really from L.A., Matt, right? They're from Anaheim, which is not L.A.
Like 45 minutes away from L.A.
Yeah. Not a real town even. It actually is a real town. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
away for at least the first half of the season before Cleveland's home opener against the Cubs back in April due to his health. Bob Tayak was 75 years old. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code ARMS, ARMS, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Journey, the Final Frontier Tour 2026, November 12th at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at journeymusic.com. It's all brought to you by AAG Presents and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes here. We'll ask about the schedule. I don't know we're allowed to call them links. Albert's very particular about that. We'll also talk about a one and done with Deshaun Watson. So much more with Albert in about 20 minutes there. But we got to get to The Lead. Now, this is written by Anthony Land, who's in with us today. And I had half a mind to read exactly how it was written.
Yeah.
But I do want people to understand what it is we're trying to accomplish here. A lot of quotations, couple spelling gaffes, and I think you might really enjoy 5 if we get to it. But Donovan Mitchell was horrible from the field in the first half before a historic third quarter to the key the Cavs to victory. Here's what Donovan said that allowed him to be so successful.
I wasn't getting downhill like I had in Game 3. Yeah, I scored a lot of points, but just trying to find ways to get early offense, and the shot started to fall, but just kind of maintaining my stuff. And the biggest thing was just trying to just create advantages wherever I saw them for the group and, not force things.
Cavs needed Donovan, and he showed up in a big way. He was not there in the first half. He was obviously there in the second half in a massive way. And, it was one of the better Donovan performances you'll see.
I did like that on the call yesterday. They were like, wow, you get Donovan Mitchell some open looks, and he just gets going. It's like, yep, that is what happened.
What do you think about that call?
I really like Noah Eagle.
Do you now?
Yeah.
How about Robbie Hummel?
Not so much. He's fine. He went to Purdue. I'm just saying things. I think he's like 6'8". I'm just saying
I didn't know your thoughts of the call last night.
I do like Noah a lot, although
his hair is 100% fake, right?
They're not real at all.
We can all agree that's 100% fake hair.
Ian's hair is also fake.
Yeah.
They could maybe go to the same place.
Maybe.
Which means Ian's had a hair system for like 30 years because Noah's like 26 or 27. But I did clock, as Max Generation would say, 3 references from old school yesterday in the fourth quarter. And I didn't know, was it a challenge? Also, I didn't know Noah Eagle was old enough to actually have seen old school.
It sounded like the game within the game that they were trying to play for themselves. I like when announcers do that. I do like that he's not sounding as much like his dad anymore, but every moment doesn't have to be the biggest moment you've ever heard.
Man, they sound like the same guy to me.
I think I told Keith this. I don't mean to be mean. I just think he might be an idiot.
Noah,
yeah. I've listened to him enough. I've listened to him do enough games. I just think lights on, nobody's home up there. I've listened to too many games at this point. The things he says and the times that he says them make absolutely zero sense on a consistent basis. Well, even like we're just talking about the game within the game right there. Like that's a fun little cheeky thing you can do. But like, I think he might just be dumb. And that's okay.
All right.
That might be my takeaway with Noah Eagle.
I didn't see that one coming, but I don't hate it. I like when you have opinions.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us earlier to break down how the Cavs won Game 4. He also had this to say about how the Cavs have stopped Detroit's top scorer in Cade Cunningham.
Series hasn't started yet. It doesn't start until a team wins away from their building. Cavaliers got to do it. They've got to show they could do it away from their house. That was the million-dollar question heading in the series. Could they win a road playoff game? The opportunity presents itself. There's no reason why the Cavs can't win this series. I still think they're the more talented team. But do they play efficiently? Do they avoid turnovers? Do they avoid the 6-minute droughts where they look dreadful? They got to put a complete game away from Rocket Arena together.
Would agree. That would be nice to see here in Game 5. And that really is like the last thing I need to see in this series, beyond you just winning the damn thing, is taking a road game and again, just being the team that looks like they've been there before. that doesn't look like the team that's the plucky upstart. I think that's right there. I will tell you, Cade had everything I said about James Harden with the turnovers in the Toronto series, in this series when he's had them, goes to Detroit, or goes to Cade Cunningham and then some. He has some stupid turnovers. I did feel for him for 2.5 seconds when he's getting pestered on the wing and he chucks a beautiful pass in to Jalen Duren, who, again, the ball was tipped a little bit, but Jalen was surprised the ball came to him. It's like, you're alone in the paint. What the hell are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I also enjoyed it a little bit.
8 turnovers in Game 3. I think he had 5 last night. The Cade Cunningham turnover thing is, but it'd be made up if he wasn't just wildly inefficient and not even scoring 20 last night. Like, Cade it's been a really poor showing, and that's unfortunate for them. I'm just going to laugh at their mistakes now. It's just
really
unfortunate.
Hate it. And
hate to see it.
And I got to say, the panic on the ticket in Detroit today, hated that as well.
They really are. They're panicking. There's nothing they can find from that game that they liked.
Yeah, I remember those days. It was
like last week, like
earlier
in the
week. Yeah, it was. It was
a funny moment. So Daryl goes on Baskin and Phelps today, and Baskin was trying to do the hey, so I'm going to jam you up a little bit for being so the Cavs are dead, because Daryl's been up and down, right?
Yeah.
And so when the Cavs were 0-2, Daryl just completely just eviscerated him, right? And then and Baskin, anticipating that Daryl would be rah-rah, basically turn into Whammer today, was he was trying to get ahead of that. He was and he was trying to ask it delicately to be last week, we know that you were really down on this Cavs team. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but are you still down about this Cavs team? And I loved it. Daryl went full into Whammer mode, and it was the greatest thing I've ever heard.
So did Daryl admit that he was walking it back, or did he just act like last week never happened?
What I love about Daryl's takes is he just stays in the moment.
Yeah.
It's always in the moment. There's nothing else to it. It's always in the moment. There's no recognition of what he previously had said or done or anything. It's all in the moment, and I've learned to appreciate it.
He's like a Matthew McConaughey character if he didn't look like Matthew McConaughey.
What does that mean?
He doesn't look like... Half of Matthew McConaughey's characters, before the last 10 years where he's actually a real actor, were just, he's really good looking and aloof. And that's...
So are you trying to say Daryl's aloof?
Yes. But he doesn't look like Matthew McConaughey.
All the good parts about McConaughey.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
not you. We're going to focus on the other parts.
Yeah. But you're like Matthew McConaughey. You're not hearing the compliment that I'm giving you.
Seeing too many red lights, not enough green lights.
Red lights.
Red lights.
I love that we've turned that guy into a poet. I love Matthew McConaughey as an actor when they're like, oh, you got a second book of poetry. And it's like, oh, yeah, I could get high and write that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch True Detective with the idea that he's just a crazy person, it becomes much more enjoyable and much less oh, that was a deep thought.
And I can't say how much I enjoy. I really do enjoy Matthew McConaughey. It's just people that are I'm reading green lights here because I really need inspired. It's you don't look like him.
Yeah.
If I woke up tomorrow, if I read the book and tomorrow I woke up looking like McConaughey, I'd be so inspired. But I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm just going to be an idiot that read a Matthew McConaughey book that's still as ugly as sin.
It's the, I can't remember what comedian it is, but it's the life advice of the idea of don't ask Taylor Swift if you can be successful in life.
Yeah.
That's not, you can't use her as the I wouldn't ask somebody that won the lottery, hey, what do you think about playing the lottery? They're going to tell you, yeah, it's great, go do it. You got to ask the people that fail a little bit. We need more books from people that fail, is the idea here,
you and
Nick.
me right here.
Let's start a book. It could be
should just write a book called Weird Failures.
Here's why you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
But have fun along the way.
Yeah.
As you then become a salesperson.
What about this? I don't think you can do it, but here's how you might. Something like that, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Just a sliver of hope.
Yeah. Green lights. The stunner from down under has 12 walks through his first 12 games in the big leagues. That includes a pair of free passes last night. Here's the kid on why he's had such a good eye, mate.
It's definitely a higher level, but there hasn't been adjustments to this point. I think it's just been trying to be consistently the best version of myself. It's just about having a plan and executing. And obviously, big league pitchers are better at executing than AAA pitchers, but still a similar game. You still have a plan and you just try to best execute it. So there hasn't been too many adjustments, just trying to be consistent and take care of all the details.
Oh, no. I mean, in the segment I called Noah Eagle dumb, I'd be remiss to not be oh, thanks, Travis, for the AAA pitchers
Well, you know.
Can do just as much as the major league pitchers. Thank you.
They throw a ball and don't swing.
Thank you.
That's how I get so many good walks.
The two-run double to Cap, it was great. The Schneemann two-run single, Fry with the bases-loaded walk, which is my least favorite play in baseball, but it kept happening. It was a fun game. They just made sure that the Angels were the ones that just coughed that thing up.
It's so funny. After the Minnesota game where it felt like, all right, that's what a slimmer margin of error does for you. If you have a couple dumb plays in one game, that swings a series. That's how the Twins series basically happened. And then I looked and saw the Angels were in town. I'm like, oh, baby doll. The slump busters in town.
32 games, okay, since 2014, Guardians versus the Angels, they're 28-4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are we doing?
Should be noted, Anthony Allant wrote that last one. So if you have any complaints about that, make sure to take it up with Anthony Allant. I actually like here's the kid on why he's such a good eye mate. That's good. I mean, it's not good, but it amused me. Like he's a clown. Albert Breer, not a clown. MMQB in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
least the first half of the season before Cleveland's home opener against the Cubs back in April due to his health. Bob Tayak was 75 years old. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The next milepost for the Browns offseason is the NFL schedule release and our world-famous schedule game. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns has you covered. We are 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We're going to get Albert here in just a few moments. We are on off-season time. Should be noted, I thank God that Albert tweeted this out or quote tweeted this because I had no idea. The name Tom Moore ring a bell to you there, JP?
It's a very generic name, no.
So Tom Moore is Peyton Manning's offensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts, who spent the previous decade with the Bucs after following Bruce Arians there. He's 87. He was just supposed to retire. Well, he's just been hired as Iowa's senior consultant, the head coach and offensive advisor. He is 87 and played quarterback at Iowa in the 1950s.
Okay.
I don't know why this story is making me so happy, but Tom Moore being back in football does make me very happy.
His Wikipedia says he spent the past 6 years as an offensive consultant for the Bucs.
Yep. 87.
So he's been in football. He's been
Well, no,
there.
I mean, is he just retired? He was supposed to retire at the end of this last year, and I guess he took about 5 months off, and now he's back.
He announced his retirement January 8th after 47 years, and now here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some guys can't quit it. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a kind of what we were talking about earlier with LeBron and that post-game press conference. The thing I just kept thinking about, if you listen to it, was like LeBron just kept going through how he shows up 3 hours early for every practice, but basically it's what gives him purpose in life. It's what drives him. It's what gets him going. There's broadcasters I know that we have where I think about it and I'm like, why at 75 were you still trying to call games? Why are you still trying to do that? And it's like, because that's the prep of it, the daily grind of it is what they love. That's what they get up for. They don't know a world without that. I'm always fascinated by people like that.
There aren't a lot of overlaps between sports talk or radio and in football. But one of the things that I think, the people that I really enjoy in the business are the people who have the same outlook on people who've done what I've done but are a bit older. And it's that, like, I love collecting them as friends. Like Les Levine was a great friend. Like, right? Like, so, and I just loved hearing stories about, all right, what was this station like back in the day? He knew Dan McDowell when Dan McDowell was his producer. I love hearing that kind of stuff. Ken Silverstein,
but like with
another
Les,
dude.
with Les, for instance, Les is the type of guy that his day wasn't complete unless he was watching Guardians, taking in baseball, taking it, like coming up with sports thoughts and sports takes and sports opinions. And it's like that could be a Saturday, that could be a Monday, that could be that's just what that's what they do. And I love people that are like that.
I was never going to be NFL head coach. Never wanted to be a head coach. Always thought about I'd rather be a GM in pro sports than the coach.
Okay.
Because I'd rather construct the roster, scout the thing. Right? But I would do what I think like Bruce Arians did, where he's got like 3 guys who probably should be retired that are just consultants. And then they just kind of sit there. They drink the free coffee. You go, hey, what should we do about this? And somebody goes, well, in 1973, when I was with the Lions, we did this.
This is exactly what we did, yeah.
All right, let's do that. Like, I just think that's the coolest. That to me is one of the coolest thing about sports there. But obviously, we're not making the whole segment about this. We are working to get Albert on to talk the schedule release. I thought it was interesting, though. You and I are pretty adamantly anti Deshaun Watson. Fair?
Yes, very fair.
At least starting for the Browns again, not
I
just
think
like
that's
personally.
that's being kind about it.
I was trying to be. Reciprocity.
Neither one of us think he's anything. I think it's going to fail miserably if he starts week 1. I have moved what I think as far as preseason expectations in my win-loss. I don't know, whatever you want, prognostication on it, as much as 4 games, depending on if it's Shador or Deshaun Watson. I cannot think less of the idea of Deshaun Watson starting week 1.
And it feels a little self-sabotagey to me. But again, they're pushing it hard. They are. The Browns are telling everyone. And I think they've firmed up their message. Because for a minute there, it was, could we see a possibility? Is there a potential that he could start? And now it feels like they're pushing the idea that it's not just that he could, but that maybe that's even a slightly more likelihood than him not. So I thought it was interesting where I think it was who's
Dan
our guy?
Graziano.
Dan Graziano. And Dan had, I think it was 10 unanswered questions from the offseason. And one of them was, why didn't the Browns just cut Deshaun Watson? And the first part was essentially, well, they haven't replaced Deshaun Watson, which is true. They tried real hard last year with a lot of different bodies, but they haven't officially replaced him. I don't know that would have stopped me from cutting him. But this I thought was a really interesting line there. It said, I don't think there's a world in which Watson plays well enough to convince the Browns to bring him back in 2027. And I think this is an angle of the conversation we haven't had. Does the idea of Deshaun, in this scenario, if Deshaun's just one and done as a starting quarterback for the Browns, does a one-and-done season for Deshaun with the Browns as starting quarterback, does that make it more or less palatable for you to kind of put up with for the next, 17 games?
I think when I make the case for Shedeur, I think that's the strongest thing I have to say is the idea that if Deshaun is just one and done, what the hell was the point? And the idea being that he wasn't good enough where you extend him off, and then also you're setting yourself up for 2027. Now, maybe you could make the argument that you could have one of these one and done quarterbacks where they're not good enough to go ahead and launch off for 2027, but they are at least good enough to tell you a lot about Concepcion, a lot about Denzel Boston, a lot about like the different rookies on this team offensively. And so maybe that's where I have to meet some of the Deshaun people in the middle. I just don't think it's going to be reality on it. But if he's one and done and that's it, then you probably lost the idea that he was going to be a starting quarterback worthwhile.
Yeah, I listen. Do I think that the biggest likelihood is that we go through the season and about 90% of the time, no matter what happens, you could win 8, 9, 10 games and there's a chance you're still looking for a quarterback in 2027. Yeah, I mean, is there a world in which you look at this, they're a 9-win team, and it's like the Bills were for a couple of years with Tyrod, where they're like, okay, we got through this year, but we got to get to a better quarterback. I'm sure that even in the most positive sides of things, you're still looking for a quarterback in 2027 for some people. I just come back to quarterback continuity. And I think one of the foolhardy things that they tried to do last year was they were pretty geared up to do 3 quarterbacks in 1 year. And okay, they were at least thinking about 2 quarterbacks last year. We want to see what Kenny Pickett has, and if that doesn't work, we'll go Joe first, and then we got to see what Dylan Gabriel has.
I still maintain it wasn't an accident that Haslam said before the season we're going to see both rookies, and then we saw both rookies.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that perpetuates the cycle of suck or the quarterbackless abyss, like whatever you want to call what the Browns have been mired in since Deshaun just fell apart physically, is that you're trying to build a roster, but the best way you build the best roster is by knowing what you have in your quarterback spot. And if every year you don't just have one different quarterback, but maybe you have 2 different quarterbacks a year that might be the quarterback, that's really hard to understand what your team's going to do really well on one side of the ball at the most important position, so it's really hard to get that spot right.
Well, all right, so to go with this, when we talked a lot about Njoku, not a lot, we did a segment on Njoku going to the Chargers now, and one of the resounding thoughts was, well, he's going to have Justin Herbert. So at least he'll have a quarterback that's probably the best quarterback he's had and everything like that. And you go back and look at it, it's like, well, how many quarterbacks did David Njoku have in this stretch? 14. 14 is the answer since Justin Herbert entered the league. Like, that's an insanely large number of franchises don't do that.
Yeah,
they don't go through that many quarterbacks.
And if they do, it's the Jets, it's the Browns, it's previously the Buccaneers, teams like that.
It makes it incredibly hard, and I can say that while also understanding that the Browns for this upcoming season, if they give it to Shedeur, you got a little bit of continuity. But the reality is that in 2027, that's when you're probably drafting your quarterback, and it's why you're probably starting everything off.
Well, and I think maybe this is just another way to look at Shedeur versus Deshaun. With Shedeur, I can say, well, he started 7 games last year, another season this year. Even if you're thinking to yourself, well, maybe he's going to be competing for the job of the rookie next year, I can at least spin you forward. I've got a quarterback across 3 years. That is some level of continuity. He's got to play to a certain level, but at least you can say that. Saying, all right, well, we had the one quarterback for 7 games last year. He's back, but now he's going to cede to this other quarterback who was here 3 years ago, and then he's going to play for 17 games, hopefully, and then we're going to find another one that just, without knowing where the bridge, it would be so easy if you said you get a top 3 pick next year, we'll just handle it then. You can't guarantee that.
Right.
And even the guys that are going to be available, it's not as if you can say Jalen Hurts is definitively going to be available next offseason, or Dak Prescott is going to be definitively There's not like an easy call out of a veteran who's at the end of their spot that you just know will be there. So it feels like I keep saying bridge to nowhere. And what I mean by that is it could be a bridge to somewhere, but it's a hypothetical wishes, hopes, and dreams side of things that just feels like a risk. Like the idea that Deshaun could be a one and done, and hey, we're just going to play him, let him see what he does. God bless you. Go out there, make more money in the NFL. We'll figure out your replacement. On one hand, will I be happy to still be done with Deshaun in a year? Yes. On the other hand, there's still such a big unknown on the other side. The idea that you're just going to magically get it right feels like
well, you're shorting yourself.
More significant.
You're shorting
risk.
yourself is the idea, and it's odd because I feel like multiple times this offseason I've waffled myself back and forth between like, are they actually trying to win games, or are they just presenting it like they're trying to win games, or are they trying to win? It's very hard to get a read on what that is. But if you play Deshaun week 1, then I'm not going to be convinced you're trying to win a lot of games for this upcoming season because you are in fact doing nothing for the years beyond, and it's a maddening thing.
And there's some sort of thing that certain fans have glommed onto and certain media members have glommed onto. Well, if Deshaun is starting week 1, then that must mean they think he's the best quarterback that gives them the best chance to win, which would be all fine, well, and good if we didn't have 4 years of empirical proof that that's just not true. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where, because I do think every other move they've made, if they were really trying to just go all in on 2027, they would have traded out of 6. They would have moved as far back as they could to get a 2027. They would have moved heaven and earth to get a 2027 first rounder. They didn't really do that. They didn't even do that for a second or third rounder, right? The third rounder you got is this year's third rounder.
I know. I don't know that they were going to get a first rounder anyway.
Well, yeah, but I think my point is they got a third rounder in the Kansas City deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you could have said to Kansas City, make that a 2027 third rounder, and all of a sudden we have a little extra motivation for next year. I know they did that with a couple fourth rounders, but still, it's fourth rounders.
It is what it is. I get what you're trying to say.
But I just look at this and go, the only way I feel better about a one and done in Deshaun is I'm just guaranteed to be done with him.
But you're guaranteed to be done with him anyway, though.
But the idea that there's that this is actually a better way of looking at it, no, it's just more uncertainty to come, and that's not how you build a football team.
Yeah, you're done with him anyway, though. If Shedeur plays, you're done with him at the end of this year. And so I guess, if anything, for the people like me and you that don't want to see Deshaun play this upcoming season, if he does start week 1, there is that sliver of a chance that maybe he could stay on if he does outperform expectations. I just think that's insane, though.
Also, there's one other bit of logic that really bugs me. And that bit of logic is well, you got to go to Deshaun first. Because if let's say Shedeur wins it or Dylan Gabriel, wink, wink, wins it, you can't go back to Deshaun. And I don't understand that logic. You can't, on one hand, you can't say, well, if Deshaun gives you the best chance to win, he better be out there week 1. And then be like, well, but even if Shedeur gives you the best chance to win week 1, you got to think about whether you'll ever be able to deploy Deshaun again if Shedeur wins the job. It's no, you don't.
What do they think Deshaun's going to do in that scenario? Shedeur wins the job and Deshaun's going to take his ball and go home? He won't. There's too much money involved.
Yeah.
He's stuck on the team.
And not just that. He's going to wait for a chance to play to try and give himself some tape.
And if all it can be is 7 or 8 games and he can showcase to the rest of the NFL that he can stay healthy in the 7 to 8 games or whatever that is, he's going to want that opportunity. The first crack on it for Deshaun is not the end-all, be-all. But again, that's acting as if he's got some leverage here.
Yeah.
Deshaun's got no leverage here. He doesn't have a say in this. There's no thing that he can do to make the Browns change their mind. He's got no leverage.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Albert's not joining us in this segment.
That's bold of you. That is bold of you.
But when they think of Nick Wilson, they think of boldness. So we'll see if we can get Albert on today's show or maybe later this week. But 216-474-0092. If you haven't read it, I actually will tell you, I thought the way Dan wrote his piece on ESPN, I thought it was actually pretty even keel. There wasn't the typical kind of rhetoric in his story that tells me the Browns were pumping him for information or some other camp was. So I really appreciated it because it
was pretty cut and dry. And the idea of all right, he's here because they paid him the money And they paid him so much money that they might try to see if something is valuable there, but that's the only reason.
But Dan Graziano says he doesn't think there's a world in which Deshaun plays well enough to convince the Browns to bring him back in 2027. So the question becomes, does the idea of a one-and-done season for Deshaun make him winning the starting job more or less palatable? My other favorite thing about Dan Graziano?
What's that?
If you watch him in the morning, if you pause the TV at any point when he's on, he always looks surprised.
Okay.
He always looks like somebody who didn't lock the bathroom door.
Surprise face?
It looks like somebody who didn't lock the bathroom door.
Right, where did you get this from?
Did
Did you just happen to pause?
Yes.
On him and over a stream of days, you're like, I just paused it on him and he was surprised?
Every time I look at Dan when he's on the TV, he's giving this look. It's every time.
Like eyes wide open is what you're describing for me there.
Yeah. And
now
again,
I want to go to like a clip on Twitter and see if it'll happen for me.
Yeah. Unless he's blinking, if his eyes are open.
What happens when you pause on our eyes?
Oh, probably not good things. You maybe see into our soul.
It's like
or
when
lack thereof.
Yeah, it's like when you're filming basically any athletic movement ever, and then even like pro golfers, for instance, you can pause at certain spots, and it looks very awkward.
Yeah. You can do that with me just about anything. Anything athletically, not athletically, it looks awkward.
Dan, not a proponent of putting videos of himself out on his Twitter.
Smart man. Smart man.
We are well through April here, and there's not a single video out there.
216-474-0092. Does the idea of a one-and-done season for Deshaun make him winning the starting job more or less palatable? And Kwani, the leadoff spot and a potential solution in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
until the fourth quarter. It's a quiet atmosphere. That is not a fan base that is very loud to begin. And I'm sure Dan Gilbert's got plenty of people getting onto a bus to head back to Detroit on Wednesday. I'm sure he's doing it all over again to try to get that crowd loud and in the Cavs' favor. Go make it worth it. Go make it happen. Donovan has to be willing to take over those games and show up on the road.
Overtime with Jake Volnick, weeknights at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have plenty to get to in case you missed it in 1 hour's time. We're going to get Albert Breer on later this week. But obviously, I think it's interesting. I'm going to give the person credit for this. But the first time we talked about the Stephen Kwan, do you move out of the leadoff spot? To me, it was much more cut and dry. It was Chase DeLauder or Angel Martinez, and I would lean Chase DeLauder.
Okay.
Just because getting the guy who I think has the upside to be the best hitter in the lineup, maybe your best power hitter as well, getting him every at-bat in a lineup still with holes in it made sense.
Yes, the idea why you put as many of your best hitters as you possibly can at the top of the lineup is you give them the most amount of at-bats as they possibly can.
But since we last had that conversation, well, I guess technically we had a little conversation about Kwan yesterday because of the interim manager's comments on it.
Yeah.
But the first time we really had it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Well, now Travis Bazzana's come up, and he is walking. The swipes are more than I thought too. His speed he's been really aggressive on the base paths. And it's interesting how in a very short time, we're talking like 12 big league games, we're starting to see a lot of Guardians fans start to say, well, why not Travis Bazzana at the top of the lineup? I actually want to give Mac credit because I think it was late last week or this weekend, he was texting me saying, why not Bazzana as the leadoff hitter?
Yeah.
So, Mac, make your pitch right now just on air for anybody that hasn't seen it on your Twitter.
So I think with Bazzana, just the fact that, he takes a lot of pitches, obviously he walks quite a bit. Obviously the average hasn't gotten up there, but his aggressiveness on the base pass and the way that he's been able to get on base and, add pressure to the pitcher, add pressure to the catcher, just have another thing that they have to think about and set up for Chase DeLauder and Jose Ramirez. I think it adds just another factor that other teams have to keep in mind and really sets up the top of your lineup for the rest of your hitters there.
Yeah, I mean, he's second on the team in stolen bases, and he's been up here for 12 games. And he's also got the highest walk percentage on the team by a lot. It's not even close. We talk about the on-base percentage. It's .423. That puts him top on the team as well. There's so many things that he does. That's why people are like, they get on for certain parts of his game, and it's like, watch 2 at-bats, and you can tell that that's a professional hitter. Putting him up in the top of the lineup is not going to disappoint you long term.
All right, so I think you might have just clued into where I am. I'm actually not no on this conversation, and I'm actually surprised that after only 12 games, I'm not no automatically, don't even discuss it. And I do think that this conversation makes a lot more sense now than it did 4 games ago, even when Max started having it. Oh, again, I'm giving you first on the moon credits on this one. It's 12 games. And it's not just 12 games. He already has, and I know this kid says, I don't care about pressure. That's what everybody says at the big league level. He's the number 1 pick. There's so much weight on him as a potential franchise player. I don't know why you need to do it now. I know why you need to get Kwan out of the leadoff spot.
Yeah.
That I understand. I don't know that means it automatically lines up with Bazzana being the right guy to slide there 12 games into his career when he's already adjusting to the big league hit.
I just think he's already showcased the value that he would give you, even if he doesn't do any of the traditional batting average hits that we're talking about. The value that he offers up, whether that is stolen bases, whether that is walks, it's trumping what the other guys are doing right now.
I think
everyone not named DeLauder at the moment.
I just think it's a lot real quick, and I don't want to put too much on a young kid too soon. I think that's where my concern is. And the player will always say, I don't care. Yeah, that's what young players say. But you get into a 9-game slump, and he haven't even really hit his wall. I know he had the first 3 games, there were some bad at bats. Last 9 games, at least with DeLauder. And again, I probably would put Angel first and then go DeLauder and then go Hosey right now. But at least with DeLauder, he's at least been through that first rookie wall and has come out the other side. While the power hasn't reemerged consistently, the hitting has. And so I've at least seen him weather that first storm.
Mm-hmm.
With Bassano, we really just haven't gotten it yet. And I think that's the concern. I don't want his first storm to weather to also be responsible for putting runs on the board at the very start of the game.
I just think when DeLauder's hitting him back at you, you're going to get the best pitches you're going to see. Like he's going to have the best chance to perform. And I do want him getting as many at-bats as you possibly can. And if he's hitting I think it was the 8th spot yesterday, like if you're hitting between 7 or 8, you're just not seeing as many at-bats as if you do if you're number 1.
I mean, so this is all right. So this is a little mercury that I think Stephen Vogt is playing with. So I don't mean it as a criticism of the Guardians organization, because I think they're trying to follow a trend that they've been doing, which is every day we're just trying to make the best lineup. I do think at some point, and I've made this point even previous years, and they just haven't listened. Yeah. I would like it if we could just lock in some of these guys in spots, like a Martinez, like a Bazzana, like a DeLauder, just because I think it benefits that player the most. Like
you just don't want to become too much of a prisoner to it, though. Like that's how you wake up, and then it's like, oh, we can't move Quan out because we've decided he's in the 1 spot, and that's it. Like you got to be flexible.
Well, no, but you also I think there's too much flexibility. Like even DeLauder bouncing between like the 2 and the 5 spot or the 2 and the 6 spot, and Bazzana's anywhere from 6 to 8 on any given night. Like even Martinez again 1, 2. Don't think he's been at 4, but I think he's been at 5 and 6. And it's like, all right, let's lock those guys in there as best we can. And it's tough because
they play so much lefty-righty matchups already as is. I mean, they do that to a degree that is way higher than most teams.
Totally fair, but you could even just do, this is our lefty lineup and this is our righty lineup.
I was trying to go back and find out, and I don't know why it was in my head. I couldn't remember if Bobby Witt Jr. debuted in the 2 spot or the 3 spot. He debuted as the 2-hitter in the Royals lineup, and he never really let it go that season. And it's like some of these guys, I'm not saying he's Bobby Witt Jr., but some of these guys, you just give them the at-bats, you give them the most amount of an opportunity to succeed, and you get them the most at-bats possible. Part of the season is trying to find out what Bazzana can do, get him the most at-bats, get him that spot where he's eventually going to settle in with, and just do it right now.
But, okay, and I think this is where the Guardians have to think about this. What if it sets him back? I mean, it's not like the kid.
I don't see how.
It's not like, I mean, it's the same thing of like Stephen Kwan, like, You can set a player back. Like I would say Stephen Kwan right now. I don't think keeping Stephen in the leadoff spot is helping him. That's why I would move him. When you're in your first, he got 20 at-bats, 25 at-bats, 30 at-bats in the big leagues?
He's got 50 at-bats.
Bazzana?
Yeah,
in
he has
12
52
games?
plate appearances.
Why does that surprise me? Anyways, my point is when you're in your first 52 plate appearances in baseball, how many other players immediately get moved to like Bobby Witt Jr. is the anomaly. And so if you've already got, like, he didn't have a whole swath of experience in the minors because of injuries. So, like, he's already kind of being jumped forward a lot by the Guardians to then throw him at the top of the lineup. That's it just feels really soon. I'm not saying, by the way, you could end up being right. You can make the move and he's your guy for the next 6 years. But I do think if you put a guy somewhere too fast, you can ruin prospects that way, or at least hamper their development.
I mean, if you're up, you're up. The way I see it, like I just don't. I don't see how it would ruin them. Like you're going to get better pitches, you'll have better at bats, and you'll get more at bats,
and you get more pressure. And if you fail, at a dispiriting rate,
you're still putting him at the 1 spot. It's not as if he's not batting third. He's not even batting second. Like
I think there's so much pressure, more pressure at leadoff than for a young guy.
I disagree. The difference between him batting leadoff and batting 7, the guy like that has got to be excited at the opportunities that batting in the 1 spot would get. I just don't see it the same way.
216-474-0092. Is Travis Bazzana the guy to replace Stephen Kwan atop the lineup? If we were 30 games more into his career, I think I'd feel more comfortable. 12 games, 52 plate appearances. I get it. I understand why people want to do it. We're all gassed with Travis Bazzana. It's just something about it holding me back there. And best and worst case scenario for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
first half of the season before Cleveland's home opener against the Cubs back in April. Bob Tayak was 75 years old. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the hours until tip-off with us, Baskin and Phelps. Weekday morning starting at 10. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. In case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. But I'm still surprised we don't have a Brown schedule, just one single Brown schedule leak yet.
Well, we're getting tomorrow morning at like 9. We'll probably find out that they play in Paris against the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a guarantee, though.
Yeah,
it's not a guarantee. But like, I think that's the Mac. You can double check me on that. I think it's Wednesday at 9 in the morning.
Yeah, it'll be on Good Morning Football.
It is. It's Good Morning Football. Okay, so the Paris game, Good Morning Football. We're gonna have the whole, and then as the part that sucks about that is it's like, what are we gonna do with that?
I think they announced the entire international slate tomorrow morning.
I do like that it's trickling in, like piece by piece. I think that part's kind of nice.
I think this is the slowest trickle to this point. I feel like
so Thursday's when the action gets going.
Yeah, well,
all day during like our show on Thursday is going to be a nonstop of like, are they playing this team now? They're playing this team. We got this leak over here. We got this leak over here. That's fireworks.
I feel like, and maybe it's just there haven't been a lot of interesting leaks to me so far, so maybe that's where I'm basing it from. We got the first Sunday Night Football leak, I think, literally on Sunday night. We've gotten a couple per day, but usually I feel like we know at least one or two Browns games by now. So I'm just. Oddly enough, I feel like I'm chomping at the bit for a Browns schedule release. Just give me one game.
We'll get one tomorrow. We'll be shut out the rest of the day, and then we're going to have Thursday be a bunch of haymakers.
I don't think most schedule. Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like
you are, but maybe I'm misremembering. But
I feel like most years the schedule release is really sloppy. This year they actually feel like they've got it on lock and key.
No, the only reason why I remember it being such a free for all on that Thursday is because, again, like for years I've been like, just give me the schedule, and I can be the local radio host that does it, where I just put it out week by week, because it seems like every market has that local radio host that is just like the guy that puts it out, and it's like the one thing they do all year, but they put out the schedule and they go week by week, and then that's what it is. It's a free-for-all all day long.
Mac?
It's also worth noting too that the Browns actually have 2 potential international games next year, with also Jacksonville and London as well.
Give me the Saints in Paris over
there. You want to travel twice, Mac?
Oh, wait. No, wait. I thought you meant you have a choice between one of those 2 games. They have 2 international games?
You could have 2 is what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed that the Jacksonville game ends up being
It happened
in London.
last year with Minnesota, where Minnesota had Pittsburgh the week prior to playing the Browns last year.
I will call Roger Goodell to the carpet. I will invite him to the Octagon. And by Octagon, I mean a local gym where he can kick the crap out of me because he's 60, but he can still beat my ass. I'll be furious.
Why do you think Goodell could beat your ass?
I hate international games anyways.
Goodell, of all people, is the one that could beat you up?
I think anyone could at this point.
Okay.
I'm grossly obese. like, here's the thing. Just walk around me for a few minutes and get me talking. You'll have an opportunity.
Okay.
All right. But I just like the idea of it's bad enough that you steal a Sunday away from fans every year. Stealing 2 Sundays, and I get one of them will be a road game in this case. Don't care. Just don't love it. And it also massively disrupts my schedule. Hate everything about it.
Oh, I hate the international games, like the 9:30 international games.
Yeah.
I hate them in general anyway. I love football. I love nonstop football, but I also love doing the pregame show and having that uninterrupted.
Yeah. Well, and it's the creature of comfort thing. And listen, maybe if I worked in a different line of where like I could conceivably go to Paris for a Browns game, and it wouldn't completely disrupt the next 2 weeks of my life, maybe I would be more interested in it, but I'm not. I'm chained to a desk. I'm never going to London.
So why does it bother you so much then?
All of it.
I get so unbothered outside of the start times, like the 9:30 thing, again, like it just sucks because I'm on the air and I'd rather watch those games.
I also think the atmosphere sucks.
But I don't know. I'm so unbothered by where sporting events are at this point.
Oh, I very much care.
So unbothered. Because I'm in front of my TV. That's all I really care about. I'm on my couch in my house. That's all I really care about. That's not changing.
With love and respect to the English crowds. It's not the same thing as an actual game that matters in front of an American fan base that knows what they're watching.
Well, that sounded heavily insulting to them, and that's okay.
Yeah.
They haven't earned it yet.
Yeah, they haven't.
This is what they do when the World Cup comes to like Kansas City this summer and all these soccer hooligans end up in America, they're just going to complain about the crowds here.
And here's the thing I'll tell you.
So, all right, suck it, England.
One of the things that got Charlotte an MLS team was that they had enough MLS size, whatever the stupid matches are called. They would have Real Madrid versus this, and over time they built enough crowd that you could prove, oh, hey, this actually is a hot market for Charlotte. I feel like I've watched about as much English American football as I possibly can, and every time they're like, oh, this guy's got a Ricky Williams Saints jersey in the crowd, and it's, I got nothing against English. I just want to be very clear.
That Dylan Gabriel game last year really did numbers on you, huh?
I've never recovered. Is there – actually, I do want to go back to – I don't think I want to face Stefanski week 1. I don't think that's where the juice is for me.
I think the juice is definitely either Stefanski or Baker week 1 for me.
Now,
but
Baker
Stefanski
week 1,
in particular,
that's some juice.
So the Baker's always juice, and we care about quarterbacks more than anything. But it kind of like JB Bickerstaff in this series against the Cavs, it'll be interesting to see if at times during the Falcons-Browns game when they go and they look at Stefanski, if I just have those moments where I'm like, all right, there's our head coach. Because I've done that like 6 times with Bickerstaff on the sidelines during these games. I'm like, oh, Bickerstaff's getting after it. And then I'm like, oh, no, wait, wrong coach.
So maybe here's the other way of looking at it. I don't think you're going to get a Stefanski week 1, a Baker week 1, because I just think when the Browns are an afterthought, the schedule makers go, let's just start them with an AFC North game because it's not that important.
Probably, yeah, that's typically how it goes. But I hate that side of it. Like the NFL's it's such a big enterprise and it's such a big deal. How do they not take the layups that are right in front of them? I'm giving you 2. It's a choose your own adventure. I'm giving you 2 different ones that would make everyone involved happy.
Do you think anybody outside of Cleveland cares about Baker versus the Browns again?
Outside of Cleveland?
Yeah.
No, probably not.
What about Stefanski versus the Browns? That one might get a little bit more because he was just fired. But I guess I'm trying to look for what's the sizzle, and it's like you kind of look across.
These are Sunday 1:00 games. These aren't these aren't primetime games or anything like that.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to think of Broncos versus.
I guess Bucs fans probably don't care, but they'd probably be excited about the idea that Baker gets to kind of stick it to us week 1.
Yeah, but it's also,
or at least the idea that he would stick it to us.
I still don't know that Bucs fans actually exist as much as
Yeah.
Maybe they won that other Super Bowl.
Not a great fan base.
Just not a good sports town. It's not.
Very fair.
Not a good organization.
They haven't beat those charges. Yeah. So what do I care about them?
But I don't. But I'm just looking is there a...
All right, well, let's think about it this way. There are the Browns' first-time head coaches that Monken's going to face. So if you want to do... There's other angles on this, right? First-time head coach for their team versus Monken, who's now a first-time head coach legitimately, but first-time head coach for his team. Is Monken versus John Harbaugh. That's not going to happen. We already talked about the Giants. How about Clint Kubiak and Fernando Mendoza's debut? Probably not going to go to the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens' Jesse Minter could happen.
That'd be an interesting one. Monken versus Minter.
And you kind of get
AFC North.
Yeah, and you get Minter in his coaching debut, and you kind of figure that whole thing out. That's not bad. Or we could do the Steelers, Mike McCarthy. That's also if there's newness attached to that. I could see that. And then Robert Saleh with the Titans.
Definitely not that one.
Okay.
I think maybe that's I think there's so listen. I don't think there's a sizzle game for week 1. It's maybe that I think Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, Stefanski, Baker, that's all kind of the general level of excitement.
We don't have.
I can't tell you the stinkers.
We don't have a lot of sizzle in general.
Yeah, well, but I actually think we have more potential stinkers.
There's the 1 second. There's the 2 highlights we've already discussed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, the 2026 opponents that had winning records and made the playoffs last year, there's only 3 of them on the Browns schedule in total, Nick. It's the Steelers, Jacksonville, and Houston.
And I'm not a big fan of the Jaguars team anyway, so I think that could be a stinker.
We both agree that the Steelers are what they are, and it's a whole new thing and everything like that. And Houston's interesting if Deshaun's starting. Maybe that's an angle, Deshaun versus Houston. Kind of little played out, guys, but maybe we go down that road. But the reality is there's a lot of just kind of what looks at the face value right now for this Browns team. A lot of meh games.
I really don't want to see the Colts, Titans, or Jets week 1. Now, those are 3 games I think you'd win.
The Jets just tells us that the NFL hates us.
Yeah. Well, but
Browns-Jets weeks 1 is the least sexy way to start a season in the history of. We might get a win, though.
W.
You might get a win.
So maybe I should
want.
But
that's about as low as
the Titans, Colts, or Jets to start the season.
We do want the Monken era to start off hot.
That would be nice. But
think, the Jets just stink.
Can we just be very honest? I think people have forgotten how good it is when the Browns are good and just how good the town feels when you start like the old Stefanski September, the old 2-1, the old 3-1. I could use it. Maybe that. I want a 3-1. Give me the Titans, Jets, and Colts to start the season.
The easiest ones to get going.
Yeah, I think so.
Again, the whole thing. There's not too many hard teams on the schedule anyway.
Would you want to face Harbaugh early or later with that group too?
I think with Jackson Dart, I kind of want to go as late as possible because I think he might be injured.
That's fair. He could be like triple concussed by the time you get to him.
You take on Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, and Tyler Shuck. We take on last year's quarterback class. We had a lot of young quarterbacks that people either don't believe in or are still kind of wishy-washy on. 6 first-time head coaches, at least with their new respective teams. We have, the schedule is, it's hard finding the sexy here, Nick.
And every time we come back to it, we go, and we got an easy schedule on top of it. Just the numbers-wise. Now, you had a point on the easiness of the schedule and who it actually helps that I want to get to.
I just tend to think, I saw a lot of Bears fans, for instance, they were all just up in their feelings yesterday. Like, oh, we have the hardest schedule, according to this thing, that the Browns had the easiest schedule and the Bears have the hardest schedule. And it was like, I don't know why Bears fans should care. You have your quarterback, you have your head coach. Like, if you're a good to great team, the schedule, you're not worried about playing the hardest schedule. You really aren't. Where I think it matters in the NFL, or I think it matters and shows up in a great way, is for teams like the Browns. Mm-hmm. The teams that are on the lesser end of projected wins, or the teams that are projected to do less, because those teams with uncertainty, you give them the easiest schedule, it can drastically change their win-loss projections.
Yeah, I feel like once you get your head coach and your quarterback lined in, right? And you have that season what the Bears had last year, and everything that represented, your goal the next season should actually be to have like a tougher up, just so you can confirm it's real.
Yeah, you're going to win 10 games more likely than not. If you have a tougher road to get in there, that if anything, that helps you.
Still a part of me that I'm not all the way in on the Bears.
You're not sold on Caleb Williams yet. I know what that is.
I also just think like they benefited from an easy schedule.
You and Caleb Williams have had an up and down relationship.
Yeah, and listen, he was great last year. And that between the legs, the splits pass that he made in the postseason, he made 2 plays in those last 2 playoff games that were holy crap level plays. It's actually maybe right now more about the roster around him. I still don't love the job that Ryan Poles has done kind of building a team around him.
It's interesting. I don't love their offensive line as much.
Yeah.
When Dahlman retires unexpectedly, though, they got to try to patch that up. Like, it'll be interesting to see what Ben Johnson can do. But
even the defense, I got some concerns on the defense.
Are they going to lead the league in interceptions next year?
Yeah,
probably not.
Yeah, that's a little fluky from year to year.
It felt very fluky even when you're watching it.
I mean, it felt fluky in the postseason. Somehow, you still got it there.
It's one of the few games down the stretch there where the Browns really did just get embarrassed, though. That Bears-Browns game was about as ugly as it gets.
And then they went 2-3 in the next. I still don't understand how that entire end of the season went. But you know what? Kevin got fired, and that's all that matters. 216-474-0092. Best and worst case scenario for week 1. More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Longhorns last year in Week 1 in Columbus by a 14-7 final. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, between you and Mac, I don't know what play. Like I'm constantly jumping between hoops on what players you guys like and what players you don't.
I think we're pretty clear about what players we like and don't like.
Well, no, I think, but trying to keep.
I think we've made it pretty obvious what players we like and don't like.
I think trying to keep yours straight and his straight is what confuses me.
That's your problem.
Like I turn around, Brian Rocchio just made a good throw to first, in that it got the out, and Matt goes too close. The guy's finally hitting his weight at the big league level, and Mac's like, I need a cleaner play there.
I'm not a Rocchio guy either, so we're in agreement on Rocchio.
Finally,
I think you're the Rocchio guy.
No, I just don't bag on him every chance I get.
Damn near overthrew Manzardo on a routine play to first.
Did he get the out?
Barely, thanks to Manzardo.
By the way, every time I have a James Harden conversation and I'm being called too hard for saying he's got too hard on him for saying he's got 7 damn turnovers in a game, we think back to this. Because he actually got the out is what I'm trying to say.
I didn't get the correlation. Harden had 2 turnovers yesterday. As always, you can listen to this show.
What about the times he had 7?
And all of our local shows on the Fan on Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
No, that actually is something I don't think I've said enough today because I have been so hard on Harden real quick. The last 2 games, he's really started to slow down on those. If he can cut down the and it's not even turnovers. It's stupid turnovers when the team is struggling. We got something.
And
cooking with gas.
He offsetted his 2 turnovers yesterday. Offset it with the 2 steals he had. I know you had to love those steals.
I actually really enjoyed what he did yesterday because I thought he got you in the game early, and then when the time was right and Donovan was cooking, he was still making plays happen even if he wasn't getting the assist for them.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think he would have had like 15 or 16 if Sam Merrill had hit a few more threes. Yeah. Merrill hit the first 2. And then he
was getting looks.
And then he thought he was, and he should take those shots. Those are good, wide open shots for him. But something happened. He thought he was going to have a Steph Curry game, and then he just didn't.
Yeah, so there are 2 guys on this team that your value to me, and I know it's different with the value to the Cavs, but there are 2 guys that your value is dependent on if you're getting wide open looks or something close to it. Are you singing the shots? And I'm not getting enough from either guy, and it's Dean Wade and it's Sam Merrill. I know the Cavs look at Dean Wade as the Dennis Rodman of this team. Yeah. He's fine, by the way. He's a good defender. He's not an elite defender.
I think he took 1 shot last night.
Yeah, and he looks scared to shoot. The game 3, though, he had the Sam Merrill in game 3, where he had a couple looks, and it was just like, oh, we're just never going to hit the broad side of the barn. But last night it was Merrill. You are correct.
But it's interesting. Even like the TV broadcast was highlighting, and it's something that we've kind of talked about a little bit as a series, and even the Toronto series. They're just a much better basketball team when Sam Merrill's on the court. Yeah. The on-off splits it's too hard to ignore the value that he brings, even when he's not even hitting shots. He's just like, the on-off stuff is incredible when it comes to Sam Merrill.
Now, all this being said, I got a debacle that I feel like I can bring to the air.
Okay, let's do it.
The trust tree with the nest.
Yeah.
So I told everybody like 3 weeks ago I bought these fish, right?
Yeah.
And so not for me, not for the house, but for the pond, because I have some bass in there. I have some bluegill, but it's clear that the pond's been kind of fished out, and that we also have birds that kind of fly down. So I like watching fish. I do like going out there, sitting on the dockside, peeping on fish. Eventually, I'd like to go fishing at my own house, right?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So I bought them. And overall, not the most expensive thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But it turned into such a debacle this weekend. One, we go there, and so it's in a line. It's from this company. The line you have to pull
went to
around.
A company. I thought you were getting this from like the city.
No. We were going to, and then the timelines got screwed up on that. It was going to be from Medina County, but the timelines got screwed up.
Was this like that? Was it like 1,000,000 times more expensive then?
No, actually, it wasn't too. Well, okay. I didn't buy. If I had gotten it through the county, we were buying a butt ton of fish.
Okay.
I didn't get it through the county, so I didn't buy a butt ton of fish.
Okay.
But I felt like I bought enough to just see, all right, how are they going to do? And so I bought it through this company that's based out of Medina.
Test fish almost.
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
That I spent enough money that I felt like I got some good fish. I didn't spend so much that if I can't see these fish 4 weeks from now, if they're all just eaten by the bigger fish in the pond, that I'm not going to go in there and murder those fish that killed my fish, right? That kind of thing. You want to know how much I spent?
Well, no, I kind of do. Also, you almost described them already being murdered, and then you're going to go in and murder them twice?
No, I'd be murdering the fish that murdered them.
Okay, got it. Yeah, okay.
Totally
like a vengeance on the 8 fish.
Yeah, like basically I'm Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
And it's basically taken. But my fish would be taken.
$200?
That's right. Spot on.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
about $200. And so I got 5 pounds of minnows. I got 50 small bluegill, 10 medium-sized bluegill, and then I'll save I got 2 alleged largemouth bass. They were neither large nor mouthed. No, they have mouths, but they were not large bass. I was very frustrated about bath. But so we go to pick them up.
Yeah.
And there's like a U-shaped thing. And so we're going past this tent and we kind of get waved on. So we're sitting there in line, and it's only like maybe 7 cars. And so we're there early. We're checked in online. Everything's going well. And it goes through like 30 minutes. And I'm seeing people behind us getting, their fish. People in front of us. All of a sudden, it's 35 minutes later, and we're like the second car in line, and no one has so much as winked at us. And so finally, I was like, well, I'm enjoying sitting in this car with Vanessa. It was a nice day. But I was like, hey, yeah, nobody's stopped by, and the girl goes, well, where's your number? I was like, we were not given a number. And she's like, well, did you stop over here? I was like, no, we were waved on from over there. And then she goes, oh, that shouldn't have happened. Now, the second I got that shouldn't have happened, I realized this was not going to be a 35-minute wait.
Yeah.
And so we then had to go back through the line, go back to check-in. I don't know why this made me so mad, but it did. And then thinking like, okay, they know. Kind of got jobbed in this. Somebody waved us along that shouldn't have waved us along. It's a mistake. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
The next wait was 45 minutes. Mind you, I signed up.
Max reaction.
I checked in.
Oh, he gave this much better reaction than I have right now.
No. And by the way, these were Vanessa's reactions.
Mac's pissed.
Because
why are you so pissed right now, Mac?
I would have been furious at that point.
Well, and I did everything they asked in the lead up to this.
Exactly.
I know, but you didn't grab a number, though.
But nobody told me I had to. As a matter of fact, they waved me on through.
I know, but their process is their process.
Well, yeah, but their process was flawed if it didn't lead to me getting a number.
You're telling me people that sell fish don't have it on the up and up? Is that what you're telling me?
Actually, we should say the plus size, they were so locked in on the fish that the process stunk. But they were in on the fish. Like watching these people get the fish out, they're weighing the fish. I need 10 mackerel over there. There was this one woman that's like a boss lady. I was like, she runs everything. She's got a clipboard. She's got sheets. Now, the second time through, I didn't think it was as cool. Because the second time through, I was so mad at having what it was supposed to be kind of an in and out procedure.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of why I said I'll be there at 10:30. That's why I said I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. I did all the work up front only to wait 2 hours for $200 worth of fish.
Mm.
And here's the one detail I've left out. Mama Bear might have made me a little late in the morning because after we got out of the sauna, she started taking her time doing things. So we couldn't get breakfast on the way. So not only was I held back by 2 hours, I was also incredibly hangry.
Mac's living and dying with this story.
Yeah. Because I feel like Mac understands this. As an ADHD haver, everything that I'm saying right now.
Big man hasn't had his food.
Oh, you have no. And no, here's the problem.
Like, come on.
She was also hangry. So you have 2 hangry people sitting in a truck waiting for fish, and then you got to go through the lineup again.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait. Oh, you are so insensitive on this.
I'm not insensitive.
At a certain point, I would have been seething.
You're hungry, you didn't follow the protocol, and you got mad about it.
No, I followed the protocol. I followed what they told me to do.
Well, I mean, clearly they told you the wrong thing.
Yes.
And then it cost you 35 minutes.
Finally, it cost me 45 minutes the second time.
Yeah.
So 45 minutes plus 35.
Did they give you throw in a couple extra bluegill for the hassle?
No, not even at all.
You know what I mean? Like,
they were like,
here's some minnows for the trouble.
They seemed to be very happy to give me my fish, and they were doing me a favor. And
they're in control is the problem here. They understand.
Again, Queen Bee's running the hive here, and there's not a lot of respect for the common man.
When you have a business like that where people want the want
fish, what am I going to do?
What are you going to do?
Where am I also going to get my fish?
Well, the problem with that is you really can't treat anybody any way you want to.
Yeah, you really can't.
Because you don't care.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, hey, my bad, cost him 45 minutes, but he's going to wait here. He can't go anywhere else.
You turn me into the fish bee.
Is there like why is there not like a competitor right across the street?
Because it's selling fish.
Yeah.
I think that's pond fish.
Yeah.
Now, the cool thing is it's a whole process. We finally got him back home. We ate. We finally got him back home. And so you like kind of sit them in the water like in their bags for like 30 minutes to an hour to kind of let them so basically the water in the bags needs to get to the temperature of the water in the lake. Then you kind of move them over, you air them out, you start adding water from the pond in. But the one thing they said you got to make sure you don't do. You don't dump the water from the bag. You can't just dump the fish into the lake because the water from the bag could have parasites in it that could destroy the rest of the population, basically.
Okay, yeah.
So the first thing that I do is I have this 5-pound bag of minnows. And it's 5 pounds, which is not that heavy, but 5 pounds plus water, whatever. Anyways, what we're trying to accomplish here is we're trying to pour the water back into the bucket while then getting the minnows into a net that I had bought for this. The problem is nobody told me that the first bag that they put them in is incredibly weak. So I'm lifting the bag up, and it just gives way. And so I very quickly, I got to tell you, your boy was alert. I dump about 80% in the bucket. The problem is 20% go on the actual our dock. And so I have these little minnows flip-flopping around. And a couple flipped right into the lake. The problem is, you know how hard it is to pick up a damn minnow off a damn dock? It was like Saving Private Ryan. Half of them never left the beach. All right? We just never got we just never got where we were going.
Yeah.
And that pissed me off so much more that probably 50 minnows died right there. And meanwhile, my kids are just looking at me as I'm trying to pick up these little damn minnows and chuck them into the lake.
You think 50 died?
50 died.
That's upsetting.
Now,
what an awful existence that is for those minnows.
Well, here's the thing. We got most of them into the lake, but then I just had to watch them float upside down.
Yeah.
It was a real...
At least there's still food for some other fish, right?
Well, that's kind of where we were going.
Yeah.
You were going to have a mortality rate here anyways.
It still works. It's okay.
So...
I've never tried to pick up minnow off the never tried that.
It is like picking spaghetti off a counter, like a single strand of spaghetti off a counter.
I'm having a real, where I was born, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We get you down for fish days one of these days.
I think I've been maybe 3 times in life.
Yeah.
I like fishing.
You've only been fishing 3 times?
Yeah, I think maybe 3 times total in life.
I've been 3 times this year already.
I think I went when I was 5 once, and then I was 15 is the next time, and maybe then I was 22, 23. I remember going with my mom at 22 or 23, and that's about it.
I think that's why you're not reacting.
That's about it. Yeah, I got no frame of reference.
If you understood the joy, I just do catch and release. We'll go up to River Styx Park and I'll just throw a line in and just enjoy it. I like I said, I just enjoy watching the fish.
There's a part of me, I feel like I could really vibe with what the fishing culture is.
It's drinking.
Drinking on a boat sounds like a great time. Yeah, it sounds like a good time. Or just like how your setup is. You just sit there on a nice chair, have some beverages, and then you get to say you're fishing, but really you're just outdoor drinking.
Yep, with fishing as the accoutrement. Now,
fishing's kind of like the thing that justifies it all, right?
Well, but here's the thing:
it makes it seem like you're doing something if really you're just drinking outside.
So I actually think you're just relaxing outside.
Yeah, okay.
With alcohol and fishing, because it is. You don't talk much. You might laugh a little bit, but mostly you're just kind of sunning. It's been it really is the relaxation part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I can drink anywhere.
Now, is there a big difference to you between the pond fishing and then actually going out on a boat on the lake?
Yes. I mean, your strategy's different. The time allotment, I can just pop a line in a lake down the road and get 20 minutes fishing done at any point in my day during the week. I can't do that with going up to the lake. I will say catching a fish on Lake Erie or in like a freshwater is so much more of a thrill because there's a real science.
It seems like there's a real thrill attached
like
to that.
You're trying to think of like, what am I trying to catch? How do I hook the line? What bait do I use? All that kind of stuff. I'll tell you, ironically, don't like open sea fishing. I love on lake. I love Lake Erie. I get so jealous when Joe posts was up the big lake up there, the Great Lake up by where Joe is in Wisconsin. That one.
Lake Michigan? What are you talking about?
I think, is he on Michigan or Huron?
Who's Joe?
Joe Thomas.
Oh, Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm like, who's Joe?
See, this is how I know you're not a fisher. Yeah.
I haven't seen any of those videos.
Oh, my God. It's so awesome. I'm so jealous. But, like, I love that. I have gone fishing off the pier. I have gone fishing on the ocean. Hate it. I hate. Why would I want to fish? Why would I want to fight a shark for 8 hours? When
the people that get into that get really into that. Though.
It's either Michigan or Lake Michigan or Lake Superior.
It's Superior. It's got to be Superior. I swear to you, and I'm probably wrong. But no, I have no interest in fishing for shark, or even like I want to catch a tuna. Nope. That thing's 1,200 pounds.
Oh, now we're in Michael Jordan territory.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's like it's a sport in and of itself.
It feels a little too, look how big of a man I am.
Ah, I got you.
A little bit of a you-know-what measuring contest. Not for me.
Yeah. All right. Maybe I'll come over to your pond sometime.
Not now.
Hey,
Not after.
Trip number 4.
Mac made the right noises.
I'll bring dead minnows.
Mac, I already got those.
Yeah.
Can you bring some alive minnows? That's what I seem to have.
Waiting in that line that doesn't know what they're doing.
By the way, I bring these little bastards home.
Yeah.
I give them my lake. I give them my pond.
Yeah, so generous.
Can I see one of them? Not a chance in hell. The one that I saw in since I put them in, the one was the alleged largemouth bass, which I was told would be between 3 and 4 inches. And either I don't know what 3 or 4 inches is.
Easy. ...
Or they lied their asses off to me. That's a 1.5 inch smallmouth bass if I've ever seen one.
They all turn into like the Loch Ness Monster. You just can't find them anymore.
So, well, we have a lot of cattails, so they're just hiding. And it's like, show your faces.
Wait, do the cattails?
I'm your fish father.
Do the cattails? What do you mean by cattails? You mean like actual cat's tails?
No.
Or a type of fish cattails?
God bless it, city boy. You don't know what cattails
are? You know where I'm from. No, I don't know what a cattail is.
You've lived in Ohio for a decade. How do you not know what a cattail is?
You think I'm going fishing in Ohio? I'm not going fishing in Ohio yet.
I would say
you know what family I'm married into. You think we're doing some fishing in Ohio?
But I'm sure Elise knows what a damn cattail is. I'm going to make you Google it now. I'm not even going to fill you in on it. Mac,
Just tell me what a cattail is.
No, you find out on your own.
It's a type of fish, I'm assuming, right? You said cattail?
Could be. Could not be.
Why are they so scared of the cattails?
In case you missed it.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
A flowering plant. How about that?
Yeah. Aquatic, too.
How about that?
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
2020 Sports brought to you by Bookman & Son Fine Jewelers. No
scientifically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Got to say a big thanks to our many guests today. It's just John Fanta. 420 today. Good stuff on him.
You guys are special.
By the way,
John, you are too.
Very special. If you guys missed any of his Mother's Day stuff on NBC Sports, had a good stuff with Joe Mack, the rookie catcher for the Marlins. I had a couple just Fanta-type segments. You can actually find them on his social media account. It was very fun. Albert rescheduled for tomorrow at 4, by the way. So we got that going for us. But if you guys missed a moment of the show today, you can watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Like our videos. We like to be liked. Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we got a story that I just think you're going to have some intrigue with, okay? Wesley Edens, that is the name of one of the Bucks owners, okay? They have this weird little dynamic right now where it's like 3 different people, and they're all jockeying for power, and Haslam's going to win that battle. But in the meanwhile, Wesley Edens worth about $2.5 billion, and he owns part of the Bucks, right?
Is that it?
Is that what?
Only $2.5 million or billion?
Yeah, just a little number.
What a pauper.
So anyway, now he's become a victim of an alleged $1 billion blackmail scheme after a brief love affair.
Ooh.
So this woman reaches out on LinkedIn and is like, hey, we should meet up. We should hang out. And I'm being fast and loose with how this whole thing went down. Long story short, they end up getting it on. She takes videos. She takes pictures. She does all of that.
Oof.
And then she waits. She waits.
How long does she wait?
She waits until he has a girlfriend that turns into a fiance that turns into a wife, and now has essentially reached out. Now, the interesting part about this, Wesley Edens was like, hey, $6.5 million. We can let this whole thing go.
Yeah.
You take $6.5 million. I never see from you. I never hear from you again, and it's over with. And according to all the different reports that are out there, Shangli Sophia Luo, that's her name, okay? And she's been charged with 4 counts, by the way, including blackmail and destruction of records, everything. She's like, no, 6.5, not good enough. I want half your fortune. I want $1.2 billion.
It couldn't have been that
your
good.
Wife and everybody finds out about these photos, these videos, and everything in between. And Wesley Edens is like, no, thank you, no deal. Now I'm taking you to court for blackmail.
I would have just taken the $6.5 million. Is this person legally insane?
Right? Why don't you just take the $6.5 million? Who knew it was that easy just to get $6.5 million?
Listen, you realize how many times I wish women would pay me $6.5 million to go away?
Easy blackmail?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it turned out horrible for her, but it wouldn't have if she had just taken the $6.5 million and not gotten greedy.
Now, in fairness, he might be an idiot. People don't go to LinkedIn to get busy. Maybe I'm on a different LinkedIn.
So that is a weird part of this. I never heard of that either. But like, how else is she going to come in contact with a billionaire?
I know, that's exactly why he should have thought to himself, this might not be on the up and up.
Oh, but for a little bit it was on the up and up, right?
Well,
they had this relationship
it was on the up and in.
that turned into, and then everything was all fine. I think the hang-up happened is when he obviously met this girl that then turned into his fiance that turned into his wife, and then clearly he was done with LinkedIn girl over here, and she was upset about it.
I'm going to say if she was videotaping and had all these things, she had some designs on this anyways. She was by the way, this is the proper use of LinkedIn. You make connections, and you use that to better yourself. The problem is she got the better and then just didn't take it.
I just don't understand. Like, you won $6.5 million. You won there in that scenario.
You realize
you went for $1.2 billion?
You realize how much better all of us would be if every time you were just done with a person, you got $6.5 million?
I'd be done with a lot of people.
Yeah. I meant after, physical relations, dating, whatever you call it. Yeah.
I got rid of all those people without getting money. What are we talking
right?
about?
I got emotional baggage is all I had.
Didn't even get a gift card
to
guilt, anywhere.
A bit of shame.
She's a
Some
founder.
of that I like.
She's a founder of a nonprofit. She's pled not. She's pled
and now
not
she's
guilty.
not making a profit.
She's pled not guilty. I love the little sidebars of this stuff. It's like, nonprofit must be a decent human after all. Yeah. Okay,
that's
sure.
That's why she couldn't take the $6.5 million. She couldn't settle for less than half.
Imagine sitting in prison, because she's probably going to go to prison when this is all said and done for the 4 different counts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, wait a second. I had it.
Yeah.
All gone?
Yeah.
And I'm in prison now?
Okay, but in fairness,
Blackmail too far.
If you've gotten to this point, I don't want to say stupid, but if you've gotten to this point, there's a lack of self-awareness. If you're getting ready to go to jail for blackmail that you totally pulled off, that you didn't even have, none of this had to happen. You could just take the $6.5 million, and at no point have you thought, I think I'm making out here.
How high do you think she could have gone off the original 6.5?
I think if you had gotten to 10.
Like, what's it worth? What's it worth to someone worth $2.5 billion that his wife doesn't find out about videos and doesn't?
It's got to be 10.
And she doesn't basically just throw all these videos online.
I mean, I do know that.
I think it'd be higher. I think it'd be like $100 million.
Oh, see, what's interesting is because so there is. I don't remember what it's called, but there is basically legal math where, like in the scenario of like the Deshaun settlements, like. If it's below a certain threshold of your assets, you just throw the money away because it's not worth the legal fees.
Sure.
$6.5 million is clearly well below that threshold. So you're probably right. I was thinking I bet you get 13. But you get at least double the 6.5.
I just love to be on the call where he's like, I got to transfer over $100 million. And they're like, well, why? That's a lot of money. I can't tell you. Just transfer it. Well, you got to give us a reason. We can't just transfer $100 million. No. Transfer the $100 million.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Green-light it.
How does she tell people in her life how she got rich? How does that work? Like all of a sudden she's like, wait, what? I just became a socialite.
It's a bank error.
A rounding error.
A rounding error. It's not a Monopoly card.
Actually, here's the thing: you don't tell anyone. You just don't go to work anymore. You just get real tanned. You seem really happy. Although thinking about it, I'm taking my $100 million so I don't have to go to work at a nonprofit. It gets worse. It really does get worse. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Anthony Allant. Good eye, mate. Big thanks.